Yes, 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 yes.
Hello, lovelies. I've got a guest with me here this evening, who hopefully you'll be able to hear if she says hi on voice chat.
Hello.
We've got Ruffle, and let's turn my loading screen off. I had one about Nessies today because I thought that was appropriate. We're going to be doing a lot of sailing. Hopefully we won't run into Nessies.
Yeah, let's
That
not
was
get
my
eaten.
yeah, let's not. That was my nice little factoid for the day. So this is the first time I've tried having a guest streamer on my one, and those of you that have been watching me with Calvert will know how rife with problems that sometimes is. So just Ruffle is a little bit lower than me. Okay, so you might have to speak up, Ruffle. We've done a little bit of tweaking, and we've turned all of hers up to 100%. So hopefully it will be okay. But we might just be a little bit mismatched in levels. Are we going to lead her into a pit full of crocs, though? No, that is not the plan. I can't promise there won't be any crocs, but they won't be my crocs. Importantly. So we're going to go and do a bit of a marketplace hop. We're not going to cover anywhere near all of the marketplaces in Wurm because I am kind of trying to track them all. But I've worked us out a little route, and I'm hoping that we get through the whole route that I've got planned this evening, which should take us to... How many markets did I hope to visit? Let me just see what was on my plan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I've got 11 on the list. Whether we will make it around all of them, I don't know. But we're going to try, and we're starting on Deliverance. We are just about to pull up to Southport Market, which is Muses, or Joe the Bard. You will probably have seen Joe advertising this one in trade. It is a huge flea market, and one of the reasons that we started with this is because there has literally just been a slaying over on Pristine, and we're anticipating a lot of border hopping lag, so we didn't want to try and cross a border just as everybody was leaving.
That'd be awkward.
Yeah, that would be awkward. Now, having said we're just pulling up, I think actually I have just possibly sailed entirely past it. Have I? I think I have. So we're just going to double back just a little bit. I made it all the way to Mermaid's Cove, which is the horse market next door. Is this still an active horse market? I haven't actually been here in a while, so I'm not sure. But it is literally right next door to Southport Market. So if you ever come sailing over here to have a look at the flea market and you are interested in animals as well, Mermaid's Cove is literally just a little bit like it's the next deed over to the west. And we are currently on the south side of Delhi, so we are about here on Deliverance. Let's not pull ourselves up on the tar. I'm just going to pull up here and disembark us. This is Ruffle's first time being on a live stream, so she might be a little bit shy. Just going to have to try and coax her out of her shell. Ooh.
Pink fluffy unicorn.
But, she's got a pink fluffy unicorn here. Now, is that one of this year's ones? Because it's venerable. I think it might be one of the ones from 2 or 3 years ago, you know. But maybe it's a new one. So Ruffle is Ruffle in game. Many of you may know her already. She's been in game an awful lot longer than me. I've been in Wurm a bit over 10 years. Ruffle's been here, what did we say, 18? 18 years?
Yeah, on and off.
On and off. So she goes back to JK Home days, is that right?
I do. Well,
long way back. How big is that bison? Lag coming up. That's a beefalo. In fact, that's not even a conditioned bison. That is a very special, extra large bison that can only be spawned by GMs. They don't occur naturally. How long have you been in the game, Retro? I mean, do we still call you Retro? Do you still use that moniker at all, or is that one now behind you? Is it now just Arcade? About 12 years. Okay. I know Willow's got us all beat at 20. I've yet to find someone who's been in the game longer than Willow, but I'm sure someday I will. Who still plays it, I should say. Anyway, yes, so we are at Southport Market. This is actually one of the biggest, possibly now the biggest market on the Southern Freedom Isles. So a lot of these stalls are managed by Jo, but I know that she has also got other people can come and place traders here. So there are some other people, other toons on Deliverance who have merchants here. We're just going to go and have a little bit of a nosy. But anybody who knows me in games, Drungo would be close. But yeah, it's sort of like day one people. It's got to be. I think to have been in it 20, you had to have been in it pretty much right from the beginning, because Wurm hasn't quite had its 20th anniversary from going live. Is that right? It's but it's coming up. It's coming up pretty soon. So just for a little bit of context, I love marketplaces. If any of you have seen the marketplaces thread on the forum, that's mine, because I like the kind of, I like both the flea market experience and I also like the kind of the shopping centre experience. I have a market of my own, Little Venice, on release. Mine is more like the shopping centre experience in as much as they are buildings, like with little shops built in Little Venice. You can sail up to the windows and trade through the windows, or you can wander around on the streets. That's at I should know, shouldn't I? J20, I want to say J23 on release. Let me, yes. So Little Venice is at J23 on release. Ruffle is, Ruffle lives down on the south end of Spawn Lake on release, and she shares a little market just here with her next door neighbour, Madoon, who's also in chat there. Hi, Moomin. A little market outside Pools Closed. Both of those are on the marketplaces thread, which I will actually just pop a link in chat for anybody who's interested. But we are not visiting either of those today. We're going to go and visit some of the others. The best market ever, so you've heard. If you do say so yourself, Madoon.
There at the moment. Very exciting.
You've got what there at the moment?
A champ pheasant. Very reasonably
a champion
priced
pheasant. Very good. I've got some champion black sheep in mine with 4 and 5 output traits. Rarely, like it's not often I actually have animals for sale in my market. Mostly I have them for free. But yeah, so Ruffle and I are both quite a big fan of actual in-game markets in Wurm. We like going shopping in them. We like encouraging others to go shopping in them and also to set up markets. We always get excited when a new one pops up. So we thought we would capitalise on that enthusiasm that we both have by coming and doing some visiting. Neanderthal says in Freedom Chat, 15 years they've been in Wurm. Very good. See, I'm a young'un. I started when release started, and it was Ruffle that got me into the game, actually. So she's the whole reason that I am here. It was all her fault. Myra, your markets badly need updating. Well, now's the time. You might want to hurriedly go and do it. I've got the little GD market one on my cooldown screen. I don't think we're going to get there today, but at the very end of my little long list of markets I'm hoping to visit, if we have time, I might pop down to Old Grumpy Couple and have a look. But you've got time. You've got until the end of the stream if we manage to get there. If we get waylaid, if I dither too much, maybe we won't get there at all. I don't know.
I've got silver in my pocket.
I've got a whole load of silver in mine. So you know what? I am actually gonna go and start doing this methodically, because this market is so big. You do actually have to have a system. I think there's something like 50-ish merchants here. Last time Jo counted. I should have looked in local. Well, we haven't got Jo or Muse in local, but we've got some other people around, so I should just say hello. So yeah, we're just gonna have a little bit of a nosy around, show you some of the different kinds of markets in Wurm. I know that the in-game market experience isn't for everybody. It's got pros and cons. You find some out-of-date pricing on merchants sometimes where they haven't been updated in a while, and sometimes that can go in your favour. Sometimes you can find stuff that's a bargain, and sometimes you'll find stuff that seems like way overpriced. you tend to find an awful lot of rare things and archaeology finds on merchants. Let's have a look. So these ones have only got a few each. I know the ones, like my favourite ones are the ones around the centre, this little centre tree. I'll show you why in a minute. Because Joe the Bard / Muse does an awful lot of archaeology, like a lot. So if you want to, if you're feeling a bit spendy and you want to buy yourself something like, say, rare statue frags for your collection for archaeology statues, rather than wait to get one with luck and an RNG, can we check all of the merchants for a rare statuette, the priest kind? Hi, Rock Lobster. What kind of statuette are you after?
Oh,
Tell us.
I would.
We'll keep an eye
I would
out.
be tempted myself, but we can look.
Okay, well, Ruffle might snatch it first, but if we get a spare, tell us which one you're looking for. We will keep an eye out. Your first deed died around 89 years ago, Madune. Is that where you've been doing archaeology over on... You've been doing on Delhi, actually, haven't you? Your first deed on Delhi. Myra's sailing home from the slaying now. See, I knew it would take some time, but that's why I put you right at the end. That was definitely the reasoning and nothing to do with best border hops I could manage. Rare foe, the priest kind. Is there a not priest kind of foe statuette? Do you mean as opposed to like an archaeology statue? Okay, so we've got a whole bunch of enchanted items on this merchant. Tell you what, let's go and have a look at where I know some of the cool stuff is. So on this one, you've kind of got to ignore the names of the merchants because they don't necessarily tally to what's on the stalls. But Joe does so much archaeology that, for example, you can buy a whole statue here in 2 pieces if you want to. Or if you're really struggling to, I don't know, get Drake pieces, for example, if your archaeology isn't that high yet, you might not get many Drake drops. You can just come and buy them. And if you want to buy archaeology statue pieces, frags, this is absolutely the place to do so. Hello, Yups. I don't know if we've got Yups in chat because chat's going a little bit fast while I'm nattering, but let's just warn Yups in case she doesn't know. What was I doing? Right, so we got more statue frags there. Somewhere here, we're going to get to the... Oh, look at that. Ooh, so good. I'm quite lucky in that I also do a lot of archaeology. I think my archaeology's up to 95 point... something. I looked at it just 95.95 my archaeology is up to. So I'm at the point where I am mostly getting my own rare statue frags, but every time I come here, like, I'm like, oh, I could do it. I could just buy myself a little something or other. Like, I don't think I've yet got a rare Jackal's Revenge frag, for example. But yes, so you know, depending on where you are in the game, if you're very new to game or if you haven't engaged with trade a lot, these prices might look a bit eye-watering to you. If you're somebody who has traded quite a lot in game or has been in the game a long time, they might not so much, because I know particularly a lot of longer standing players, some of them have got very deep pockets just from years of trading in the game. But there is both very, very affordable stuff and very pricey stuff here. It's just a really good range of different kinds of things. And the reason I sort of call it a bit of a flea market experience, these ones around the middle, these are all fairly sort of well organised into sets of things. As you can see, we're looking at merchants full of archaeology statue items at the moment. But now we're coming into a whole load of rare archaeology frags that are not statues. Mostly it looks like these are ones in unusual materials. And also we've got a bunch of masks here. So if you've I've got a fancy rare archaeology mask, and in fact, I think I probably didn't make the frag for this myself. Can I? Am I going to be able to show you? I think this might be a frag that I bought from Joe's Market some time ago, when I switched to a Mask of the Enlightened and decided if I was going to commit to this one because I really like this one, then it had better be a rare one. So I think I probably bought the frag that made this from here. But yeah, like oh, I'm already trading with them. Memes, stop blabbing and come and make my oven fantastic. You made a rare Libilla statuette yesterday, did you, Memers? Very nice. And you imped someone's Forged to Supreme. Well done, you. Well done, you. Yeah, rare statue frags are a super source of income. Like, if you're doing a lot of archaeology and you don't need all the rare frags you've got, it's a very, very solid market for rare frags. There is Big Foe and Portal Foe. Oh, Portable Foe. Okay. Also, I'm very sorry if there's anybody in chat that I haven't greeted, that I've missed, I haven't said hello to. Welcome to chat. I'm sorry, chat moves very fast sometimes, and there's so many things to watch. It can be really easy to miss it, but just give us a wave periodically in chat if I haven't noticed you, and I'm more likely to see you pop up then. Weird rare metal swords and large axes are great for making rare displays. Yeah. So Rock Lobster's onto a good thing there. I use, when you get rare archaeology fragments in unusual metals, like for example, we've got a copper plate sabaton here, which unless you are deliberately trying to make up a rare armor set in a particular metal, a lot of people won't have a use for. But if you are doing archaeology yourself and you come across rare frags like this, when I make them up and they're up in a metal that people are not generally going to use, I use them for decoration, and they're super for that. Shiny, shiny rare things, particularly if you are running a market and you want to, decorate the stuff on the decorate actual little shops or put extra stuff around your market stalls, assuming they're in buildings, of course, not somewhere that people can just pick them up and walk off with them. But yeah, that's a great use for it. I mean, sometimes I do. I still resent it a bit. I got a Supreme halberd fragment, and halberd is probably the last thing I would train in game. But I was like, you know what? If that comes out in iron or steel, I'll take it. Came out in zinc. And then I got a rare one, and that came out in zinc too. I know. I know. Why do they do it to us? So I made that one up. I was very disappointed that it was zinc, and then I promptly stuck a halberd skin on it and put it in my skin shop on display to show off the skin. Gotta do what you gotta do. But yeah, if rares are your thing, and you got a little bit of cash to spend, this is a good place to come look. Zinc or, you know what, I would mind gold. I still couldn't use it if it was gold. But gold would be prettier to look at least. See, there you go, we've got a Supreme Scythe Blade in zinc here, in zinc. Rare Mask of the Shadow Fragment for anybody who's using that one. Ooh! There's a rare Wooden Comet. See, I'm tempted, but I'm not 5 silver tempted.
You, when you're shopping at the merchants, do you sort the stuff, or do you look at it as it comes up?
It depends. It usually depends if I'm looking for something in particular, or if there are a lot of like things. I will often sort it. But for stuff like this, I tend to just scroll down and look at everything that's there in the order that it comes. But when I'm on the hunt for a particular thing, then I will sort the inventory. So you just, in the same way that you'd sort anything else in your inventory, for those of you that don't know, you can just click on any of these and sort them by those, sort them by price, whatever you like. If you're out bargain hunting in particular, sorting by price maybe is a way to see, see the cheapest things first, see if there's any particular bargains there.
Yeah, cool. I can't get past my cheapskate days, and I always sort it by price automatically without even thinking as soon as I open.
Do you know, I don't think I've ever sorted by price until literally just now. Do skins show a glow with rarity? Yes. But what they don't do is, if you've got a skinned item, the text colour changes for an item that's skinned, and it changes for rarity. And you'll find that if you've got a rare item that you have stuck a skin on, like for example this is a skinned item. Where have we got it? It's got the Sigvard's Wrath skin applied to it. You can't see the kind of the golden yellow colouring, which would normally indicate that the item is skinned, because it is superseded by the rare colouring on the text. So that's just something to keep an eye out for. And if you're looking at completed rare items on merchants that seem way pricier than you would expect, one thing to look at is to examine the item. And you can examine items, I've just done it, that you're looking at in a merchant, so you can do the same kind of examine and get all the details up. Look to see whether it's got a skin applied, if it's a tool or a weapon. Often people will have renamed the item to make that clear in it, but not always. This is what you meant. So, Supreme, linked mining global. Back when traders were useful, used to sort by price to maximise my earnings. back when traders were things you could actually trade with, not just buy from. Yeah, imagine. I
couldn't make anything of worth back in those days.
Well, in fairness, I mean, Little Venice does very well for a market that I forget to advertise ever, but most of what Little Venice does really well selling is not stuff that I can make, or that can be made at all. Little Venice does an awful lot of good trade in items which the game spawns, or which are created by other things, like my PMK shop sells a lot. My rares shop does okay, and obviously I have made a lot of those, but not all of them. Sometimes it's I buy a better rare for myself, and so I cycle the one I was using before back into my rare shop. Sometimes they're ones that I've bulk bought, or that I've found when I've gone wombling. They come from all kinds of places. Like my dyes shop, I make some of the dyes in it, but a lot of them I've bought in the past. And things like bloods and potions and stuff like that, like bloods sell well. Dragons make those, I don't make those. So, and I do sell some bulks, although I have yet to update them in Little Venice. But I have to say, I often don't end up making my own bulks either. I just have a massive warehouse where I frequently buy a lot of stuff in bulk, because I'm a consummate builder. And also stuff that I womble off Fallen Deeds when I'm just out wandering and things. And every so often I'm like, I've got an excess of these kinds of materials. Why don't we stick some of them in the bulk pens? That's how my bulk pens work. There's a bell too. I like them, but they're too small for the price for me. So you're going to see my kind of, you're going to see a little bit of my assessment process of how much I'm willing to pay for things here. And at some point, when I go and rewatch this stream, just for kind of quality and posterity, I know I'm going to see myself scanning past something which I wasn't paying attention to when I was streaming, and I'll be like, God, I should have bought that thing. We shall see. I've only gone around like 10 merchants, and there's like 50 here. Whoa, that's an oak tree.
I've never destroyed anything of rarity in that way, bit and spider, but way back when, after Wormageddon, when we first got onto the new server, they gave us like we could sort of claim things, like some items, to get us started to make up for it, and I accidentally immediately burnt my brand new hatchet, which was like the best thing I had. So that made me very sad.
No. So yeah, I don't think I've ever destroyed a rare item. All of my rare tools are high quality ones. My skiller tools are not rare ones, because I've blown up so many skiller stone chisels doing restoration. I can't tell you how many, and quite a lot of grooming brushes as well. But no rare ones. I do remember Nine telling me that he accidentally blew up I think it was someone's a supreme tool. I think in a forge. I think it was Supreme, or was it a GM named item? It was something pretty special anyway. I have not been that unfortunate, but I have absolutely seen occasionally at things like Impelongs somebody put something flammable in a forge, and everybody's like, no, don't do it. Like things like dredges, for example, which require blacksmithing tools or skill.
Yeah.
But can't be put in forges because the blacksmithing stations at Impelongs tend to be forges, and if you haven't got somewhere safe to put them to one side, or apparently I was talking to Merchant Bulky for too long. he just withdrew from the trade. He got sick of me. What? Oh no, I think somebody else booted me off him. That's all right. Sorry if my worm is doing a little bit of a weird judder for you there. I'm not sure quite what's causing that. Sometimes at Impelongs people will put things inside altars for casting, which is if you've not yet been to an Impelong, if you don't know, do not put them in the altars. That will get them sacrificed accidentally. There's usually LSUs, large storage units, or something similar nearby to put your items in for enchanting. I'll tell you what I do need to keep an eye out for is more archaeology woods, because I think I have stripped Bun and Myra's market of all of the ones I want.
Which woods are you looking for? Because I'm looking at a merchant right now with some on it.
Are you? Okay. Tell me the name of the merchant. I mean, Lingonberry is the one that I never have enough of, but I'm also interested in Thorn and Blueberry.
There is a Lingonberry shaft.
Okay, I've got a. Where is you?
Dragon.
Where is you? Are you on the long stretch, or are you around the middle bit?
I'm on the sort of northern bit off the middle, if that makes sense.
Okay. I'm just going to go and spy where I see you. Okay, I should go there and have a look in a minute. Thorn is lovely, and Thorn is very reliably almost always the same colour. We did determine on another stream recently that Thorn Corbitas are a little bit lighter, so there are some variations in the Thorn colour, but they're not huge. Tend to be a lot more variations in things like the Blueberry, which is beautiful in fine furnishings. It's a really deep, rich, dark purple, but it's then quite a sort of a light and maybe kind of slightly washed out version of it when you put it on vehicles. So, but Thorn is pretty consistently always wonderful, and Lingonberry too, and they're really kind of saturated colours, which I suspect is why they are quite so popular. Oh, look at the shinies. Thankfully, not all of the markets are quite as big as this. Otherwise, we would not get around more than 3 markets tonight. Supreme Thornwood Gnar almost looks purple to me. I mean, I've got a. I suppose is that where you got the Supreme Glow on top, because the Supreme Glow is a kind of that is a kind of purpley colour, isn't it? So I guess that's the rarity interacting with the colour on it. Like my rare Thorn Gnar, still looks pretty green. But yeah, blue-purple shine on the Supreme. Right, if I could just come back round to the side I started. Yes, I have. Let's go and have a look at the one that Ruffle was looking at. But yeah, so this is only my fourth stream that I'm hosting. So this is all still a little bit new to me, trying to do all of the things I've been. For those of you that have been watching or listening to me on stream for a while, with Calvert, listening rather than watching on Calvert's streams, you'll know that we rip the piss out of him for how much he has struggled sometimes to do all of the things and pay attention to all the things. But there is a hell of a lot to pay attention to. So I have to say, I am renewed appreciation for streamers and the number of things they have to keep track of. Thank you, Alan. Thanks. I'm trying.
I'm just looking about in the background, to be honest.
Nice. Yeah. I think I'm probably okay for shafts. It's planks that are really the problem, and I suspect actually there's been a bit of a run on archaeology wood planks since the ceilings update, because you can make squared ceilings in archaeology woods, and you can do that with shingles. You can cut 8 shingles from a plank, so that's 8 ceilings, because it only needs to be the final shingle to make it that colour. What have we got here? Raspberry. Oh, having that. Having that. Owls. Wait, are there more thorn ones, or is it just? Okay, no, it's still showing up in the window. Hi, Moomin. Yeah, he. So for anybody who doesn't know, Calvert has had to step back from everything, from Wurm and from streaming. He's had to close his Twitch account. And he's doing okay. It's just some real life stuff that needs his attention for a while. So he's taken a break. I very much hope that we will have him back in Wurm in time. But obviously I can't make any promises on his behalf. He's doing okay. He's got some big things that he needs to focus on. I'm pretty heartbroken about it, obviously, because Calvert and I have been streaming together pretty solidly for the past 6 or 8 months. I will, yups. I will pass all of your best wishes on. I'm sure he would like to know that he's missed. I will send your regards, Moomin. Big shoes to fill, because he's been one of Wurm's most consistent streamers for quite a while now. But yeah, he's had to take a step back. He's had to do it quite suddenly as well, so without any kind of announcement or whatever. And I was getting a few PMs from people last night, as we would normally stream together on a Friday, which is why I just popped a post up on the Thor Spring thread on the forums for anybody who wasn't catching me in game or didn't know where to ask and was going looking for him on Twitch and wondering where he'd gone. That's it, I'm afraid. But fingers crossed, in time he will be able to come back and we'll get to enjoy his stuff again. All right, what was I doing? Oh, I was buying archaeology planks. So
you don't have to train me to scream. I am.
Yeah, I don't think Ruffle's going to take any training. But
it's very easy to make me jump. So
on the plus side for Ruffle, you can't have channel points and sound emotes and alerts and things like that until you're an affiliate, and you have to have 50 followers to get to affiliate. So it's going to be a little while before I'm able to get up to mischief by giving you all jump scares that you can throw at us. So for now, you're just going to have to do your own foghorns in the chat, I'm afraid. And if anybody wants to try and do something like Captain Pugwash in chat, I mean, good on you.
And I thought you were going to lure me off that cliff earlier today. So Crim got me out to take a picture of me, and she's like, just back up a bit, and I'm like, I'm stood next to a massive.
Yes.
Thank you for the follow, Rock Lobster.
Nervously shuffling backwards, waiting to fall off the mountain.
So yeah, I was trying to take a better picture of Ruffle for the title screen, which if you didn't catch it right at the beginning, then when I upload the VOD to YouTube, you'll see it there, and I'll post it up on Insta and on the Wurm Facebook group and things, so you'll see it there. But I took a nice kind of portrait shot of her as well, but I did take her right up onto the edge of a cliff, and I was like, right, now just look at me, stay there, now back slowly up, and I saw her backing towards the edge, and I was like, what have I done? The second I stopped taking pictures as well, a troll popped up from the mountainside.
Yes.
Thank you, Yups. A troll popped up and started hitting us, but she was polite enough, the troll, that is, to wait for me to finish doing my portrait shots first, at least. Is that enough? Is that now? You know what, I like grapewood. You know, okay, let's just have all of those. How much am I carrying? A bit, some, yes. All the planks. But yeah, so obviously Calvert's not going to be joining me on these streams for the foreseeable either. We have planned to do some streams together here as well, but maybe if he comes back in future, we will get to do some then. But I've got the lovely Ruffle with me. We are going to be doing camping adventures, Ruffle and me, like kind of backpacking adventures across Wurm, although we'll probably take a cart with a nice little kind of glamping setup and everything. But I wasn't quite ready to start those today. But I I thought that I could do with a buddy, and Ruffle, bless her, was very good. And she was like, I've got to do it sometime. Let's start today.
Here I
And
am.
the lovely Bunlows, who is also in chat, is going to be streaming with me soon as well. Bun and I are going to be doing some treasure hunts, because Bun is a supreme treasure hunter, very experienced treasure hunter, and I can just about read a map, as any of you who've seen me go treasure hunting with Calvert will know. Yeah, brace yourself. We'll try not to be too efficient, because maybe that will not make for very good watching, but we'll see. So that one's going to be coming up soon, the very first of those, and I will be doing some more streams, by myself. I've got some plans for different things that I want to do. I'm also getting the urge to do some building again.
Yes.
Thank you, Surprise Onion. I see you there. It's nice to see you come and support us. I hear that you were forced to make a Twitch account today. Yeah, so I've got a whole bunch of things kind of in the planning. I'm just kind of gearing up and figuring out what sort of a schedule I can do, if I can move up to maybe 2 streams a week, because I've been doing it for a few Saturdays now. I might try and throw a weeknight one in as well. But with some guest streams as well, we're going to have a lot of different kinds of things that will hopefully appeal to different people. I'm all good for enchanted items. Have you found, Ruffle, anywhere else doing archaeology woods? I don't suppose you spotted any exciting statuettes? So I think, from memory, most of the ones down this row are, or at least some of the ones down this row, are merchants that belong to other players on Delhi and perhaps beyond Delhi as well, whereas most of Joe the Bard's ones are in this middle section and around the sides here. So so if you've been paying attention to prices at all, there you go. So this is Coolman's merchant. Coolman also has a market that I think he is trying to re-establish on I think it's around M8 on Xanadu. I haven't actually had a chance to pop over yet and see how far he's gotten, because there used to be a market there which sort of fell into disrepair, and I know he was trying to revive it. He mentioned on the marketplace thread, so I shall make a point of popping over there at some point and seeing how he's getting on. Oof, it's dragon scale boots on this one.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to manage a 7-hour stream.
Got to support your D&D players. Yeah, so for anybody in chat, Surprise Onion, who's just joined, is actually my GM in one of my D&D games. Being very good and coming in and supporting us, even though he does not play Wurm, despite the fact that we do keep trying to lure him in. Green Commonweal hat. I mean, so if any of you got those, what was the skin called? There was a skin a few months ago. Yeah, the one that was like the bird's nest.
Companion bird skin.
So if any of you bought, thank you, the companion bird skin with your marks on the month that it became available, it goes on a Green Commonweal hat. There is one for sale in this market, which I'm not going to buy because I managed to make 2. I was very lucky when that skin came out. And whilst you would not catch me dead wearing it on my head, I'm afraid. Apart from anything else, because I've got my lovely tricorn, and you'd have to prize that off my cold dead body because it's a supreme one that Bob gave me. But these Green Commonweal hats, you stick a bird skin on it and you can just use it like decoration, because since they changed it so that skinned items don't take decay when they're displayed, they're great for deco, and you can just put that down. You can nest something around it like a Christmas wreath or an autumn wreath, and you've just got a beautiful rare little nest of Tweety birds sitting on their eggs.
Mine's on my indoor foam altar. That's where mine is.
I've got one on top of a bookcase, and I think I've got one by the hot tub upstairs because I've got 2 of them. So get it. If you've got a skin that you're sitting on for that, there is one of those. But also, if you want to try making some yourself, copper lumps. You want rare copper lumps? Try with those, because making a Green Commonweal hat, I think, has got, I don't know, is it a 1 in 3 or a 1 in 5 chance with a rare lump? Let's have a look. Green Commonweal hat. So a 1 in 3. So unless the water counts as 1, which might make it a 1 in 4, I don't know. But the point is that any item that you craft which has more than 2 parts, if you use a rare mat to make it, use the whole rare mat to make it, you have a 1 in however many parts chance of transferring the rarity. So a 3 or 4 part item is about as good odds as you can get. So if you're sitting on a bunch of rare copper lumps and you've no idea what to do with them, try making yourself some green common wool hats and slap a skin on them and use them to decorate something. My decorating tip of the day: rare drake statue frag here. 50 though.
Yeah, I saw that.
Do you know what? I'm kind of spoiled. I have 2 rare drake frag statues. One of them was an alloy, and that's the one I completed first, with Joe's help, in fact, because I got it. I think it was a holy site. It was one of the fishers, the mag fishers, spat out a rare drake alloy fragment at me, and I was like, oh my god, a rare drake frag! And then I was like, fuck, it's an alloy one. I was sat on it being like, I am never going to finish this. And then I had a brainwave and I thought, who do I know who does all of the archaeology ever? And I PM'd Joe and I was like, how many alloy drake frags have you got? And how many of them are for sale? And she sorted me right out. So weirdly, the alloy drake statue is the first of those I finished, and then I got a normal one to go with it. So I've got a spare, and I don't know if I want 2 rare drake statues or if I want to sell the other one. But they are pretty nice. Pretty nice. What rare statues have you got at the moment, Ruffle? Have you got any archaeology statues completed or waiting completion?
I have a rare unicorn.
Nice.
That I made just the other day.
Nice.
And I've got like a little digger statuette or something like that that's rare.
Oh, 5.5 silver though. I just got really excited by those rare metal chandeliers. Someone's been working hard. They've only been creatable for like a few weeks.
The temptation.
Myra's got 2 rare eagles. Very nice. Fantastic water would be a game change. Glowing fountains. Yeah, sadly I mean, I've never come across rare water. I assume that there is no rare water in the game, but there are GM named waters. For example, let me just put some of these back in my coin purse. For example, I'm carrying at least 1 of them, and I think I've got... What am I looking at? So there are kind of these sort of GM spawned variations. Like I've got gold water, so the Brambleheim wells are all gold water, sort of like Midas touched wells. Not rare, alas, but ever so slightly different than the normal ones. That was a Thor Spring one. That is player renamed rather than GM named. But there's some other ones around. So there's Guess What water. There's Nadroj tears. And if you put some salt in it, you get salty Nadroj tears as well. So there are some weird waters around in the game. And for anybody who hasn't come across those yet or hasn't tried playing with water, you can fill a well with it. You only need a little bit. You need to empty out a well or a fountain or anything that's on a water source completely. Put the water in that you've got, the special water, and then just wait for it to refill, and it will refill the whole thing then with that water. And then you can go and spike your other fountains and wells and things. So that's how you can propagate it in game. Got a rare silver staff here. Another rare mask. Bunch of rare horseshoes. Ooh, skins!
We should rename this stream to Crim and Ruffle Go Bankrupt.
Yeah, people got a bit spendy in Little Venice over Christmas, so I went and took a load of money out of it the other day, and I was like, oh my god, I've got money! Now I need to go and find somewhere to spend it. Brilliant. And a mask of deception. Got some bloods. Ooh, picnic I've got more picnic baskets than I know what to do with. Have you bought anything yet, Ruffle? I've got pockets full of planks.
I've got a couple of pegs.
You got a couple of pegs. Couple of pegs. There's a rare flaming skull here. Although, a bit more than I'd like to spend. Rare Dioptras. There seems to be quite a few of those around now. I think that the magfishers must be spitting out some rare Dioptra frags, because I've seen quite a few of those for sale, and you almost never used to see those for sale. So I tend to think that these must generally be archaeology creations, but perhaps they're not all. Maybe some are created the old-fashioned way. I'm cool and I know it. I think that came out of I think that came out of a New Year's box. Did that come out of this year's New Year's box? No, this year's was a bear hat, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Also a lot from Treasure. Oh, I see. So are you getting rare Dioptras or rare Dioptra frags in treasure chests? Oh, Madoon, you got a Supreme Dioptra from treasure hunting. Very nice. Hmm. Well, there you go, folks. Magfishers and treasure hunting. That's how you get your rare Dioptras. Or you can come and buy them. Did everybody manage to who went hunting for one manage to get themselves a New Year's box this year? It's now a bit of a New Year's tradition for me. I've managed it for the last 5 years, so I tend to be sat on Wurm at midnight to see the fireworks go off at midnight, and then I wait up into the early hours until the word goes out that they've dropped the New Year's boxes, and I stay awake until I've found one, and then I get to sleep.
That is now my New Year's tradition as well.
It's a good one. Got another rare chandelier here. You have no idea where they're hiding those damn boxes, my dude. They can be tricky. They can be tricky to find. I suppose my tip, and Xanadu players might not be pleased with me for this, but my tip for anybody on the smaller servers, where they tend to be a little bit more spread out, is if you were a little bit late getting to the game and you're struggling to find one on your small server, try going and having a look around the Xanadu start towns. There might still be some around. I know some people have found New Year's boxes months after they were dropped, because some are better hidden than others. But because Xanadu is so vast, on Xanadu they tend to keep them a bit closer to the various start towns so that people know where to start looking, basically. Whereas on the smaller servers, historically speaking at least, I assume it's still the same this year, you would find, maybe some near the start town, but there would be some just way further afield. So you've got to do, in some ways, a bit more legwork on the smaller servers to find them than you do on Xanadu. You got too tired, Myra. Well, Bitten, I don't know if you're on the Northern Freedom Isles or the Southern Freedom Isles, but there's still time to go looking. They've only been out a few days. A lot of the very easy to spot ones will likely have gone by people who were hot off it, but as I say, there will still be some out there, and there will likely still be some very well hidden. I
did find one in April last year.
Here you go. There you go. Alas, at that point, the food in them will have decayed, but the other stuff will still be good. Pro tips for anybody hunting for New Year's boxes who hasn't found one yet. They are often put within sight of a highway. Not always, but often. So starting with highways is a good place to go. You probably, if you've got nice, shiny, high graphic settings like this, want to make yourself a second profile. And you want it on the lowest graphic settings possible, except you want your item render distance to be set to far. Because when you take out a lot of this visual clutter, like the all of the beautiful kind of the grasses and the cobblestone and all that texture, it just gets a lot easier to spot things hidden in the grass, which these will be. They're not going to be placed on things, they will be placed at ground level. Try looking in things like the nooks of trees, like sometimes you'll find like one poking out of a bit of an oak tree, like this, so tucked into trees or tucked right up against sort of stone walls and things, or bushes and stuff like that. You sometimes find them under guard towers. You're on cadence, Bitten. So yeah, maybe try start at the start towns across Northern Freedom Isles, work your way out from there. So it is always a small chest, so it's the size of a small chest. I don't think there's going to be one around here to see, but what have we got for scale? So these hay bales, it's sort of it's about half the height of one of these and only about that long. But if you've got a small chest anywhere, just pop it on the ground. You'll see that's the size you're looking for. It is always a small chest, but it is in an unusual colour and it is always rare. So it will be shiny. This year's ones are Empyrean, but they look a kind of dark brown colour, and they're GM created. So they just tend to have some nice kind of collectible items in, nothing kind of very powerful or game breaking, just some nice renamed items, usually some renamed festive foods in them. And the box is in a material that you can't make a box out of, usually, this year Empyrean. Previous years we've had like straw. There was a Lingonbury one year, which obviously we can make, it's an archwood, but they're just nice little things for people to find. It's a bit of a scavenger hunt. Oh, look at that refresh. But yeah, so if you want to go hunting and you haven't had a chance yet, look under guard towers. Try looking in things like fountains and stuff. You still start to get a knack for it. You know, they are placed by people. They are not spawned in the game. So you're looking for places that somebody wandering around the game might think, oh, that's a good place to hide something, rather than just looking for whatever the game randomly spawns like anything else. They are placed by people. So get out there and get hunting if you haven't had a look yet.
It's always been, as you say, sort of just like a couple of tiles at most off the highway, and like behind an oak tree or under a bush or in a dip in the land.
Sometimes they use the terrain craftily. I have seen some a bit further away off highways. Like sometimes I've wandered, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 tiles off a highway and found one sort of like in a dip where there's a pathway carving down to what used to be a mine or something that just obscures it from immediate view. I once saw a very crafty GM had placed one in a public market, i.e. an off-deed market, and they had tucked it underneath one of the market stands. I think it was actually in Glass Hollow, after the Glass Hollow market first disbanded before it was re-established. And there were all of these decorated market stalls, and someone had just tucked it neatly under a market table, and I thought that was very good. It was just hiding there in plain sight, in and amongst the clutter. Right, I'm conscious that we've been here a while. Are you still shopping? Ruffle? Are you still looking?
No,
are you pretty much done?
Well, I mean, I am, but I'm not, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Ooh. I've just found another rares one. Just let me have a quick look-see. I have now got a full rare chain set, though. When I switch into my Pirate Crim outfit, my blue one, that's a completely rare chain set. What I haven't yet got, though, is my striped sleeves rare. So if you happen to see a rare striped sleeve anywhere, I need to get me a pair of those. Myra says sometimes they drop under a tree and then the tree grows and hides it. Memers, so you went to where the sparkly beam was. So the sparkly beams on New Year's are not the treasure chests. Those are rare silver coins. And I think they are auto spawned by the game. That's the thing that's been happening in game for years. I'm just gonna, let me just find my boat. But yeah, so at New Year's, when the fireworks go off and you get those, I think for like 3 or 4 minutes, you get extra sparklies streaming up all over the map, like you get from the start towns when Santa's there. Those are rare silver coins getting scattered across the server, but unless you happen to be very close when one goes off, like you're not going to get to it before the sparklies go. Some people are lucky and they get there in time, or one spawns really close to them, but generally speaking it's giving you an indication of the direction that you can go running. But then when the sparkles stop, you are looking for a rare silver coin, possibly on quite dense ground. So where are we going to go next? Okay, so we're going to go this way. One of the perils of doing what we're doing, oh, I missed Yups in local. Yes, Yups is a pottery maker. If anybody wants high quality pottery, Yups is your person. Yups has, at a couple of Impelongs now, done beautiful things to some rare pottery, which I couldn't get past about, I don't know, 50 or 60 or 70, and Yups has taken them up beautifully so that they're ready to be fired. Yeah, you have to not be at a New Year's Eve party. I have a life. It's just I don't really like parties. I don't like loud, sensory overwhelm kinds of things with lots of people and lots of booze, lots of drunk people. So a New Year's Eve at home is my idea of a good time. And Wurm just gave me the perfect excuse. So, woo! I just clicked the wrong thing. Disembarked myself from the boat. I was trying to plot a course to release. Next, we are going to be hopping over to Kazumi's market, Greenwood Market, on release. And then from there, we're going to bounce back to Pristine, and we're going to go and visit Ao's attic. These are two other very good markets. Hi there, Audra. Yeah, so we are just leaving Southport Market for anybody who joined us after we had already got there. We are currently on Deliverance. Southport Market is Joe the Bard / Muse's place, and it's just about here. Let me have a look at my marketplace thread and I'll give you the exact coordinates. Delhi. U18. Yeah, so it's here, just where these little dots are. That's Southport Market where we just were. And that's more than 50 merchant stalls there with a lot of good stuff, but you do need to set aside a bit of time to go rummaging because there's quite a lot to rummage through. And now this is probably one of the longer sales we're gonna have to do. Most of them are gonna be a little bit closer together than this, but luckily the wind is still kind of on our side. 22 kilometers an hour is not bad. We're in a sailing boat. But as we discovered a few weeks ago, a couple of months ago, when I first primped up a sailing boat for Calvert and I to go sailing in, you can go almost as fast in a sailing boat as a Nar if it's tinked up. And this is one of J Popper's, I think. Yeah. So this one was made by the brilliant J Popper. If you're a Southern Freedom Isles player, you will undoubtedly have come across J Popper's excellent boat building skills before. Obviously this is in Lingonbury, which is why it's this lovely dark colour, and it matches my outfit. Look at that. Black and red boat for a black and red Crim. I thought that was quite nice and matchy. But I ruined and named 2 sailing boats for sailing adventures with other people on stream, and the other one is a kind of a rich jade turquoisey greeny blue.
Very pretty.
That's the one that made me get a whole second outfit, because I got in it in my usual red outfit, and this is green, and I thought it looked like a Christmas tree. So that prompted me to go and make a pirate Crim outfit in blue to match it. And I was so excited today when I was like, we could take the red boat out. I could wear my red gear. You're still feeding reindeers, Mimas. I kind of am as well, and for the first time yesterday or the day before, I made the mistake of logging out at the end of the day with, we're beached, with reindeer food in my pockets. And when I logged in the next day, it was up to like 70 damage, so I felt quite bad feeding mouldy reindeer food to a bunch of reindeer, but I was like, well, if I don't use it, it's gonna go. I've currently got about 75 reindeer food sat in an LMC at home waiting for my alts to go and pick it up and do their extra ones. They're over and above the 2, which I think you need 25 for to do the 3rd and the 4th, because then you get it grows at such a rate that it's an eye-watering amount of reindeer food you've got to feed them past that point. You're trying to get 8 or 10 of those L maps. What are L maps? Oh, lamps. Do you mean lamps?
There's a single merchant there.
With it? Where? Oh, let's go and have a quick. Let's slight detour. Slight detour.
Distracted.
Not to get distracted. Let's just go and have a quick peeksy. Let's just see what they got. Let's just see what they got.
Oh no, you beat me to it.
Oh, they got some rare shards.
Oh.
Alas, I have got more rare shards than I know what to do with. In fact, I had them all sitting in my LMCs, and I was like, you know what, they're taking up space. I just need to use them. I'll let you get back in the boat before I take off. I tried very hard to use up a load of the rare shards that I had in storage the other day. Pro tip for anybody who's not used to those things, if you're trying to store them in something like an LMC, if it's a stone shard, cut a grindstone off it first, and then cut a whetstone off it, which I think should tink it down to the smallest iteration that you can then imp with it in one. But for other kinds of shards, like sandstone shards, you can... wait, is it a brick and a grindstone? Not a whetstone. I think it's a brick and a grindstone. So if you've got something like sandstone shards or another kind of material, you can still lop a brick off it, but you can't then lop a grindstone off it. So you've got to find something to imp up with it first. And my problem is my masonry is high enough that pretty much anything I make in stone gets created higher than some of the rare shards that I've been sat on. And I got to a point where I was like making new sandstone fountains just to imp them up with my rare shards to get the shards down to enough that I could then use the last piece on something else. And I reached a point where I was tempted to just throw them in the trash, to be honest. Like, what was it? I think we kind of been on a treasure hunt somewhere the other day. We got a rare marble shard. Oh, it was on I did a stream doing a bit of archaeology and some restoration. I got a rare marble shard and I was like, well, that's going in the bin. And Button was like, what? Rare shards, how dare! Rare shards are the bane of my life. I feel obliged to hang on to them, but I really drag my heels about using them.
Fill up my LMCs.
You need to work with a rubbish mason. Yeah, you know, if I was sensible, what I would do is get one of my alts to create something, and also get one of my alts to do the repairs, so that they lost more and got back down, but even that just is more faff than I could be bothered with. The marble is usable. The marble is usable. Well, I haven't actually thrown the marble one in the trash bun. You'll be very pleased to hear. Oh, there's a big sign. Well, there used to be a market there, and there's clearly still a deed there, but every time I've gone, the market no longer existed. But that big delish sign, I think. Well, it might have predated the market, but when I was first coming over here, that was a marketplace. And other people have learnt from their example, because if you go over to the start town on Exodus, Rock Lobsters got a market there just outside of Esert on Exodus, and that's got a big shop sign, just like that, like a billboard. Oh, it's stopped rendering now. Like a billboard, so you can't possibly miss it. And Jake Rivers has got another market tucked just behind it, so there's actually 2 markets side by side there. Gosh, look at the size of those moons. I swear Valray is getting bigger. It can't be just me.
Maybe it's like they're secretly going to just eat us up one day.
You think they're just very, very slowly, like, circling closer? Oh, I'm going to take these off for a bit.
Closer and closer.
Yeah, maybe. Jackal over there. Where's Ceres? Maybe we can't see it at the moment, or maybe it's hiding behind a mountain. I'm lucky when I spot Haven, because Haven's tiny. But I do like the moons. Yeah, just being like, where'd the other moons go? They might also be not actually in the sky at the moment. It's possible they're somewhere down below the horizon. Oh, why did I slow us down? I accidentally put the sail down.
Yes.
Thank you for the follow, Bounty. Yeah, I mean, I love Worm Skies. But look, they're gonna cross. Which one's going to eclipse which one? I never know. Because I spent quite a lot of time watching Wurm Skies and not doing any skilling or anything, just stargazing, sky gazing, if you like. In fact, I even built a whole deed just for sky watching. It's in the perfect place to get the perfect sunset, the perfect sunrise, and beautiful nighttime views without too much light pollution. I digress. Because I spent so much time watching the skies, and also quite a bit of time screen recording things like sunrises, sunsets, some cool weather like lightning and storms and things. And are you waving at reindeer?
No.
I've had a bit of occasion to watch the various different axes that the moons and the sun and everything else move on, because when you film it for a while and then you watch it, if you speed it up, it's really interesting seeing how all of the different bits move in different ways, which is why we get such kind of infinite variety in the skies. Bissy, you wanted not too long ago to do astronomy with your skybox. Astronomy with your skybox? What?
I'm assuming that means something different.
What's a skybox for you over here? It's a television add-on. It's how you access Sky TV. Yeah. Tell us what's a skybox? What do you mean by a skybox? Oh, I need to pay attention to where we are. Whoops. Where are we? Okay, I know where we are.
I don't know where we are.
I know where we are. We're going to be taking a little bit of a... We're coming up to that island for a start.
I do know where we are.
The island of doom.
I definitely didn't do this, so, just...
Was it this island that got you?
It's the other one.
It's the other one.
I think. Or is it this one?
I don't know.
Me, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
But someone I know may have gone for a nosy on the weird island and tried to walk to the edge of the server to have a look at it and then fell off into Xanadu.
There are a couple of islands in the game, and Delhi has at least one of them where the island actually goes up to the server border, and it has caused no end of trouble. And anybody who pays attention to the patch notes, which is generally not me, but sometimes me, there was a patch out a little while ago to try and address some of those issues, because if you sail across a border and you sail onto one of those islands, you're screwed. If it's got a deed on it, you can't do anything, you can't move your boat off it, you're just stuck on the server border. It causes all kinds of glitches. Such a shame that the sky is now not shared. The old version had some astronomy pages in the wiki. There are still some astronomy pages in the wiki. You have to go hunting for them. Oh, I see. Skybox is the generic term for the last walls of game maps that have texture. Nice. There are still some astronomy pages on the wiki. I don't know how old they are, and I don't know if when we got, like a few years ago, when we got our lovely kind of big graphics update with all of the new volumetric lighting and things, and the more detailed skies and things with that, I don't know if any of the changes that were made there invalidated any of the stuff on the wiki. I'm not sure, but the skies in Wurm are particularly beautiful. I think the clouds are always changing. Like there is no kind of visible cycle or repetition in the clouds. Anyone who watched streams with Calvert and I, you'll have seen us stopping and looking at the skies a lot, because we do that off stream as well. Did that off stream. Like the skies are just lovely to watch, and in particular the sunrises and the sunsets, the hue changes. Those colours are lovely. This looks like the island, the edge of the server island.
Definitely not the one that my friend fell off.
Look at that sharp drop off. Right. Fingers crossed, everybody. We don't want to get eaten by server border sharks and have to call a GM out to help us. Here's hoping we both cross.
Stupidly convinced myself that I could just lean and look.
Whoa! Right, we've both made it across, but I have this, like 95% of the time, I have this particular thing where whenever I cross a server border, I have to disembark and re-embark for me to look like I'm in the boat, not swimming under the boat. And Ruffles just had to do likewise. And we noticed today there's a weird thing that only seems to happen with sailboats. I've never had this with a Nar, that when you re-embark, I look way higher up than Ruffle, but if I go into third person, it'll correct it.
I have it, but opposite.
There you go. So that's a new feature that I discovered only today. And I don't know if it is just sailing boats that it applies to, or if it's just this sailing boat. As I say, I've never had it in a Nar. But you get it 100% of the time, do you, Majune? Every so often, I speed across the border and I keep going. 95%, in fairness, might be generous. It might be more like 98% of the time I get that graphical glitch. But sometimes I just cross a border and carry straight on, and it's beautiful. But I'm so used to it not happening that it catches me off guard when it goes right.
I feel like it's always Pristine where I stay on the boat. Not every time I go to Pristine.
It's interesting.
But it's always Pristine when I do.
I don't think I've ever paid attention to which. I've definitely done it crossing over to release sometimes. The times when I notice it most is when there are impelongs and I'm ferrying creatures back towards the park, or just doing border hops to make the tame drop. And I do an awful lot of border crossings whilst impelongs are going on, in particular while arenas are going on at impelongs. And that's when I tend to notice it most, because almost always I get booted out of the boat, but then every so often I'll be not paying attention and my ult will just drive into a cliff on another server where it didn't happen that one time. I've just seen your comment, Rock Lobster. You could have made it too deep and done shop on both sides, I suppose, but then you would have had to use that much more in terms of materials. Whoop, I'm about to go straight past it. Right, folks. So this is Greenwood Market. We are currently here at N8 on the west side of Release. Kazumi was actually a big inspiration for me early on when I started sort of getting itchy fingers and wanting to create a market myself, because I think Kazumi's market was the first one I saw where somebody had made actual shops, and I was like, oh my god, this is amazing, I so want to do something like this. And the other thing I will do, since we're back on Release, I suppose, is pop in chat that we are streaming, just in case there's anybody on Release who wants to catch us. So this is Greenwood Market. And it is a really nice sort of shopping centre. with lots of little buildings with shops set in them. And as I say, there are others like this. These tend to be my favourite kinds of markets. I like these better than the flea markets just because I like decoration. But you get these sort of like individual little... oh, look at that. Right, there's your rare copper lumps for anybody who wants to have a go at making their own common wool hat. With a 1 in 3 chance, that'll be cheaper than buying a pre-made rare common wool hat. But yeah, so this has got sort of actual little kind of little shop rooms in it. This is what I would call a curated market. So instead of having sort of some of the merchants have quite a higgledy-piggledy array of whatever, they are all selling a very particular thing, 1 or 2 particular things. So there's you're waving at a garden gnome, Ruffle.
Of course.
Of course. Ruffle loves gnomes. She'll give all gnomes a home. So this is a rares merchant. There will be a PMK merchant. There will be one selling bloods and potions. There'll be one that just does cloth tailoring, one that just does leather working, and so on and so forth. And it certainly makes for a more organised shopping trip. But also it means that you tend to find these more often in... Oi! You just closed my window, Ruffle. Rude.
Why?
You tend to find these more curated stalls more often, but not exclusively, in markets like this where you've got specific shops for things, because then people can decorate the shops to match the themes. Got some green dragon scales on this one. Shield of the Ageless skin. That's the shield that I'm carrying, in fact. So for anybody who hasn't seen a shield of the Shield of the Ageless, it is this one, this skin here, which is very fancy. There are, I mean, there's
face like people can see that.
there's quite a few shield skins in the game, but my 2 favourites are this one, Shield of the Ageless, which is a large metal shield skin, and the Soul Shield skin, which I do also have one of on a rare. I realised I put it in Little Venice on display. I thought that I hadn't yet found a rare medium shield, and then I realised I just used it for deco. But I will train that one up at some point. There are many other shield skins behind, but those are my favourites. What do I need? I need my UI back on. That's what I need. Instead of accidentally taking screenshots. Well done, me. But yeah, that's a good shield skin. Got a dragon statuette. Oh, and some potions. But yeah, this is a lovely example of a market set up with proper little shops in it. It's got some big kind of hall spaces like this where you've got 2 or 3 merchants together. There's a dye shop here. I buy dyes from everybody who has a big dye shop. I buy Sid's dyes, I buy Kazumi's dyes. I've bought some from Bastet's Market, which is over on Celebration. Not one of the ones we're going to make it to today. Fancy.
I don't know why I'm checking the Easter egg merchant.
Yeah. For anybody who doesn't know, Ruffle and I are Easter egg fiends. I showed Ruffle my trick for finding all of the Easter eggs, and we are both of us, I think, sat on hundreds of the things. They're just so gemmy. They're just so gemmy. I can, like, at any time of year, not just Easter, I can happily while away a few hours just walking through the wilderness, filling my pockets with Easter eggs, and there's still loads of them out there to be found. More Easter eggs than you know what to do with. Plenty for everybody. And we're now only a few months off alone more being spawned again. You just sold 300 Easter eggs on NFI. Very good memers. If any of you on Southern Freedom Isles, or who have visited Southern Freedom Isles for an Impalong, have been to the Delhi Renaissance Festival, which Bun and Myra and their alliance run every year, they also ran a little extra one, an Impolite. Oh, see, I can't boot you off a merchant, but you've managed to boot me off one. I'm going for the dyes. If any of you have been to the Delhi Renaissance Festival, they do some great decorating with eggs. Like they've made all kinds of patterns with them. They've made like follow through routes across the imping buildings and things with them. Really good example there of creative ways to use your Easter eggs if you too are sitting on a lot of them. Oh, these are Kazumi's spring colours, and I think I've got some of all of them already. But they are nice. She did a load of kind of sort of like pastels and springy colours, and I went and I bought a load. Oh god, there is an Easter egg merchant. Trouble is, I want to look at the Easter eggs. Fun fact for anybody who didn't know, you can also repaint Easter eggs. So you can absolutely take the colour off them and repaint them. So if you want to do something really cool with decoration, what you could do is get a bunch of Easter eggs and choose your colours on them yourself to make some, use them to make some kind of a, I don't know, design or something. There was a super picture which Calvert took of me, I think. Or was it one that I took of me? I know he shared it on a previous stream one time. Let me just see if I can find it. Last Easter, when I was trying to sort my eggs, and in order to sort them, I had to see them. And I was laying them all out, like, tidily on the ground. I was at Thor Spring at the time, at Calvert's Deed, and I had pockets and pockets full of eggs. And I thought, well, you know what, I've got a bit of time to kill. Maybe I'll just try and pick my favourite ones out now. And 3 hours later, he logged back in to find me sat on a tile, surrounded by Easter eggs, still with backpacks full of them that I couldn't find a place to drop. It was getting frankly ridiculous, but there was a picture of it. There was a picture of it somewhere, and I don't know if I've got the one he took, but I must have the one that I took. I'll find it and bung it in the chat for you. I think there was a possibly the corpse of an Easter bunny right by it as well. You know, just as you do. As you do. Oh, where would I be? Where would I be?
Just buying some dyes.
You're buying some dyes? No. Yeah, but we can never have enough dye, can we?
No.
Oh, maybe I didn't. Okay. Let's see if I can quickly dig it out. I know I'm not going to be able to find the one that Calvert took of me.
Hello, Robbie.
Because I don't think I've got that one saved. Hello, Robbie. Nice to see you. We're on a market, on a shopping spree. There we go. There we go.
Shopping? That never happened.
Yeah, we don't spend all of our money in Wurm in other people's shops, despite having markets ourselves. That doesn't sound like us at all.
No,
definitely not.
I was saying earlier, surely other people shop at markets and it isn't just me and you.
Well, they absolutely do, because people are spending money at my market. Blow complete. Okay, here we go. Right, sorry, that took a little bit longer than I intended. I did also try, because I had a bit of a brainwave, and I was like, I bet I could make a quilt out of Easter eggs. But I very quickly, unfortunately, ran into the item limit on a given tile trying to do that. I did try. For science, you know. There you go. There's me surrounded by my Easter eggs, and I hadn't got even a third of them out at that point after a couple of mornings of collecting Easter eggs.
Poor bunny. Oh.
Poor bunny. I've got a load of bunny paws, if anybody would like one, just for keepsies. Oh, we got a load of statuettes there, but no rare ones, I'm afraid. Rock lobster. Load of Alray items on that one. Oh, archery, probably not for me. Got a blacksmith there. I PM'd as many of the people whose markets we were going to be visiting today as I could, although whether or not we will actually get round to them all, I don't know. Got a shipbuilding mats one there. But some of them I wasn't able to get hold of. I wasn't able to get hold of Kazumi, for example, at the point that I was trying to contact people. So I tried to give as many of the market owners heads up as possible, but there are some that I didn't manage to reach, so I very much hope that they don't mind us coming in and having a nosy on stream, and Kazumi was one of them. I couldn't catch in game in time with my excellent preparation. Kazumi sometimes has really interesting animals in her market as well, so I often come over to keep an eye on those. If you're into fishing, I don't often find fishing merchants where you can buy stuff like this, and if you find things like making fishing lines a pain in the arse. Kazumi's one of the few places that has a fishing merchant where you can come and buy them. Mr. Coolman's place on Xanadu used to have one as well. I think it was Martinez's one, but I don't think that's there now. creature pens here are currently empty at the moment. Kazumi breeds some conditioned creatures, like conditioned deer, for example, so you'll sometimes find interesting ones of those here. Someone keeps trying to get me to open a dye merchant. Well, you are a good dye maker, Robbie. There's a reason that we keep you around for our Christmas dyes. I jest. Robbie's been in our alliance longer than I think any of us. But Robbie is a very good dye maker. And I've got a particularly nice, all of the lamps in the upper bit of Brambleheim on the main deed have got a lovely kind of green Feywild sort of a glow. And that was a dye that Robbie made for me one Christmas, I think. Oh, nice. So she's actually dyed a load of the stuff in her cloth tailoring shop in the colours that she's got in her dye shop, and I like that. That's cute.
She sometimes has on this outer bit like furniture sets.
Oh yeah, and the bulk pens.
If you built somewhere and you're feeling lazy about decorating, you can just kind of go and get loads of stuff all in one go, which is quite nice.
Yeah, I love decorating, and I also sometimes just get suddenly exhausted by it. So I think we were saying last stream, like, we do a lot of wombling, just so we don't have to make quite so much stuff from scratch. Got some tapestries on this one, although someone has clearly bought Kazumi out of tapestries, because normally she's got several of every single kind. Clearly somebody's been here coming to get stuff ready to decorate a deed. Got lamps over there. I think there's an archaeology frags one somewhere, unless I've missed it. Oh no, we got the cartography one in here. Got some turrets. They're a bit of a pain to make, the turrets, but they're quite fun. I just wish that you could turn the noises off on them, because the clanking turns my teeth on edge. This one's got a lot of chess pieces. I'm building up a collection of rare chess pieces, which are never going to be used to try and make a rare chessboard. I just really like them as deco, because if you've never put the chess pieces down on the side, they're adorable. They're tiny little figures of things like rift beasts. There's I think the queen is a Labilla, tiny little Labilla. There's a rift beast. There's hell horses. There's all sorts. So if you're one of those people who has seen chess pieces left behind in treasure chests around the map, or got more than you know what to do with, and you haven't yet tried using them as decoration, use them as decoration. They're adorable little figurines. I love them.
Most of what I find in left behind treasure chests is something that says "Bun was here" on it.
Bun's been everywhere. How do we think auction houses will affect markets? I don't know. I mean, I'm not. I know a lot of people are really interested in auction houses coming to Wurm, and I think we're going to need to wait for testing to see exactly what kind of features they put in there. I think the kinds of people who want an auction house and will make best use of it are probably not the people who are going looking for things on merchants anyway, but I might be wrong. I think that as a way around doing things a little bit differently to trade chat is probably good, but I think that the people who are going to markets for the most part are the people who are interested in either the experience of going and shopping in markets like this, or who are excited by the peculiarities of stuff being on merchants in Wurm, where sometimes the pricing is out of date, or why sometimes there's a bargain to be had, or just somebody trying to offload a bunch of stuff. And that's quite fun to go rummaging, and I suspect that the auction house will even out a lot of that disparity in pricing. But that might take some of the fun out of it as well for people. I don't know. I know there's been lots of talk about whether it will make for a more... I don't think it will make merchants obsolete, but it might mean that some of the markets, particularly the markets that tend to do the more kind of common and competitive stuff, like enchanted tools and weapons, for example, which are abundant in trade and abundant on merchants, you might find that there are less merchants in marketplaces doing good trade in those. I don't know if merchants in marketplaces actually do good trade in those already or not. It might have some big impacts on things like on the Southern Freedom Isles and things like PMK merchandise, which is quite... Some of that stuff is quite rare and sought after, and the prices that you can get it for are often quite varied. Sometimes when things like that are sold on the forums, you can tell quite quickly whether the person trying to sell it has got the pricing right or not, because sometimes they go super fast, like in minutes or inside of an hour, and sometimes they're sat on there for ages. And they tend to be very variable. The market prices for things like that change an awful lot, and I suppose an auction house might do a bit of work in. I've been in this one. Might actually start to even out some of those prices. I don't know, but part of the kind of the disparity and the volatility of the pricing of things like PMK items is their rarity, because there are only a certain number of them still in game, because there are often periods where none of a particular PMK stuff is on the market at all, or, you know, that they come up so rarely that people make a grab for them. You all done? You all done?
Yes.
Cool.
You should drink some water.
I should drink it. Wait, in game? Or okay, yeah. I should drink something.
Everybody hydrate.
Everybody hydrate. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think it remains to be seen with the auction house. I'm trying to reserve any judgment until we actually see what we're looking at with testing, because there was a lot of stuff discussed, but until it's actually out there and we know what it's going to look like, I try not to borrow trouble. Goof-free border crossings would be lovely, wouldn't they? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, some people have been crying out for an auction house for an awful long time. I'm not one of them. I can't say I'm particularly excited by it. I'm also not dreading it. I don't think it's going to ruin my in-game shopping experience in the way that some people are afraid that it will. I don't think it will affect in-game merchants and marketplaces as badly as some people fear, but I might be wrong.
Bridges by Christmas, Rock Lobster. By Christmas.
Bridges by Christmas. But yeah, trade chat's been doing a good job for a long old time. It's imperfect. You know, you do have to sit there, sort of like keep spamming it. I almost never put stuff up for sale in trade chat, because I don't like actively selling stuff. And in fact, one of the reasons that I like merchants in Wurm is because people can be quite prickly about pricing, and if I go and interact with a merchant, I can take my time and I can make a judgment call based on what I see, and I can be like, is that a good price for me? Is it not? But I don't have to risk navigate the social terrain of trying not to accidentally, I don't know, offend somebody or whatever else, you know, where I'm unconvinced about pricing or whatever. You also can't haggle with a merchant, but I'm not a haggler anyway. That is not in my culture. We both made it, but I have to disembark and re-embark again.
Yeah, it's that moment where they haven't set a price, and I just know I'm going to say, hey, how much is that? And it's going to be so far out of my price range, and then I'll probably just feel obliged to buy it because I asked a question.
Or people will say, I don't know, make me an offer, and you make them an offer, and they're insulted by that offer. Not always, but sometimes. It just feels like very thorny terrain. Different cultures have very, very different sort of expectations and practices around pricing of things, whether or not haggling is acceptable, and you often find that people will clash over that. Just different cultural sort of practices and expectations around how you price things, whether you negotiate for things. Like we're British, and over here, like we you do get people who haggle, but for the most part, we don't haggle for stuff. Like the price is the price, and if you don't like it, you don't buy it. That's not universally true, but that is a very British thing. So one of the reasons I like merchants is because I prefer to do my shopping interacting with an in-game device, like a third-party device, rather than with a player directly, because it just circumnavigates a load of potential like pitfalls and stresses that I don't want. And I suspect there's quite a lot of people who are like that as well, and the same for selling. People who have merchants and put things on merchants who don't necessarily want to be doing all of that active selling in trade and all of the PMing and negotiating with people that they don't know, and sort of like trying to hawk their wares. We'll pop it on a merchant and just see if it goes.
How nice is it when you check your merchant and it's sold something, and then you're like, oh, I should.
You get to like hoof a load of coins back out of its inventory. Yeah. Right. So I think we're just crossing between the Afterglow Market and the breeding site Soraya's, just there, which means we should be coming down to Ao's Attic, which I think is just down here. Yeah, order it. And that's what I do as well. I put things on merchants at prices that I think are reasonable. One of the bugbears, I suppose, that I have about merchants in game is that you have to buy the merchant contract and they also still take a cut. And that's one of the things that has driven a lot of people away from using merchants and using markets, because the game takes a cut, which I think is 10% of the price of an item. People tend to have to put things on their merchants either a little bit above the market value to account for the cut, or they have to potentially take a loss on it compared to if they were just to sell it in trade or on the forums. And I know that that's been a contentious issue. Either the contract should be free, but you pay a percentage of the sales, or you buy the contract, but then you don't pay anything on the sales. And I wish they had picked one or the other instead of both. Because I know that has been a contentious issue, and it's one of the things that tends to drive prices up a little bit on merchants, broadly speaking, across the board, compared to trade. And the other thing is, in trade as well, you get people competing against one another if there's a particularly sort of, hot item that somebody's trying to sell, and there's a few of them around. You'll often find if somebody's asking a high price for it, somebody else will almost immediately be like, I'll sell it for this price, a couple of silver cheaper. So you get a more active competitive market in the trade chat, and I suspect you'll get similar in the auction house. For any of you that have played things like WoW, auction houses in World of Warcraft tend to sort of drive the prices of common items down and down and down and down until they reach whatever the community considers an acceptable minimum. And there's always some people who will undercut it a bit, but prices kind of tend to find their own level there. But I don't know that would necessarily help for things like, for bulks, for example. Like, the prices already get driven down quite a lot in trade. There's already quite a lot of, disgruntled bulk sellers when people are driving the prices down further, because it's a lot of work for the money that you can make for it in game. But it is also a decent, I'm not going to say it's good, it's a decent way of getting coin early in game, while you're skilling up, or later in game when you've when you're just running an economy kind of around that, creating bulks in bulk to sell. But I think an auction house will probably continue to drive those prices down, because presumably if it works anything like the WoW ones, then if you want to go looking for stone bricks, you'll do exactly what Ruffle does on a merchant, but you'll do it for the whole of the trade in Wurm, sort it by price, and just go for whatever the lowest price is right now, and that will keep potentially driving prices lower that have sat a bit higher for a while. Oh my goodness, look at all these people. Aha, so AO told me that they're actually running a prayer circle here, which is why there's quite so many people in local. So if you're on Southern Freedom Isles and you want to come and do some sermoning, get involved with the sermon circle, there is, where's it going to be? I think somewhere near the token. Is that right, Orderer? Orderer in chat is AO, and this is AO's market. Ooh, Champ Hellhound.
Building a whole
Nice.
new fancy place.
Which whole new building? Which one?
The
oh my goodness! I don't know how I missed that. There is indeed a fancy new building. There you go. It's even called the Prayer Circle. So if you're looking on Southern Freedom Isles for a sermon circle to join, there's one here that they're trying to keep going, more or less around the clock. And I'm sure more people would be welcome. You do have a Sid's Dye market, AO, and in fact, I was just going to make a beeline for it before I got distracted by the church. Sid's got a few dye markets at a few little places, but one of them is here at this one. So if you've not come across Siderial's lovely dyes, you can come and see one of her little boutiques here. Oh, Nightmare Black, 555. Oh, gone are the days of fairly readily available 111 black dye, but 555 is pretty good. To be honest, this one 15, 15, 15, this is still a pretty good black dye.
Is there any Crystal Singer on there?
Why have you run out again? There is not.
No, I just the other day.
In fact, there's several of Sid's dyes that I need to put in an order with her for, and so I kind of, every time I come across one of her merchants, I keep an eye out in case they are on the merchant. I've got some of her Jazzberry Jam. That's a really potent one. This hot pink. It's definitely an acquired taste, but it's a good one. But if you like really really saturated dyes, Sid's very good for those. Dodger Blue is one that I really like as well. Looks particularly nice on clothing. I've done some lovely stuff with Dodger Blue. In fact, I think my blue dyed rare chain outfit for Crim, my pirate outfit, might be Dodger Blue. Alas, she does not have any of the ones I need on this merchant. But there is a teensy tiny bit of 111 black dye left on here, so Order is working on having bulk areas for traders. Yeah,
maybe I need some or something.
Well, I've got some. I've got some, but I'm always like, I could use a bit more. Order is working on having a bulk areas for traders with their own little sections. Beta testing is working okay. Good, good. Getting a bulk market working just right, because there's a whole kind of a load of perms things to navigate there. Is tricky one, but it's cool. It's cool that you're doing that. That's good. The way I did it at Little Venice, because Little Venice is an island, it's a sail-up market, is I had my bulk pens in a building at the water's edge with push and pull perms turned on, so you can push them out of the building through the gate into the water, and then you're off deed and load them from there. But there's somebody just fed a reindeer. I just heard the tinkles.
No, that was me.
Oh, it was just you ringing some bells.
Because I don't know why I'm now holding 8 bells, and I don't know why.
I've got a load of bells as well. I've just got like this satchel. Every time I get more bells, they just get thrown in there. It looks like I made most of them into reindeer food, but I too have. There we go. Got some little bells to ring in my inventory for fun. Loads of transmutation fluid here, liquid. Sorry. Again, you can buy this. You can buy this off the forums if you prefer to, from Sid. But you can also just come and buy some and walk off with it from one of her merchants. This is one of the more recent markets to set up. How long have you been set up here now, Audra? Was it last year sometime that this market popped up? But it popped up at a pace. It kind of just landed with a whole load of merchants already in place. You did a really good job getting a whole bunch of people together, because this is a community market. There's lots of different people have merchants here. Imping logs. Imping logs. Oh, so that's is that one of your test bulks? About a year. Okay. But yeah, Audra did a really good job. Audra did a really good job in sort of setting up a market from scratch and getting a whole bunch of things in place so that when it launched, it was already a destination. Go on, Ruffle.
What's happening to me?
What's wrong? What's wrong?
Everyone's passing me bells. I don't know why.
Everyone's passing you bells. Where are you? Where have I lost you? Where have you gone? Are you in the prayer circle?
I don't know what's happening.
Just got the giggles now.
Someone said, "Oh, can you hold something for me?" I was like, "Yes." So they gave me some bells, and then someone else said, "Oh, great!" And then they gave me some bells, and then someone said, "Oh, you're holding bells," and then they gave me some bells.
I'm just filling up your inventory with bells. So there's your prayer circle. So what?
No.
Oh, I see. It's in local.
What is happening?
Maybe you found your calling in life, Ruffle.
I'm just gonna hold everyone's bells. Apparently.
Ooh, go up in there. There's forges in the kitchen. All right, let's go and have a quick look. This definitely was not here last time I came to visit, so this is new. Oh my goodness. Oh, fancy. Also, I really like the sort of like the rug backdrops. That's nice. That's a nice touch. You do indeed, public wemp.
Oh, I almost got some more then. Oh no, here we go.
You've also got you've almost got like a mini impalong happening here. Public kitchen.
I don't know if I can hold this many. Oh, I can.
Surely you've got pockets, Ruffle. You must have pet bowls and satchels to spare.
I do have. Why am I now holding 51 bells?
Maybe, are you meant to be temporarily holding them, or are you being gifted bells? This is nice.
People keep
Oh,
saying, who's
look.
holding bells? Oh, great.
Look.
And then they bring me some bells.
Do you get bells for praying? Is that one of the ways that you get bells? Is that the problem, that we've just walked into a prayer circle full of people who've now got pockets full of bells in the way that you often have pockets full of iron? Or just, no. You've just been chosen, Ruffle. You've just been chosen. Ugh. God, I hate those elves. Oh, you've got a supreme altar as well. Very nice. For anybody who doesn't know, if you're at a sermon circle and they've got a rare or better altar, it doesn't matter which god it's from. When you do your sermon, you can preach from that altar, and you should, because it's better. It's better. You get better gains. So doesn't matter which god you follow. You can preach from any altar, although you can only pray at 3 rares and 1 supreme. Is that 3 rare altars and 1 supreme? Or did I miss rare altars as... Oh my god, you show off! Look at that! Wow, okay. But yes, so in the event that you are lucky enough to be in a place that has not just rare altars, but also a supreme, make sure you do your preaching at the supreme one. Most places you're lucky to get an rare altar, and you still get at Impelongs somebody periodically shouting at the priest, being like, "Sermon from the rare one! Do it from the rare one!" Right, I'm gonna go, woo, that was some juddering. I'm gonna go back to having a look at the merchants while Ruffle drowns in bells over there. Ooh, runes. Runes. Do I need runes? Do I need runes? Ooh! No, that's not one of the ones I want. That's a 10% usage. Yeah, 10% usage. I'm keeping an eye out for colour runes, because I started to find more and more things that I could colour rune if I wanted to. So I'm now walking around with pockets full of colour runes and acquiring more as I go. I've bought a few from Rock Lobster's Market as well. It's a good place to go and get colour runes. There aren't many places you find selling them. Back in the days when... for anybody who's been in Wurm for a few years, you might remember one of the biggest, or most prolific bulk sellers on the forums and in trade was a guy called Makufa. He was based on Xanadu. He was one of the only places I knew I could consistently get colour runes, because they're made with... runes are hard to make at the best of times. Really pain in the arse to make. They require high skills, very, very different skills. And to make colour runes, you have to be using moon metals. So they are expensive. They are a poor attach rate unless you've got particularly good soul depth, and also a poor creation rate. Even if you've got good skills, the failure rate at creating them is can be a bit eye-watering. Certainly at creating good ones. Why don't... Have you got drop permissions, Ruffle? Maybe you should just go and place the bells down somewhere.
Yeah, I could
just deliver them somewhere. Ruffle so desperately wants to go spending her money, and you've loaded her up with bells.
And now I've got post. I bet it's bells.
Ooh, what? Chaos bottles? If anybody wants to go treasure hunting on Chaos. I sailed onto Chaos once, accidentally. I also crossed a border where I had not plotted a course and ended up on Chaos, and whoops, that was not comfortable. I left it as quickly as I could. I don't know if Arcade's still in chat, but I remember Retro Arcade telling us a story once when he was doing community streams about AFK sailing onto Chaos, or falling asleep at the wheel, maybe, and sailing onto Chaos. It might have been Madnath that told us the story, but it was definitely on one of his streams. Ruffle tinkles while she walks. She does now. Usually it would be the clink, clink, clink of coins, but now she tinkles like a cat with a bell on her collar. You just know where she is at all times. Rare acorns. Have I got rare acorns?
I just got one in the post as well, which is called 52 bells. Thank you, Woolshaft, for the 50-second bell. I don't know why I have all the bells.
We've got a rare Grimbleat on this one over here.
Grimbleat!
You do like Grimbleat. Rare footboard. A supreme chess pawn. I don't need a supreme one. I've got like 4 rare chess pawns already. They're little rift dogs, rift hounds. Oh my god, what are they called? What are the little rift beasts? They're rift beasts. They're tiny little shiny rift beasts. For anybody decorating. But I've got a few rare ones. I don't need a supreme one. I'm sad that the statuettes of Dragonfang have shot up so much in price recently, because it's about the only, not about the only, but it's one of the few items in Wurm that I don't have one of. But I'm not paying that much for one. I don't want it that much. Rare green cloth tunic over there. Keep Santa happy and convert those bells into a gift.
Is this because I waved at reindeer?
Maybe. Maybe. Are you still holding them?
Yeah.
Maybe you should keep a log of all the people who gave you bells and just pop them back in the posts. Here you go.
It's going to cost me a lot to send them back.
Well, that's true. That's true. You could cod them back.
One of them says it's not their problem now because they're my bells. So
I think maybe you should just post in local and be like, right, you guys have got 2 minutes to come and retrieve your bells or I'm walking off with them. And then go and feed yourself some reindeer. I have to get you some vegetables.
I've got some emergency vegetables.
Nicholas, you got emergency vegetables. See, I was carrying emergency vegetables, but they get really quite heavy quite fast. Which is why I end up
flowers in case I need to plant some grass, because you never know.
Do you know what? And I might have finally put them all down, because I usually have at least 2 or 3 bunches of flowers in my miscellaneous bags. But I think I finally planted them all or offloaded them all, so I am rarely, for me, currently without emergency flowers, but I'm definitely in the emergency flower party with you right there. You never know when you're going to need to restore a tile, and planting flowers is the easiest way to do it. Got some bloods on this one, load of array items, some rare recipes.
I'm tempted to buy one of these chaos bottles just because it's funny to me.
Just because it's from chaos? Yeah. Rare key molds. See, I'm a bit of a rare fiend. I like using them as display items, and I've got basically all of my large magical chests, because I have now got a few of them. Every year when I buy premium for a toon, I buy another magical chest. But there's a whole bunch of rare items which would decay if you put them down. But I like the variety of item models in Wurm, so I spend a lot of time acquiring and displaying weird rares of things that are interesting models, and then balancing them on an LMC somewhere. Just as decoration. It's decoration for funsies. Hassies, rares and wares. We got some more caskets on this one. I think this must be quite an old casket, because at some point they did an update where caskets now show you the server that they were on, whereas originally they didn't, and you had to examine them. And it doesn't actually tell you on examine unless you have to be on the right server and then try and open it or something. That was definitely a good update, but you do still find some ones like this where it doesn't actually tell you which server it belongs to. You can take a reasonable guess that it probably belongs to Pristine, but you never know. Whereas these ones are newer. Because this bit on the end, the pricing, that's where a player has renamed it, but the Pristine in brackets here that is where the change came in, so that the game tells you the server that it belongs to in the item name. We've been going for 2 hours and we're 3 markets in.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not going to get through all 11 though, am I?
2 markets. Bells.
We might just have to do some more. But yes, I don't think I said actually when we were coming in, but just for anybody who isn't aware, so we are on Pristine currently. We are at Ao's Market, which is here, Ao's Attic, which is it looks like P25. And there's some horse markets around here as well. We've got Goldie's Highland Horse Market over here. We've got Soraya's Afterglow Animal Market here, and there are animal pens as well here. I haven't gone to look at them, but just back here. So there are 3 animal markets all very close together here. Good place to come if you're looking to get yourself some draft or speed animals. But also, as you'll have seen when we came in, they've got some interesting champs here. There's some champion sheep up there. There was a champion Rift Hound. A rare gold horseshoe.
There's champion rats and champion bugs also up the back.
Nice. See, now that's interesting, because the other ones had the Pristine in brackets, and this one has just got Xanadu as it is. That's weird. Did they change it twice? I've never noticed that before. Oh, I'm not paying 15 silver for them. I used to, back when I wore a full rare chain set, before I managed to finally piece together my Drake hide set, which, by the way, is pieced together almost entirely from public slayings. It took me some years, but as someone who does not go out hunting dragons, this here, like, I bought a few pieces, but for the most part, this entire outfit came from public slayings, so thank you very much, people who organise public slayings. But before I had this outfit, I used to wear a full rare chain set, which I've now turned into my pirate gear. But I would wear it with a cloth hood and put chain shoulder pads over the top, which was really quite a nice, distinctive sort of a look. So I spent years looking for rare chain shoulder pads, but I don't wear them anymore, so I've got no excuse. They didn't really work with this outfit, so I had to switch to different shoulder pads, because my shoulder pads are chosen for their aesthetics. As is, in fairness, a lot of my outfit. So, like my hat. I know we've talked about this before, but these hats, beautiful as they are, provide you absolutely no protection on your head. So this is absolutely an aesthetic choice, not a not a sensible one. It's all about vanity. Got some rare tools on this one. How you doing over there, Ruffle? Have you managed to offload your bells yet?
No.
I think you're just gonna have to walk away with them.
I think yeah, I don't know. I think I've joined a cult.
I think you have. There's probably a secret handshake. Maybe the bells is it. Maybe that's it. Maybe you've got to pass a certain number of bells to somebody, and then, that's how you get in. Maybe it's that.
The answer to the question, can you just hold something, is no, apparently. Not yes.
Yeah, you answered wrong. Maybe it was a test to induct you into the cult, but you got the wrong answer, so now you're just there with the dunce hat on, holding all the bells, being like, can I have a do-over? Poor Ruffle. That'll teach us to come here. Get overloaded with bells. No, it won't. We'll both be back.
I was here like yesterday, the day before. Something like that.
Ooh. Do I want to pay 3 cents? Molrahan guard towers.
Ooh.
They're not the rarest of the PMK guard towers. The Genkellen ones are the hardest to get hold of. The Hots one, the Horde of the Summoned, are the easiest ones to get hold of. But I don't see the Molrahan ones available as often as I would like to. I think I've got at least 2 in storage, so I don't really need another one. But every time I see those, I'm like, oh. And when I see JK towers and they're reasonably priced, I fill up my pockets with them, and they're heavy as well. They weigh 17 kilos each, so walking around with 3 unfinished guard towers in your pockets tends to slow you down a category.
And I'm carrying 26 kilos of bells at the moment, let's not forget.
You could drop them in the boat, at least, so that your pockets are free, once again, for... Oh my god, there's a load down here as well, I forgot. There's actually a whole other line of merchants here, and I'm just going to do a very, very quick look at what they've got. But then I will be ready to hand off.
Bulks and everything as well. Loads.
Oh, those have gone up in price. I've got a respectable amount of Easter baskets. Some of them I got off my premium characters, some I bought at markets because I quite like them as decoration. So the Easter baskets, for any of you that have got extra ones and you're not really quite sure what to do with them, if you put Easter eggs in them, or if you put anything in them, then they get that little, then they look like they're full of Easter eggs and you get a little Easter bunny in them. But if you don't put anything in them, they look kind of like pet beds. They're just kind of empty baskets with a nice little, I think it's green felt base kind of a thing. You can also dye them, so you can dye the basket weave into different colours and things. You can nest them together and just rotate them slightly so you can get sort of weird patterns of handles and things. But if you don't put anything in them, you could put all other kinds of items just placed in them and use them as a kind of like a visual container. I think there's lots of really interesting decorations. Audra put a fog spider corpse under their basket so it smokes. Yeah, you could also slide festive parts, like the festive cogs. The valves would be too tall, I think, but I think the festive cogs and the pipes would probably slide. Maybe not the pipes. Would slide quite neatly under there. For anybody who saw any of the streams at Calvert's Villas where we were talking about like the little sparklies that I had hidden all over his villa, that was me inserting festive cogs underneath items of furniture where they just can't be seen, but you just see the sparkles rising up out of things. They're quite fun for stuff like that. Oh, we got some rare unfinished ovens, open fireplaces on this one. I've got an obscene amount of those and I never have enough. Got some rare mallets on this as well. Pretty good. Rare lamps. There's some rare torch lamps on here.
I do. You should get into the decorating. It's fun.
You should.
Let's stack things up.
You should.
See what happens.
I don't particularly enjoy decorating in real life, but I really like it in Wurm. So my Wurm house is much more carefully, lovingly decorated. I mean, that's not entirely true. In real life, I really like organisation systems. Like, I've got beautifully organised shelves and like craft storage systems, but I've got a lot more scatter-tat and deco items, I think, in Wurm, probably than I do at home. There's rare torch lamps on this merchant. So this is merchant I like stuff in the long row of merchants at the front of AO's attic. And if any of you bought a couple of months ago, the Marks shop skin of the month was a dragon lamp, which I think was a really, really particularly nice skin. There's some really cool stuff that you can do with that as well, and I'll try and dig out a picture example for you. But if any of you bought one of those skins and has not yet found themselves a rare torch lamp to put them on, this is the item it goes on. There's a couple of rare ones here. They are a little bit pricey, but I think a lot of them got quite pricey when that skin came out because that skin was so nice. Let me have a look. I got loads of them. Like, I had a bunch of rare torch lamps. I was quite lucky. So I had a few of them. I got a whole bunch of the skins. I've got a load of now rare dragon lamps around my deed, and I've done different things with them. Some of them are on walls. I've got one of them smack bang in the middle of my settlement token. But I also did experimenting, although I have to say I ran out of energy, but I was experimenting with other weird things that you could, not weird things, interesting ways that you could use those. Like, for example, hiding the lamp mount and using them to do stuff like...
You did like the little nest, didn't you?
Yeah, I did a couple of iterations. I did it with just a few eggs and I did it with quite a lot of eggs. And I don't know, maybe I prefer the few eggs one better, I don't know. But so you can do stuff like this, just... and just like, that was me just kind of playing around with it. That wasn't the finished model, but putting them at just the right height on the wall and then nesting furniture around them, I think there's probably some quite cool and innovative ways that you could use those lamps if you had a mind to. But yeah, I think they're nice. They've been one of my favourite skins, I think, of the past year, possibly my favourite skin of the past year.
Someone really nice sent me one for Christmas, you know.
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh, they were super nice. I wonder who that was. I wonder who that was. I couldn't remember if you already had one, and I was like, she might have one, but nobody's going to be sad to have a second one if they do already have one. There you go. There's one with more eggs. Like, you use them like dragons nesting on their eggs. We did have a little experiment on a stream at Calvert's Villa a few weeks back with whether or not we could position one into one of the bird cages to replace the chicken, but alas, they are a little bit too big for that. But yeah, I think there's probably some very cool stuff. You bought like 4 of them, Bun. I think I've got like 8 or 10. But I know people who've got way more than me. So they were good. They were good, and apparently good enough that they brought them back again super swift at Christmas. I think. Ooh, festive bedroll there. I do like those. Oh, there's Cappy banners. Bet those are pricey. Yeah, look at that, 15 silver.
I was just looking at them going, oh, but do I have 15 silver need one?
They've got Jen Kellen guard towers. Right, I'm having at least one of those. There was me just being like, can't never find Jen Kellen guard towers. Where's my coins? Where's my monies?
There's a couple, isn't there? 3?
There is, but I'm not gonna wipe them out. I think I've got 1 or 2 in storage. This is just an insurance one.
Insurance cut.
Because I don't want to use one and then not have any in storage. That makes me anxious. So, in case I've only got 1, that is my insurance Jen Kellen guard tower. And for anybody who is from Northern Freedom Isles, you won't have seen the different kinds of guard towers unless you've been on Southern Freedom Isles or watching SFI streams. Oh, you want one of those, do you? Do you want me to buy you one and bring you one? You can come here and get them yourself. For anybody on Northern Freedom Isles who hasn't seen them, or isn't sure which ones are which, so if you've seen the other kinds of guard towers on Southern Freedom Isles, the black ones with the spikes, those are the HOTS towers, the Horde of the Summoned. The Jen Kellen ones are the squarish towers. They're quite kind of short and stout, with little oh my god, what are they called? What are the?
I've also forgotten the word.
What are the? It's not crenellations. It's not. It's just somebody.
I can speak English.
Parapets. Yeah, but that's not actually the word that I was after. But it is essentially like the little parapets. There's a particular word for it which is escaping me now. It's going to bug me. Anyway, those are the Jen Kellen ones, the squarish ones, and the Mole Rehan towers are the very tall cylindrical ones. And if you've seen the one at Brambleheim, that's a Mulrahan tower, that kind of dreamy spire. That's an MR tower. So those are the different towers to the generic Freedom Tower that you can buy, and that's what we're looking at here, because the way that we got them on Freedom Isles is by them being started on Chaos, and they are they're made to match the faction of the person who makes them, or the faction template the person who makes them, because all PMKs are based on one of the 3 templates, and then they bring the unfinished one over here so that you can finish them and have them on Freedom Isles, and that's how we have them over here, basically. Right, I'm done. I've got a guard tower in my pocket. But other than that, I think I was good. I didn't buy any dies. I was tempted by a couple of things. Look at all those sheep. I know. We were so excited. When Champion Sheep came in the game. Like, Gigantafloofs. We call them Gigantafloofs, they're so good.
We do.
And a Champion Hellhound. And it looks like we've got some draft horses over here. Is that a lurking? Oh no, it's just a little bison. I'm currently trying to breed lurking draft bison because I just think it will be funny and ridiculous to have teeny tiny little draft bison pulling my wagons around, but I have to say I do keep getting distracted. Have you got lurking bison, draft bison in the market? I mean, I've got in fairness, I've got breeding stock of lurking bison. I don't know if I have actually. I think I've got 1 or 2 for draft lurking bison. I just haven't bred them out into teams yet consistently. You're trying as well, Madoon. new animal husbandry system did make it more difficult to get consistent results. And in fairness, if I did not have a grasshopper brain and were more consistently trying to do this breeding, I probably would have gotten there a while ago. But the problem is there are so many things to do in Wurm, and I forget half of the projects that I have on, so I just periodically kind of remember to go and do them another breed and see. Somebody who was concentrating and really trying could do it a lot better, a lot faster, and certainly I'm sure some people have. But I'm just doing it at my usual grasshopper pace, I think. Oh my goodness. Nice. Wagon with hardened bison. I don't currently have a female champ bison. I've only got a male one. But when I finally manage to get hold of another one or breed champ bison, I will also get champ bison to hitch to those, because, as I think I said this on the last stream or the stream before as well, the beefalo, the ones that the GM spawns, they go back to normal bison size when you hitch them to something, and then pop back out to giant beefalo size when you unhitch them. But conditioned creatures keep their size. So champion bison, if you hitch them to something, will remain champion bison, and they're gigantic. You will spend your time looking up a bison's backside if you hitch it to a large cart, but it might be worth it. I'm in the boat. I'm ready when you are, Ruffle. But if you're still
like, staring at animals,
but if you're still shopping, that's fine. That's fine. You want to buy a champ bison when I'm ready to sell one. As I say, I've got a male one. I haven't yet got a female one, but I know people who have. So if we're not yet seeing them in markets, I imagine we will soon. As soon as I see a female champ bison in a market, I will buy one. I haven't been camping on holy sites for a while now, but the first sort of year and a half that holy sites came out, I put in a lot of hours at the faux sites, at the Sampos in particular, and at some of the others, to get my holy creatures. As anyone who's seen Brambleheim on stream or in person will know, I've got a champ rooster and a champ chicken, which are my pride and joy. It took me several Sampos camping about 14 hours a day for 2 weeks solid to get those. But before I got those, I got champ pheasants. I should pay attention to where we're actually going. The reason
a new faux site.
A new faux site.
Oh.
A new faux site on Pristine. Oh dear. You should have gone and prayed at one of those things, but I'm not sure that you want to go back in that building after the bellcident.
Yeah, who knows how many I'll end up with in my pocket. I'm just like sailing away now with everyone's bells.
In the 08. Okay, so let's.
Never mind.
What are we at? 10 o'clock. How are you doing for time, Ruffle?
Fine.
Okay, cool. Let's go to Indy. I forgot what I was saying now. Oh, I camped for ages on faux holy sites on Sampos to get my chickens, and I got champ pheasants before then, and I've got a bunch of other things. Like I've got almost a full set of holy sheep.
Hello.
I've got 2/3 of a set of. Ooh, hello, sailor. Who is? I can't. Oh my god, they're going so fast. Gabboa. I've got about 2/3 of a set of holy cows. I had a full set of holy seals, and then I saw sense and realised I didn't really need a full set of holy seals, but I still got my champ ones and my lurking ones and a couple of others. And I had a full set of champ pheasants, of holy pheasants, in all the different sizes, and they were on a nice remote deed, and then somebody dropped a deed right outside it, built an island and put a deed right outside it while I was away. And almost all my pheasants died. But I've still got some.
I still can't get over the placement of...
I know! Why? It was so lovely and remote. It was literally on a sheer mountainside. I was like, it's okay, nobody's gonna be deeding anything in my local. We're good. Woe is me. But the reason that the champion chicken and the champion rooster are such an achievement is because they can't be bred. And Gabba was asking if you have any bells.
No.
And I don't know why they can't be bred, because you can breed pheasants, but you can't breed chickens, which means I can't. Like, there's loads of people that would really love a champ rooster and a champ chicken. I know there's people who've been after them for ages. I was after them for ages before I managed to get them, and it's the only thing that I can't breed more of for people. I can breed people champ pheasants. We're breeding Ruffle and I and probably Madoon, are you also breeding champion sheep, or are you focusing on bison for now? But we're all kind of breeding all of the other ridiculous farm animals in different sizes, but we can't do it for the chickens. So the only way to get the champ chickens and roosters for now, unless some devs sort of see the light and finally make it so that chickens are breedable in the same way that pheasants are, the only way you can get one is camping on holy sites.
Chicken cart. Yes.
Love a chicken cart. I've got champ deer, yeah. And I mean, champ deer and champ dogs and champion unicorns have been in the game longer than holy sites, at least. So a lot of people still have those as legacy creatures, and I do too. They don't spawn in the wild anymore, although I think champion unicorns do spawn in the wild. Champion dogs don't. But I've got champion dogs and champion unicorns and champion deer, and those are easy to sort of breed and share about. Actually, I've also got almost a full set of holy deer as well, because they do come in colour tints, unlike the rest of the holy creatures. Did we both survive it? Yes, we did. So, I mean, we go for a little swim every time we cross the border, but at least we're not leaving one of us behind, because the thing that I fear most is us crossing a border on stream. And, oh, let me just get my bearings. Is us crossing a border on stream, and then I think I've come a little bit further up than I intended to. My indie deed is just over there. No, just over there, in fact.
Over there. That's a great description.
Over there. Well, I'm waggling my cursor on stream. Over there.
There.
Yeah, there. Yeah, my fear is that we will cross the border, and both of us will not cross, but the boat will. That's the worst kind. If one of you crosses with it, at least you can turn around and sail back. But if the border kind of bumps you out of your boat and your boat goes without you, then you're kind of stuffed, because unless you are lucky enough to be crossing a border in one of these directions magically where you can just swim across, which you rarely ever will be. I mean, from here we just crossed from Pristine, off this side of Pristine, so if the boat had travelled across and we hadn't there, we would have been stuck on a border that we couldn't swim across, and our boat would have been all the way over here. So I'll cope with just being bumped out of my boat so long as my boat is on the same server as me when it happens.
This is why one would need a deed on every server, yeah?
We're working on it. Kind of, sort of. I've got deeds on about half of the servers on Southern Freedom Isles, because I've got breeding deeds where I needed to stuff extra animals, because my deed ratio, as anyone who knows me will know, is a constant problem. And I'm a member of Calvert's Deed on Exodus and have been for some time, so strictly speaking I am part of a deed on Exodus. I've got an indie one, I've got a Pristine one, I've got a Deliverance one. I had a Celebration one, but that's the one where all my pheasants died and I haven't forgiven Celebration for it yet. I don't have a Xanadu deed though, but you do, right? You've got a Xanadu one.
I do.
So what are we missing? Which one have we not got between us? Is that all of them? Celebration. Have you got a celebration? So neither of us have got a Celebration deed. Obviously we don't have Chaos deeds. But other than that, between the two of us, we've got everything covered. I've got deeds on Release, Pristine, Indie, Delhi, and a pot of a deed on Exodus. And I had a Celebration deed till I dropped it. I don't think I've ever had a Xanadu deed, you know. I think it's the only one that I've never placed one on. And I've placed a lot of deeds that I didn't stick with, just to be able to put the terrain in Deed Planner, just to see if it was exciting enough to do something with. Sorry, memers. Yeah, anyone who's got either of us on their friends list, you're just gonna get us constantly like border hopping.
Especially when I do it wrong. And I go the wrong way, and then I have to multiple border hop to fix my problem.
Well, sometimes even when you don't do it wrong, but you have to do that kind of double border hop to get over to the right side of a particular server or whatever. We do a lot of travelling, as people with multiple deeds often do. Unless you're like Calvert and you have all of your deeds on the one server. You know, all the stones throw from one another. But I have deeds. I've got 3 deeds on Release, actually. But including Little Venice, and my stargazing deed. but the rest of my deeds are on other servers. And sometimes I even remember that I have other deeds on other servers, and I go and visit them and remember to breed my animals again. So Mimas, you've got them, Xanadu and Indy. Sorry, Ruffle, go on.
Oh no, I was going to say, this is why I'm considering moving the Xanadu deed closer to one of the portals, because then I'll actually go there more often.
I suspect that portals were sort of single-handedly responsible for a whole bunch of extra deeds, where those of us that had off-server deeds on nice, easily reachable, saleable borders relative to our main deed on other servers, then they brought in portals, and now all of us were like, we don't even have to sail. We could just portal hop. So now everybody's dropping deeds around the start towns again. The start towns, which had been so kind of deprived since they made sort of free sailing across the borders a thing. Everybody moved out towards the outer borders of servers, and the start town areas became really quite barren in a lot of places. But then, is this the one? I think this is the one. But then they brought in portals, and now everybody's like moving back to starter towns. Like, not necessarily their main deeds, but you find a lot of deeds are now being dropped near starter towns so that you can do your happy portal hopping, have a horse branded nearby. I've even been tempted. I went and eyeballed some of the space around Release and some of the space around Exodus, and I was like, do I want one? I don't need one. I don't need one. Apart from anything else, Thorspring is a stone's throw from the starter town on Exodus anyway, and instead I just posted a priest at Sloping Sands on Release instead of posting a deed there. I premiumed up a priest for a whole year who is currently, instead of doing strongballing and whatever else, just sat there pinging me back and forth to that portal all day, every day. The lap of luxury.
Just one or two deeds there, bun.
Only have one on Delhi, Exo, Pristine, Indy, and your Impa deed on Saturday 1 year.
Harmony and Melody.
So we are on, oh, that's not my map. We are on Independence, and we are just pulling up about here to Shadowhold Harbour, which is Illiran's place. So this is also on the marketplace thread. This is only a little one.
Ooh, look at all these tokens.
Look at all of these tokens. Illiran has been doing a massive sort of trans-mountain canal building thing, and it's built a canal right through this mountain that I think pops out down into this bay just here. Which must have taken him forever. But, those ones have lost their merchants, but there's still a few on this side. So let's go have a look. I think Illiran does quite a lot of treasure hunting. You often find treasure chest items on some of these. Got a load of quite high enchanted and high quality enchanted tools on this one, which is nice. I mean, that's good. That's a 100 Blessings of the Dark quality 90 saw for a silver. Nice, good. What was that, Ruffle?
We don't talk about how many are on Delhi. Does that mean if I say had multiple deeds on Release that it would just count as one? Really?
So how many have you got on Delhi Bun? Like, are you one of those people that has sort of mining deeds and farming deeds and orchard deeds as well? Obviously you've got the Delhi Renaissance Festival, and you've got Old Grumpy Couple, which is where your market is, and you've got the GD Tiny Market. That's 3. We don't talk about it. Okay. But what if we did? Say we did. What if we talked about it?
Say, a friend of yours, Bun, how many deeds do they have on Delhi? Hypothetically
speaking, asking for a friend, if you happen to know someone who had lots of Delhi deeds, how many would they have?
Yeah. Ooh, 4. That is a lot, AO.
God, 6 on Indy. Wait, no, 6 on Indy. Really? I didn't even know that you had anything at all on Indy. My goodness. Well, Audrey, you've got us beat.
Tempted to deed my old deed, as it were, on Indy.
There's an egg merchant here. We do not look at the egg merchants. We do not need to buy eggs. We've got so many eggs. But they're so gemmy. So gemmy. Ooh!
I found a load on Deli lately. Eggs. I wasn't looking for them.
I've got several barrels of Cavacia. I probably don't need another one. But it is a good price. It's 1 silver for quality 99 Cavacia on that one.
Ooh.
Can I boot you off this one? Or did you leave of your own accord?
I left my own accord, actually.
Okay. And this one is covered in Christmas and Halloween items. There was a whole bunch of treasure chest necklaces on one of the other ones. Got some checkerboards here. Some shoulder pads. Plenty of goodies that cannot be created in game. There's a pirate's hat down there, which is not the fancy tricorn I'm wearing. The pirate hats, sort of like the long. There's actually a proper name for that type of hat, but I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. But the kind of they sort of just like a little. I don't know how to describe it. They don't have 3 points. They have 2, and a bump in the middle. I'm sure there is an official name. No, mine is a tricorn.
But a dicorn.
Oh, a dicorn. No, that is not the word I was looking for.
Definitely a real word.
Oh, there's another one over here. Let's just go and have a look at this one. Ooh, I found all the rare stuff. A fantastic casket. My goodness. Do you know what? I really feel like the Supreme and the Fantastic treasure maps should have given you something more for them, because it seems a crying shame. The best thing that you can do with that is use it as fantastic decoration, because you won't get anything more special out of it for it being fantastic. And the really gutting thing is not getting extra things out of them is that's a rare roll right there, and you might have been lucky enough to also get a fantastic item depending on what you were doing at the time. But they deliberately made it so that a lot of the treasure maps, a lot of the ways that you get treasure maps are ways when otherwise your rare rolls would have been wasted, and it's kind of gutting to know that there was a fantastic rare roll. You like window shopping with us, memers? Well, I have to say I'm being pretty chaotic in the way that I'm looking at market things and scrolling, so I'm probably not doing a very good job for the window shoppers among you. But if you've got your beady eyes open, it might be a good way to sort of spot things that you might want to make a trip to come and get. I'm sorry, Bun, I asked you if you actually wanted one of those towers, and then I didn't even look whether you responded in chat. I didn't pick up a second one, but there are 2 left on the merchant at Ao's Market, if you wanted one. I'm also miffed that rare blank papyrus and paper sheets do not rare books make, because a book is a 2-part creation and therefore does not get the benefit of using rare mats. It has to be a minimum of 3 parts. I was very, very miffed. I discovered it trying to make rare books, in fact, and should have known it really, but didn't. So the only thing you can make with rare and supreme, rare plus, paper and papyrus sheets. I don't know if you can do it with both or if it's only one or the other. No, Bun. 2-part items, it doesn't apply. It is only 3-part items and above. With the exception of archaeology items, so things like weapon heads and tool heads, those do work. Those transfer automatically. But for any other kind of creation item, if it's only a 2-part item, it doesn't do anything. Basically, you can waste a whole bunch. I think you got lucky, Myra, or I don't know if the mechanic changed at some point. But you can waste a whole bunch of rare materials trying to make a 2-part item, and I have, and others have, See, now you make me want to go and like try it again. But at the time, I was like, why is this not doing anything? And I think I asked in help chat at the time, and they were like, because it's a 2-part item. It doesn't do it for 2-part items. It's only for 3 parts or above, unless you're pairing, like rare tool heads or rare weapon heads. Likewise, if you've got a rare shaft, that will not a rare tool make. Who knows? So yeah, my rare and supreme books, I did not get them that way. There's another supreme halberd here. Clearly this game is just spitting out supreme halberds. This one actually came out in iron, at least. Are you just glaring at me because I'm hogging the rare merchant?
I just think it's funny.
Oh. No, I'm not going to slap you. I like you. In fairness,
You
I
can
slap
be
people.
abandoning someone
I
who's
slap.
so
Well,
slow now.
I slap people I like, so you can have a slap. There you go. I would never slap somebody that I didn't
Hey.
like. You walking so? Why are you walking so slow? What did you buy?
Nothing.
Or is it the bells? What did you buy? Ooh. Ooh. There's you don't often see these. There's a challenge statue here.
Ooh.
Fancy. Is this, somebody will know better than me, I assume that this is something that you get from like from Chaos, from some of the are rare books worth the hassle? They are,
Yeah.
if you're a decorator, Madune. Rare shiny books. Yes. I love them. I've got several. I've got one Supreme as well. Ninal did a papyrus making grind, one of his many grinds. He must be one of the most skilled players in the game. He's an absolute beast with grinding. But when he did his papyrus making grind, he gave me his rare and Supreme book at the end of it when he was getting his papyrus making up to 100. I assume he got it up to 100. So that I could use them to decorate with. And I was like, oh my god, rare books. And then last year, I think it was last year, the New Year's chests had a rare book in them. I was like, yes, more rare books. But also I'm slowly building up a library, so I in particular have a vested interest in rare books. Challenge server back in the day, or gift packs from Marks. Really? Okay, so they're even rarer than I thought then. I thought that they were maybe something kind of, I don't know, chaos tournaments or whatever based. I don't you can tell I don't know anything really about how PvP works. But that'll be why you don't see them very often. There just really aren't that many of them in the game. Very rarely you see someone will put one up for sale, but they're just incredibly hard to get hold of. Unless you've been in the game a long time and happen to have one, or put a lot of money down to buy one, or were very lucky and managed to womble one from a Fallen Deed site. Just don't see them very often. Are you done? Are you mailing stuff to one of your alts?
Yes.
You bought the Kavasi. Wait, where did you find dye? Or did you buy that from AO's Market? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what? That's actually not the worst. It's an unfinished item. I can't mail the tower to myself. It's fine. I could probably put it in this boat because I can't load things into this boat, but I can drop stuff in. So I could probably safely drop that guard tower into the boat. There we go. It's only 17 kilos, but it's going to add up.
Oh, I can walk.
You can walk again. So there you go. Challenge server back in the day. So when and where was challenge server? Is that because we're back now into the history of Wurm long before me? Ruffle, is that a thing you remember?
No, it's in one of the bits where I wasn't.
2009 or so. Tell us about the challenge server, Rup. Was it the PvP server? Was it a PvP server? Was it a weird instance, kind of like Jackal? Where does it fit in Wurm's history? We're actually going to stay on indie for a while because there's a few indie markets that we can go to. We're not by any means going to go to all of them. Let's just see how the weather is. A gale from the south. Huh? What was that?
Have you noticed?
Have I noticed? What?
Yeah.
Oh, did I leave you behind?
No.
Where are you? Where are you? Did you? Where did you disembark? Oh my god!
Injured reindeer. Sorry.
I just left Ruffle in the sea. There goes the reindeer.
I jumped out to rescue
Yeah,
the reindeer.
yeah, I saw. And by rescue, you mean like bring about the reindeer rapture?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've lost you. There you are. You just raptured a reindeer from out of the ocean.
I did.
And she's back in. No, I did not notice. I was so busy just sailing back on. I somehow didn't notice that you'd gone. Someone in the prayer circle is asking if they can watch it from the beginning. They won't be able to whilst we are still streaming, AO, but as soon as the stream finishes, then it will be available to watch on Twitch. It's only supposed to be for up to a week when you are not an affiliate, but I've got my 2 weeks ago stream was still on there earlier, so it should be available on Twitch for a week or two. But also, I upload the VODs to YouTube. I try and do it within 24 hours, so the VOD will be on my YouTube tomorrow. So they will be able to watch it then. They just can't watch it from the start whilst we are still streaming. But yeah, they will be able to in a bit. Robbie reckons challenge was 2014 or so. After you started playing on release, really? Because I was playing in 2014, and I don't remember the challenge server at all. But in fairness, I was, like, back when I was playing in 2014, I didn't really interact with Global. I wasn't really interacting with the forums, so I had a much more I lived in much more of a bubble in my 2013, 2014 era of playing Wurm than I do now. Yeah, meaning I need more followers to get my status on Twitch improved. I do. There was a lovely little slew of follows earlier, which I really, like and subscribe, guys. When I get up to 50, I will reward you all with channel points and ridiculous sound alerts so that you can freak me out. That's the main reason I want to get there, because Calvert and I had so much fun with the channel points and the kind of the sound emotes and things that we could load into that. That's the main point of getting up to 50 followers. That's not the only criteria, but the other criteria are actually easier to meet. Oh, there's a glowy. I'm going to get it. You have to have streamed for a certain number of days within a 30-day window for a certain number of hours and to have had a certain number of people simultaneously talking in chat, but we've got that more than covered. I mean, you guys are being super. Foghorns ahead, absolutely. Did I get it or did you get it? No, I got it. I did get it. I could try and find you a foghorn if you miss the foghorn that much, especially as there's now not going to be a Calvert foghorn, at least for the foreseeable future. But yeah, so when I get up to that benchmark, then I will be able to bring channel points in and we can do fun stuff with channel points. But I'm not very good at self-promoting, as you might have noticed. Pasting when I am streaming into Freedom Global and the Discord is about as close to self-promotion as I managed to get, really. I've been tentatively remembering to post something on a thread on the forum just when the VODs become available, and on the Wurm Online Facebook, the unofficial Facebook group, which goes back for years. But in the same way that I'm very, very poor at advertising Little Venice. But thankfully, despite the fact I really ought to update the marketplace thread on the forums, I've got a load of bulks ready to go and replenish stock. So when I do the next kind of big replenish of the Merchants of Little Venice, I will post something up on the forums on that thread to bump it again. But I'm terrible at remembering to advertise it in trade. I'm very lucky to have, I think, a number of people who know about it and consistently come and shop there, which is good because that's what keeps my wildlife park afloat. That single-handedly pays for my 10 silver a month wildlife park deed and gives me a bit of spending money besides, so that I can do fun things like this. You want a steam train horn, memers, or a whistle? I'm not sure about the whistle. Do you know what? Whenever I think of like there was a sketch. Oh my god, there was a sketch. Who was it? It was, oh my god, what's his name? There was a piss take sketch from 50 Shades of Grey with the guy who does, oh my god, what's his name? Who does the kind of sing-along commutes and things. This is really going to bug me. And with Jamie Dornan, who was from 50 Shades of Grey, where they do the whole, like, going into the sex dungeon. I can't remember what it's called. I'm not a 50 Shades of Grey fan, I'm afraid. But going into the room, and on this piss take sketch, like they go in there and they're looking at all of the toys, and the toys are train sets, right? And then there's this beautiful like slow-mo romantic thing where they're like putting like conductors' caps on one another, and like then there's a choo-choo. It makes me laugh every time. Evidently, the point that I found it, I liked it enough that I shared it on Facebook. So once a year, Facebook reminds me of this little sketch, and it just brings me joy every time. Or a trucker's horn. Well, the difference is you might actually manage to spook me. The downside of trying to use those things when you've got somebody guest streaming is I will be able to hear them, but somebody guest streaming with me wouldn't, which was the problem that Calvert and I always had, because in order to be able to hear the emotes, the channel point emotes go off, I had to also have the stream audio on, which meant I was hearing everything twice with a slight delay. So sometimes you'd get me with those, but sometimes you'd only get Calvert caught off guard with one of those. There's my little deed just up there. It's a secret deed, so I shouldn't really be pointing it out. But that's where my secret sheep live. Up on my little, it's called Rokaku Hamlet. And if anybody gets that reference, I mean, I will marry you. Well, I would, except I'm already married. But that is a reference to a very, very old game, which was not widely available in Europe. And is one of my very, very favourite games in the world. It was a JRPG back in the kind of PlayStation 1 days called Suikoden. They released several of them. They are all excellent. But if you don't have any tolerance for those kind of 8-bit graphic party fights out in the real world, kind of like Final Fantasy VII, it's that kind of thing where you've got like party mechanics out in the world, but then you've also got instances of like towns and things. But Suikoden was something really, really special because it had those kinds of mechanics in the game, but you collect people, kind of followers throughout the game, over 100 different characters that you have to do various different things to discover and collect, and they join your movement, your resistance, your army, your whatever, and you get to go and take over an old castle and turn it into a headquarters, and you're kind of leading a rebel army. It's a really good game. Even now, it's still one of my very favourite games, one of the best games I ever played, and I go back and play it often. And that was a really long way round of explaining why that's called Rokaku Hamlet, which is the name of the secret ninja base in the mountains in Suikoden. So, very obscure reference for you there. The Blackadder theme could work for a sound Good. I'm sure that there would be quite a lot of Rowan Atkinson sound emotes that would be excellent as well. I don't actually know. I assume that Twitch has got some like a library of them built in that it's got the rights for that you can choose from. I don't even know, because it's not something I've ever explored. I don't even know how one gets to go and decide what they can use channel points on, but I'm sure that when we get there, I will have excellent fun. So, we've just been sailing our way up the side of Indy. We are now here, and we are about to cut into a tunnel through Indy here. There's a few places that we could go from here. There is actually, so that Silver Wolf and Electress, I think, have got a little market up here. Although, I don't know roughly if you've been there more recently than me. The last time some of their merchants had gone, I think they've still got quite a few there, though.
Yeah, there were a few. Last time I went, there were a few missing. I don't know if they've returned or not. It's been a little while.
So that was an optional segue, but actually, because we're wearing on a little bit, I might skip that one entirely and carry straight on out and go down here, because down here we've got Club Market. And then if we carry on through and round, wait, no, Club Market's down here. You've got Freedom Market here, which I was going to scoot on straight past. Cut through the middle of Indy. You've got Club Market down here. There's one little merchant on his own, Cord. I think the place called Cord has got a merchant there. Then down here you've got Nomad's Market, which is Kiss's place, and then you've got Quail Cove down here, which is Stargrace's place, and that will take us nicely back out to a border in a relatively straight line. The downside is the gale is coming from the south, so I'm going to need to do some crafty sailing, like just on a diagonal, trying to tack into and out of the wind when we turn south. There might have been an easier way to do this, given that the gale had moved to the south. I could maybe have done some fancy border hopping, but I'm going to stick with my original plan, lest we get horribly lost. Which is always possible.
I'm good at that.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet you.
Skill I have.
I made a little plan. I've got a little hand-drawn plan of exactly how I'm going to get from place to place, because this is how I do my market navigation. I do try and periodically make my way around all of the markets in Wurm. I never managed to get them all done in one day because there are just so many of them. But I will work out little routes to try and do sort of like a cluster of them in a row. Some of them are near enough to portals that now with portals it is easier to go and have a look at them. For Xanadu, I used to just have a couple of alts that lived perpetually on Xanadu and would kill themselves to move to another start town to visit a market and mail things back to me. There's a lot less death since we got the portals. Because now I can just portal hop. I don't have to keep killing alts in order to shop. Would help if I wasn't putting the sail down, I suppose.
Yeah, it's traditional to use the
Shop
sail.
till you drop. All markets do have mailboxes, yes. And there are some markets which are not anywhere near a start town and are also not really very saleable. And at those ones, I tend to have an alt parked just at that market. So there's one sort of in the middle of Celebration, and you can sail to it, but it's a bit of a way, and I think that's Bastards Bazaar, which is, there you go, it's here. So you can sail up to it, but you have to sail quite a way in. So, like, I've got an alt parked there. This market here, there was a tap dance market. That's actually not tap dance market anymore. Somebody, Joe the Bard, I think, whoops, let me make sure I'm going the right place, messaged me to say that another market had cropped up there, so I have added it to the marketplace thread. That is now, what is it? What's the new one that's popped up? She says, about to beach us on something. Just trying to find my way back into the mountain. Where do we go? There's a canal somewhere, and I think it's... No. Well, we do have a thing for crocodiles. I think it's actually just around this bit. So the new one that is now where Tap Dance Market used to be on Celebration is called Havoc's Station. And it is right by the start town. It is where the Tap Dance Market always was on Celebration. And that one I could just portal hop to. But this one is a bit of a pain. Not particularly quick to sail to. Not particularly quick to run to from a start town. Where is this goddamn tunnel? Maybe... It's got to be further along. It's got. Okay, I think we're coming up to it. I think it's just over in this corner. I hope. There's
a boy there, so maybe.
There's a boy there. Yeah, but the boy's not labelled with anything. But there we go. There we go. It is marking the canal entrance. What is that?
Little low market stall there on the right.
What is that? What is that? Oh, it's a tackle. Wait. Market stall where? Oh, market stall where? On the right. Okay, well that's the right. Is that the right you meant?
No, the other one.
The other right. Okay, which right? Which right? Where are we looking? Where is it? Oh, there. Okay, let's go and have a quick look-see. Yeah, so there's a few markets like that. All markets will have mailboxes. Most of them will have ruined mailboxes. So if they are particularly tricky to get to and you like marketplace shopping, I highly recommend just parking an alt there. What's this one got? Pack Rat the Second. No, some pendulums.
It's animal tax because my guard won't help.
So there's a bunch of Lurker in the Woods pendulums on this one, and a couple of other items. There you go. And a safety pen, indeed. And that's the other nice thing about still sailing about and not just portal hopping everywhere, although I do a lot of portal hopping these days because I already travelled a lot and it has made some of my travelling a bit quicker and more efficient, but I still do a lot of it by boat. One of the nice things about actually sailing around by boat is you do spot or ruffle spots while I'm distracted. Little lone merchants like that off to the side. That's where a lot of our wombling happens when you spot the remains of a deed. I've just completely overshot that canal again. We go around picking up sort of, decaying furniture, stick it in our warehouses for the next place we need to decorate. But also a lot of my sort of spur of the moment deeds that I have dropped have happened as a result of me sailing past a particularly nice bit of terrain and being like, oh, I feel like I could do something with that. That looks interesting. And I'll wander around it for a bit, and sometimes I will map it by hand, like I'd say on squared paper, but I use a Remarkable, so on squared digital paper. But sometimes, these days, I tend to be like, it's going to cost me like, what, 1.24 silver or whatever it is to drop a deed, so that I can export it, put it in Deed Planner, and then have a play with the terrain. And if I don't like it, in a few days, I can drop it and I can get all of the extra silver that I had to put into it towards the upkeep back. So that is why I have had quite as many deeds as I have They haven't all been sort of serious, I've got a plan deeds. Some of them have just been, I like this bit of terrain. I could have a plan here, maybe. And I just want to kind of iron it out, have a look-see. Bun, you don't think all of yours... Well, to be honest, you don't need them all to be ruined, right? You just need a ruined mailbox, preferably that is renamed. It's like, this is the ruined one. That's all you need. And if you're not selling things like PMK banners or... I think do lamps need ruined mailboxes? If you're not selling items of a certain size, why does it sound like... It sounds like there's a... Oh, Lord, where are you going? It's not just me, right? Are you hearing meteor showers, Ruffle?
I've got my volume down.
There's no... We're not in Oh, there must be a holy site. I was going to say, because there isn't a mag global cast active, but there is...
I think there is one at the moment, isn't there? Let me double check.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see the name of that little boat, by the way?
No.
It was called...
It won't... I've just seen that you waved at it. Yeah, so presumably there is a mag pillar somewhere on Indy. It doesn't have to be near us because you'll hear the meteor showers from anywhere on Indy. Yeah? Okay, cool.
I don't know where it is, but there is a mag site at the moment on Indy.
So, well, yeah, Wurm has sounds. It does. Do you not play with sounds on at all, Bun? God. So once an hour, whilst we are on Indy, that's how we're going to tell the passage of time. Once an hour, we're going to hear a meteor shower like that. I got some nice footage for one of my warm-up screens of meteor showers on release, but I'm keeping an eye out for things like global casts and the holy sites that have those kinds of impacts, because I think they'll make for some sort of interesting variety. Did I want to go down? I don't think I wanted to go down there. Stay on track. I don't think that was the side path I wanted. I'm sort of keeping my eye out for those because I'm starting to like get nice bits of footage of sort of just like the world at peace in Wurm. I'm trying to hit as many of the different kinds of conditionals that change the environment as I can, like global casts when a global cast is active, or when there's a mag holy site that's spitting meteors down and things. And I managed to film a nice couple of meteor showers at the last mag when we last had a mag pillar on release. But I'm always looking for more. I also got a really nice sunrise with the Rite of Death active on Delhi the other day, just from outside Green Dog. But I caught it right at the end, so I only had one opportunity only to get sunrise. So if you wanted to go to the Sandwich Boutique, which we're not going to go to this time, you would turn up here at this point on this tunnel. So at the Fog Lake Expanse Bridge, if you turn north and just follow that waterway up, you go through another couple of canals and you can find your way up to Sandwich Boutique, which is run by Silver Wolf and Electress. I want to say Silver Wolf and Electress. Let me quickly check. Yes. Well, I think Silver Wolf is definitely involved. I think Electress is too. They've got dye merchants there. They did have bulk merchants. I don't know if that was one of the ones that went because some of their merchants left. But they also they had, I don't know if they still have, but they were breeding and selling sort of horses with rare traits and things for a while. I think I got one of my immortal horses from there. You turned your sounds off after a week, Bun. Do you know what? I used to have Wurm music playing all the time as well. But I turned it off a little while ago, and every so often I'm like, oh, I miss Wurm music, and I turn it back on. And it's lovely and nostalgic, but then I remember why I turned it off, because I want to do something like watch a stream in the background, or play something on Spotify and they clash. So these days I have my Wurm music off, but I always have my Wurm sounds on. Do you still have the sounds on, Ruffle, and the music, usually, when you're not streaming?
Never really played with the music. Because it would just sort of come randomly out of nowhere and scare the life out of me.
Well, most of the Wurm music is really classic and fitting, but then there's this one track which just is so out of place with the rest of them. And that's the one that annoys me every time. And I'm sure that if you had been in Wurm long enough, there's a really good origin story to that track. But for me, it just sort of like pulls me immediately out of the lovely reverie that the rest of the Wurm music has sunk me into. Like when I hear the opening strings of that bit of Wurm music, which if you play with the music on, you will get at the loading screen. There is a piece of music that you get at the loading screen every time. Like, it tugs on my heartstrings every time. I'm like, oh, that's all it takes. You could play that to me anywhere in the world, and I would be like, oh, I have such strong associations with it. But yeah, I used to play with Wurm music on all the time, and now I just, like, I'll turn it on for a while and enjoy it, and then I'll remember why I had to turn it back off again, because it interferes with other things that I also want to listen to. But Wurm sounds, I mean, you're missing out on so much of the game if you don't have your Wurm sounds. I can see how some of them would be annoying, but I really like the ambient sounds in Wurm. I only wish that we could control some of the levels separately. Like, I wish fight sounds had a separate volume slider to the rest of the ambient sounds, because fight sounds always sound really loud, and I notice it in particular at Impelongs.
It's a rift that's hilarious.
Yeah, rifts, like all of those, like, what are they, elephants or something? Like, just whatever sound effect they used for some of those rift mobs. It gets pretty chaotic with the sound on a rift, I have to say. Yeah, the chains on the turrets are a bit annoying. I know some people, Calvert didn't like them, and I know some other people that don't either, don't really like the clacking of bones from the skeletons and the fluttering of wings from the bats. The Scarecrow one has bird cawing all the time, which can get a little bit annoying. But I have to say, the turrets do make me sad, because that little chain rattle is nice once or twice, but not the rate at which they do it. And I like them as decoration. I just don't like listening to them, and I am someone who has my sounds on like all the time.
Fireplaces.
I like the fireplaces. I love the crackling of the fireplaces. That's why, like, all of my buildings at Brambleheim have got fireplaces in, and I've got cozy little stations set up where I can sit and watch a crackling fire while I imp or restore frags or whatever. But I mean, I like the water sounds as well. I like the ambient sounds that change as you move around the terrain. I know it's something that we commented on quite a few times on Calvert streams when we were out and about, like when you would go into a tunnel and you'd get that hollow wind sound through the tunnels, or when you would come out of the trees and up onto the steppe and the wind will pick up. There's actually some really nice kind of ambient placement of sounds. It's not always perfect. When you get close to the water's edge, you start hearing sort of nice water sounds. You hear ducks wherever you are, even if you're on the ocean. But
I like the little frog-like sounds you get if you're somewhere like on an island, so you haven't got any of the other sounds interfering. You get just this kind of like little gentle frog in the distance kind of noise.
There's some really nice kind of just really very subtle ambient sounds that make Wurm feel much more alive for me. Which way out? This way out, this way out. Whoops! Sorry, Ruffle. Just rammed you into a wall. There used to be a little market just here, around here. I'm struggling to remember what it was called now. It'll come to me. But they packed up and they moved. I think they moved their whole deed somewhere else, but I don't know if they set up a new market. God, what was it called? It's not Merehaven, it was something. And I'm not even drinking. Yeah, well, I'm doing 100 things. Sometimes you just gotta punch someone through a wall, you know. Not literally. just you know, you like drive your boat through a wall. But this is the problem being a passenger in anything in Wurm, right? Like, this is what used to happen to me all the time when I'm riding shotgun in someone's cart. I just get driven through, like, tree after tree after tree. Like, rude. This is cool. I like this little kind of palisade waterside fortress-like little deed. This is cute. Am I still navigating the right way out? Yes, I am. I know where I'm going. I know what I'm doing. Probably. Maybe. It hasn't been at all sweary either. No, it probably hasn't, you know.
My good influence.
Either you're a good influence or Calvert was just a bad influence. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. In fairness, a lot of the times that I get sweary is usually me having a rant about something in the game rather than swearing at my guests or swearing at the person who's hosting me.
The thing is, like, I swear a lot in my head, but not so much out loud.
I would scold Calvert a lot, and I think sometimes my sweariness would come out in my scolding. He made me make indignant noises a lot of the time. There we go. Okay, so we are currently just sailing out here, out through this bit of land here, and we are going to make our way southeast down here towards... There is actually Freedom Market up here, which is probably one of the older markets in Wurm. It is... I don't know if it was ever officially a start town, but it has a portal, and I think therefore is sort of like a GM-owned space rather than a player-owned space, but Freedom Market is literally just up the hill from the Howl. And that is a big marketplace, which has been pretty depleted of merchants in the whole time that I've been travelling and playing. But a couple of years ago when I went there, it was down to something like a half dozen merchants. I went there the other day to have a look at it and photograph it for the cooldown things. And it's back up to about 20 merchants. So it seems to be going through a bit of a revival. But we are not going to visit that one today. I mean, we could do... It is, if you're taking this particular route, doing this sail, it is actually quite easy to reach here, but you've got to do a run up a long steep hill, sort of halfway up Dragonfang. I mean, that's a fib. Having just been up Dragonfang, it's nothing like halfway up Dragonfang, but you know, you've got to go running up the slope towards the foot of Dragonfang for a good couple of minutes. Stop for stamina a couple of times on the way up if you've got anywhere near as much in your pockets as I do, to get to it. And I've been to it quite recently, so I shan't. But
I think for a long time, you know, that market was the furthest I travelled on Independence for like a decade.
Because you lived on Independence for years, right? Your deed would have been... So that's Dragonfang over there, the famous Dragonfang. For those of you on Northern Freedom Isles, it's unfortunately got a bridge unfortunately bisecting it. Let's go under the bridge. But this is Dragonfang, and those Dragonfang fantastic statuettes, which we occasionally see for sale, that I was lamenting the price of in markets, were an anniversary item for this. And this is Dragonfang Mountain. So for those of you that were watching the stream just before Christmas, where Calvert and I scaled Dragonfang, we climbed it all the way up to here. It took us some time. That is the mountain we climbed, and I don't think you got to see it from anywhere near this far away when we did the stream, because we portaled straight into Freedom Market, which is just where this second set of glowies is over here. This is the Howl here, which is a start town, which was a start town before they made Haven's Landing, which is somewhere over there. That glowy in the distance, that's Haven's Landing, which then became the new tutorial space before they made Guidance. But before that, there was the Howl here, and just up the hill from the Howl is Freedom Market, which is the one I was just talking about.
Was the Howl not even the original start town?
Was it? Or was it not?
No.
So what was the one before the Howl?
Samling.
Ah, yeah. Where was that?
It's up in the north. There's still a bridge called like Samling.
Yeah.
Bridge or
Well, and
like
it's like the Samling Pass, isn't it, on the map?
Yeah.
I did not know that. I didn't know it had. So why was that start town got rid of?
I don't know. Maybe they thought there were too many huts. I don't know. I can't remember what the reasoning behind it was. Spread people out a bit, I think.
Well, we're getting jazzy textures if I tilt up there. Let's not tilt up too much.
Oh, you're getting disco mountains.
Yeah, well, I wasn't getting disco mountain. I'm getting that kind of like texture doing weird stuff. I'm getting disco mountains over here though. We've got rave mountains going on in the background, and we've got weird textury mountains going on there. But if I tilt back down, it's good. I still get the disco mountain, one disco mountain in the background. Oh, the wonders of Wurm. But yeah, for anybody who watched our Dragonfang stream the other day and hasn't actually seen Dragonfang for themselves, that's what it looks like from a distance. It is huge. So when we did that on stream, we spawned in at Freedom Market here, and we ran on foot up the mountain path to this level, which is where base camp is. and we dropped our tents at base camp, which I think is somewhere around about here-ish. I don't know if I'm on the right side of the mountain for it, actually. But it's somewhere around here, I think, possibly here. I think it's there, base camp. That's where we dropped our tents, and then decided to climb up to, oh my god, what's it called? Ignimara, I think is the one nearly at the top, which is about here. So we climbed all the way up this sheer cliff face. And it's interesting actually looking at it from this far away, because we were like, that last climb was so much shorter, and actually it really was. When you look at it like that, you can see the difference. This was the sort of hour-long climb where we were clinging to 200-degree slopes, nearly falling down all of the time, constantly drinking alcohol with all of those those water sounds. We climbed all the way up here to Ignimara, and then we climbed that last bit right up onto the very top where there is a deed. And then we threw ourselves off it and died spectacularly, bouncing all the way back down here.
That's some exciting flashing you've got.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. So if I tilt up, I get some Disco Mountain in the background, but the closer ones, I get weird kind of textural glitches happening.
I don't get that one. I just get the Disco Mountains.
Have you tried looking up a little bit? Because it only happens, Calvert showed me this one, I hadn't realised either, but it's only when you tilt up.
Oh,
you get it? You getting it now? So you get the Disco Mountains at anything. I think they're just distance-based, but you get the weird textural stuff for tilting up.
That's very strange.
It is very strange. Features, not bugs. Features, not bugs. Now, if I turn my UI back on, I'd probably find that I'm sailing directly into the wind. Let's see if I can pick a trajectory. No, I can't really pick a trajectory that's any faster. That's okay. We're still doing a reasonable pace, actually. But yeah, so that is the Dragon Fang of fame. But so, Ruffle, so you lived on Indy for ages, and your deed was up here, right? It was at the foot of one of these two mountains, I think? A bit further up? No?
Which I don't know what you're pointing at, because I can't see it yet.
So I'm looking back up towards, we've got Rockcliffe Museum over here, but if you continue to sail on up through the kind of north-north-west through this centre bit of Indy up here, oh no, wait, you had a deed, was yours up here? Somewhere kind of around, I don't know, H something? Maybe you were up and around the corner.
Yes.
Yeah, so you were actually then, if Rockcliffe Museum is somewhere over here. Yeah, I'm trying to work out where it is relative to these mountains. Somewhere up in the north relative to where we are.
It had a wonderful view of Dragon Fang.
I bet it did.
Out the back of my house.
I think that's one of the best things about Dragon Fang, actually, because it is so central, and it is just so big. Like, it was very visible, very, very clear when we went up Dragon Fang for that stream. Like, the very biggest mountains that Indy has around it are just nothing. They were all below us at the point that we got even halfway up Dragon Fang. It's just so big that you've got these beautiful, basically all the way around it. This is Dragon Fang here in the middle, and any deeds sort of on any of these outer islands around here are just going to have a beautiful panoramic view, basically looking out onto Dragon Fang. I do think Indy is beautiful. I think it is a particularly beautiful sort of kind of epic in terms of proportions map with some very kind of very lovely kind of terrain when you're not getting that weird texture stuff happening. It's got some very dramatic mountainscapes and things. How long did you live on Indy?
Well, from when it opened to, because we sailed there. And
dramatic
I still have the
signs.
sailboat that we sailed there in.
Do you?
Yeah,
That's
so I have a sailboat
amazing.
that predates all the current servers. Well, except Chaos.
That's amazing.
Um,
You've got a sailboat older than all of the Southern Freedom Isles servers, basically,
Yes.
except for the PvP server. Well done, you. Which sailboat's that?
It's the one that's called the Tapir that's outside my house.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, it sailed over and
Where from?
so yeah, from there up until my deed popped in. When would it have been? It was like a year before I came back to Wurm.
Oh no!
I hadn't realised.
All that time you managed to keep it, and then it popped just before we got you back.
Yep. So I came back and I was like, oh, everything's gone.
no.
That's why I moved to Release. You know, it was like, well, I'll just make a new start then. You know, I haven't got anything except the sailboat, which I still have.
So after Ruffle got me into Wurm back in 2013, literally a couple of weeks after Release opened, Ruffle and a couple of other real life friends of mine who already played Wurm had gone and settled on the newly opened servers, and were posting about it on social media and things. And I saw something and I was like, what are these? What are these? And I'm sure I've told this story before, but I spawned in. I found out which server it needed to be on. I booted up the game. I spawned in. Ruffle wasn't in game at that moment, but was going to be on later. And I had about an hour of just being like let loose and free. I got out of the tutorial and I was running around sloping sands, chopping down trees, and then like hanging onto my logs, being like, I'm not going to drop these logs. I don't care if I'm going slow. I chop these logs. I'm keeping these logs. I was eventually persuaded to part with my logs because 2 weeks in, of course, there were no Ruffle and nobody at their deed had built a boat yet. There were no highways or roadways to speak of yet. So we had to do a kind of a cross-country run around the edge of Sloping Sands Lake in the middle of Release. So we're talking this bit here, spawned in here, and we had to run along the shores, periodically going and swimming for a while to get away from mobs, which just would have killed us. And then coming back and hopping back on the shore to avoid things like bear sharks, which will follow you into the water, until we got all the way down to here, to Pools Closed. I don't know if we've still got Madune in chat, but that's Madune's deed. It's one of, I think it must be one of the oldest deeds on Release, and it has stood this whole time, as we discovered last week. It's never fallen. So Ruffle spawned into the game, and she came up to Sloping Sands and got me, and we half ran, half swam our way all the way down to that deed, and I was hooked. I was like, this is terrifying. I feel like I'm going to die at any moment. And then I had a palpable sense of relief when she was like, that's home right there. That's us. We're going to be safe in a minute. And I got inside the perimeter, and I was given a very warm welcome and encouraged to build some tools for myself when I started to learn quite how deep the crafting system was. And I was like, oh my God, I'm never going to learn anything. In those days, I was very reluctant to have a wiki open and have to do things from a wiki. So I spent my first year in Wurm like steadfastly trying to refuse to use the wiki and just learn stuff in game, which is a difficult way to do things. It's a difficult way to do things using in-game discovery only. Oh, there you go. Madune is still in chat, and the best market too. And in fact, one of the buildings that I built while I lived at Pools Closed, and I only lived there for a few months, is still there. I think the Troll Slayer's Rest, the inn.
Yep.
Is that still the original one that I built? I think it probably is. So I'm sorry, that was my very first attempt to build anything at all in Wurm. I've learnt a lot more about building less boxy buildings since. So Ruffle got me into this game back in 2013, and then Ruffle left it for a while, and so I repaid the favour by talking about fish slapping contests at Impalong's in her presence at one of our D&D games. And evidently at the right time, just saying the right thing at the right time, that made her be like, oh, Wurm, I could come back to Wurm, which is why we now have her back. Thank you for the follow, Jake. And so now we are both back in game again, but she brought me into Wurm, and I've done Wurm the service of bringing her back.
Yeah.
Hi, Jack. Good to see you as well.
Yeah,
and thank you for the follow, Jack.
And
yeah.
Then therefore indirectly Madune, and then a whole bunch of people.
Yeah. Ruffle brought Beris into the game. Beris of fame. How many followers am I up to by now? Do you know what? I don't know. They keep sneaking up. I am steadily working my way up towards that 50 mark. Let's have a look. Do I actually have a way of finding out whilst I am currently streaming? Do I? 35. I'm up to 35 followers. Thank you, guys. We're aiming for 50 because then we get channel points and then we get to do fun stuff. Popping out the other side of... it's going to be a while before we actually get to see Dragonfang because that is so steep up there. So we are now, for anybody who is keeping track, we've just crossed through a canalway here under the Howl, essentially just a little bit south of the Howl. And we're now coming out into this body of water here. And there is a marketplace or two in this. There's several marketplaces clustered around this southeast side of Indy, and we're going to pop into a few of them. But first, we've got to turn our way down here. There's a little one. I don't know why I haven't got it marked on here. Probably because I already knew where it was. But there's Club Market here. We'll pop it. We're going to sail right by that. There's a little one merchant just there. There's Nomad's Market down here, and then there's Quail Cove down here. We'll go out that way to try and catch all of those. Only 15 more to go. Insanity in chat. Yeah, I started at 26. I know, and that's because I gained a few. Since the last stream as well. Well, I wasn't even streaming. Some lovely people followed me in the gap between the two. So I don't know, I think I finished the last one at 22. I was up to 26 at the start. We're up to 35. We're getting there. But yeah, so Ruffle was responsible for Beres being in the game, and therefore inadvertently responsible for Madoon being in the game. I am responsible for, I don't know if any of you will know Zakalway, because he tends to play for sort of 3 or 4 months at a time, and then he puts it down for a while. Sometimes he plays for a year at a time, but some of the other people in our alliance are also real-life friends of ours that we brought into game. There's quite a few of us that all know each other in real life. We go back to pre-Wurm hobbies,
yes,
where we all knew each other originally.
Although I was playing Wurm before I...
Were you really? Were you a Wurmian before you were a LARPer?
No, but I was a Wurmian before I was a LARPer in the things where I met everyone else.
Doing that LARP in particular.
Yeah.
Nice. And yeah, Varys got Madoon into it. So we've been a little chain of bringing all one another into Wurm, and we're now most of us concentrated around releasing an alliance together. Beres is technically a resident on release, although I think Beres does still have his indie deed.
Yeah, he does. Yeah,
he was
just,
sort of,
like,
yeah. He's a bit of a nomad. He's squatting at yours, absolutely. Now, where do I want to go? So I think
I owe him really for all the years that I like made him make nails for me. So.
Is he also responsible for your armour? Is that a Beres?
Yes. Yes.
There you go.
Otherwise I would have rubbish.
So there's a whole little collection of us who've been playing the game for quite a while, but Ruffle's been playing the longest of all of us because she was the first. So it's actually really nice to sort of come back to Indy with you. So you said you sailed to Indy. Where did you sail to Indy from? When Indy opened, where were you?
JK Home.
So that was from JK Home, and Wormageddon, that happened during the JK Home era or before then?
Before then, it was Gold 1.
Yes.
Then JK Home. Then they kicked us all off that.
I see. So was that it then? Was it a forced migration off JK Home to Indy?
Yeah.
They didn't have both of them concurrently for a while?
No.
Wow.
Well, I mean, maybe a week, but...
Oh, okay. That must have stung. Especially after Wormageddon.
Fun because there were so many... Because everyone was going, so they had some portals then that you could go through, or you could sail. But, like, so many people were, like, gathered up, waiting to...
Waiting to migrate.
Mm.
Wow. No Nessies. You haven't missed any Nessies. Bitten. God. There aren't many people around who remember Wormageddon, but Ruffle's one of them, so... And if you didn't know that Wormageddon was a thing, I think there is still a page about it on the wiki.
There is.
Wormageddon was, I think, was it the one and only? Was there just the one? There was like a failure of the backups of the servers, and basically a whole bunch of time was lost. I don't know. Tell us more about it. I mean, actually, I only really know about Wormageddon from the wiki. Tell us what happened. Give us some Wurm lore.
I'm not sure what caused the initial shut down, but basically like when they wanted to restart it, they realized they couldn't, and their backups were way too old to reinstate it.
Oh.
And so it was just, yeah. So there was no Wurm for a little while.
No Wurm and what? And a load of... And when they did manage to reinstate it, did they reinstate it to an earlier version where people lost a bunch of stuff, or they just... Okay.
Whole new server. And that's when you had JK Home. And then JK Home ended... I mean, the way I remember it is that it was a failed... They suddenly decided to make it PvP, even though it was a PvE server.
Yes, you have told me about that before.
Which I was away the weekend they suddenly decided it was PvP, and then I had to like...
And by they,
I was away.
Do we mean Rolf?
Yeah.
Was this not Rolf being like, what if it was PvP? Bam!
To try and protect my deed, which was quite open, because quite like, you know, open.
Yeah, nobody had built servers for PvP because nobody built deeds for PvP because it was PvE, right? And then they were just like, bam, now it's PvP.
Yeah. And yeah, it was sort of not too long after that, in my memory anyway, it was a long time ago, that it all happened, yeah. It's possible, Myra, but my ship from there does still have a maker's mark from before.
Yeah, Ruffle was sailing. She's got a sailboat that predates all of the servers except Chaos. And you said that has got a maker's mark. I wonder if the old ships that have lost their maker's mark, I wonder if that's a similar thing to the thing that Nero found when he was making the Wurm Museum, that just some items, you examine them enough times, and sometimes they will have lost their maker's mark and will just take on the new one of the next person who examines them. I've done that accidentally with Hota statues before. Where I've gone and examined a Hota statue just like somewhere in the wild, and it's been like, you carve your name on it, and I'm like, oh no, I'm really sorry.
I think we did that to something at the Titch Memorial, and I was horrified.
Oh no! But yeah, it just...
I did not make that. Oh,
I don't.
No.
I don't know. I don't know what causes it. I don't know if it's something to do with age, if it's something else. But evidently, it's not. I mean, it might be related to that. It might be a relic of things like that. But I think, you know, evidently some items have come across from that time that do still have their maker signatures. So it's not happening consistently. But I think
Wormageddon is pre-ships, but closure of JK Home is after.
Because you sailed, you then had to sail from JK Home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everyone came in at the same point as well.
What, at the same point on the map?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a bit like everybody spawning into the new start town of a new server. You get that kind of people spreading out like a plague across the server and making it their own, except Indy, as we can see, is huge. So it must have taken quite a bit longer for people to spread out across Indy and claim all of those iconic spaces.
The coastline went.
A determined person can snap up the coastline. Yeah. Maybe I wouldn't be surprised. That day one of a new server, it is just deeds getting dropped constantly.
Because there's in the first few days, Varys like circumnavigated Independence looking for somewhere. And meanwhile, I had an alt that went through the portal, and I sort of ran similar to the thing on release. Sort of ran along the edge of lakes and things, trying to avoid bears, and found somewhere and kind of sat there.
Yeah.
Until it was like, is there anywhere else? No, it's going to be here then, and then that's where we settled.
Oh, Myra's got an archaeology report from Delhi called "Go Home, Jane Callan." Rude. It's a pretty fancy looking thing up there.
I do remember people doing it.
Swimming from JK Home to Wild. Yeah, people used to be able to swim across. And also, I mean, like the land bridges used to be a thing, right?
Yeah.
Before you could plot course, when you had to cross servers following these lines and only in these directions to navigate, there were land bridges set up for a while
Yes,
between
boat
some
bridges.
servers, but boat bridges.
I always like when you see a boat bridge that's like a historical boat bridge that's still there.
Are there
I
any
love
still
those.
there? I don't think I've
Yeah.
ever seen one. Where can one see
I've
one?
seen one on Independence somewhere,
Okay.
and somewhere else, but I can't remember where. But
somewhere on Indy, there's a boat bridge. Does anybody know where? Does anybody know where?
Unless I've imagined, it could be on any server I do travel.
You do travel now. You didn't work back when you were on Indy.
No, but the highway system and plotting a course have really changed my worm world.
Yeah, plotting a course changed things hugely. I know I've talked about this before, but back when they first opened up, because when Release and Pristine were first launched, they were isolated. They were in like their own little separate sort of a cluster, and it was just these two, and you could travel between them, but you couldn't travel across. And then when they opened it up, they stuck them all the way over here. So in order to get to any of the older servers, which are these ones, Indy and Delhi being the oldest, well, Chaos being the oldest, then Indy, then Delhi, I think. And I think, did Exodus and Celebration come at about the same time? Then Pristine and Release, and I think then Xanadu was the last one. And so when they put down Xanadu and they connected them all up, anybody on Release or Pristine, before they gave us plot course, had to cross the entirety of Xanadu to get to any of these other servers. And it was a mission. It was a mission. I did it once. And only once. Until plot course came in. It was a lot. You think there's a boat bridge on South Exodus, Myra? I'm trying to think where it would be. I've done a fair bit of sailing on Exodus, but in fairness, I do tend to stick to my routes. So I know this bit of Exodus quite well. I don't know, actually, though, that I've ever sailed up either of these channels. So maybe sometime I'll have to go sailing around South Exodus and see if I can find it. I kind of want to see one of these boat bridges now, because in all my travelling, I don't think I have ever seen a boat bridge in Wurm, and now I really want to. Now I really want to. There's Dragonfang back there, now getting swallowed up by the mist. This is a useful bit of terrain to navigate by if you're trying to navigate Indy by terrain. But we are currently that island there, that distinctive island there, is that one that I just looked at over there for anybody trying to navigate, with Dragonfang over there in the distance. So we are currently heading down here. This is Haven's Landing just here, but there's a little market here which I haven't been to in a while, so I'm hoping it's still standing, called Club Market, which I think is also managed by either an alliance or by some friends. Champagne Dragon is one of the people who runs this, but I think there are others as well.
I have hot intelligence on the boat bridges.
Yeah.
Fresh in. That there's on Independence.
Where?
So there's east of Dragonfang, which is
so somewhere what? As in like somewhere up here at the top of this lake.
Yeah. Oh, that didn't copy properly. Why did that do that? Why is it skipped off the last part of the...
There's the market. Just make sure I'm not going to be off piste.
It's done it again. I
It
don't know why
always
it's
does
doing
that.
with the
Why
end
does
of
it do that? Okay, so if you copy
Anyway,
the whole thing rather than clicking on the link, it should get you the coordinates. Let's have a quick look.
Oh, other east, apparently. West.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, that's west. Oh, wait, you know, I've sailed past there, though. I don't remember seeing a boat bridge there. Montrose. I think Montrose is the deed that I was struggling to remember the name of earlier, where I said there used to be a market there and then they upped and moved away.
Oh, I've copied the same link twice because I'm a genius.
This should be Club Market just here. It is. You enter Club Market. Now, next question. How many of its merchants remain? Earlier when we were talking about PMK Towers, by the way, God Towers for people who are on the Northern Freedom Isles and don't know which is which, that's one of the Mulrahan Towers. The kind of the circular Dreaming Spires type ones. There used to be... yeah, I like those. I would love us to have sort of circular, like, tower builds in Wurm, but I would settle for octagonal. If they would just give us diagonal walls, we could make our own octagonal towers. That would appease me. So this is Club Market, and it is, if you want in-game map coordinates, it's around P20, but it is just to the, it's on this little bit of land just here, just to the west of Haven's Landing. You can run there quite easily from Haven's Landing. It'll take you a few minutes, but it's doable. Mail me one of those round towers to NFI, please. Yeah, I feel like I do feel for you guys. You're missing out on some really nice stuff when you don't get any of the PMK stuff. Okay, so some of these merchants have left, but there are still a few around. Let's just see what sort of stuff they've got. So we've got a bunch of archaeology masks on this one, and a bunch of enchanted jewelry. A load of pendies with good casts on them. Look at those. There's a lot of 100+ casts on these. Does Wind of Ages really work on pendulums? I don't think I've ever tried. I just assumed that it was one of those static timers, like meditation rugs. Wow, I learned a new thing. I need to put Wind of Ages on my pendulums. But they've got all the kinds here. You've got Lurker in the Dark, Lurker in the Deep, and Lurker in the Woods, which are your 3 pendulum types for people who are maybe newer to game or who haven't yet got their heads around pendulums or had any cause to use them. Lurker in the Deep helps you search for rare tiles to fish on. I've got to get these the right way round. Is Lurker in the Dark the one that lets you search for traitors, like for mission spawns, and Lurker in the Woods is the one that lets you search for champions? I think it's that way round. I ought to know. I've got some. Let me have a look at mine.
Yeah, Lurker in the Woods is champion.
Yeah, you can tell how often I use them. Like I think I used my Lurker in the Dark one for the first time in a few years the other month, when I went and found that champion shark. There you go, traitor bait. That's how I know. I have to rename all of my tools and things. Most of them are named for funsies, but some of them are named so that Crim knows which one does which. So my Lurker in the Dark one is called Traitor Bait. My Lurker in the Deep is called Fish Finder, and my Lurker in the Woods is called Champ Chomp. Crim's Champ Chomp. You should see some of the ridiculous things my tools are called. For somebody who doesn't like puns, I'm ashamed to say that several of my tools have got pun names, like Crim's Hot Diggity, which is my shovel. Suppose not technically a pun, but there are some here. I've got a log chomper, an ore hoarder, a berry pilferer. That's my sickle. Oh, my mallet hasn't been renamed since I was at the Impelong. What was my mallet called? I'll just have to give it a new name. Fancy Planker is my saw. Giblet Gatherer. They tend to be names with a bit of alliteration to them. But yeah, I had to rename my pendies to remind me which one does which. But yeah, I got to use my traitor one for the first time in a long time the other day to find that traitor champion shark. I could have used the Lurker in the Woods one, but
Yes.
thank you for the follow, Walsjaff. I could have used either of them. I could have used the Lurker in the Woods one to search for it because it was a champ. But there are a lot more champs, particularly in my neck of the woods on release because of my zoo, than there are traitors. So when you're hunting for a traitor, you want to use the traitor one because there will generally be only one traitor you can search for. That's what I'm looking for. Whereas champs, the trouble with champs, particularly if you're in an area where you've got people who keep champions, it will only show you the nearest champion. So it can be a lot harder tracking down champs with Lurker in the Woods if you're somewhere where there's kept pets nearby. This is a bunch of quality 90 carpentry stuff. Nice. Some with enchants. In fact, all of it with enchants. God, there's Wind of Ages on fishing reels as well. Does that work? Surely only the casts on the rod work. Is that
Feels like it should be the rod, doesn't it?
Is that a thing? Do casts on reels work? Does anybody know? It feels like it has to be on the rod, surely. Although, Because the rod changes what the reel changes what the rod is. It turns it into a different kind of a rod, but the rod still retains its enchants, right? Speeds up the tempering. Oh, interesting. Okay. But so what about the Circle of Cunning? Does the Circle of Cunning do anything on the reel? Does that? So it speeds up the tempering on the creation, but it doesn't speed up the fishing. And we're not sure about the Circle of Cunning. Oh, it did speed up the tempering. Does it not anymore? This is how we learn stuff. Here you go, you got 102 cast Blessings of the Dark. Quality 90 fishing pole there, not a rod, unfortunately. So there's some good enchants in this market.
Fishing.
Oh, I used to enjoy fishing, chilling out fishing off the end of my pier, and then the fishing update came in and suddenly fishing became so inaccessible for me for so long. And I do now, largely thanks to an Impelong, I will say, have a good fishing kit together, but it is not the chill out activity that it used to be. It now requires an awful lot more complexity and fiddling. But I have finally 11 years into Wurm, learned how to fish again. I learned how to fish at an Impelong sometime last year, because prior to that I just kept stabbing myself in the toe. I couldn't make fishing with rods work at all. I was doing it wrong, and I finally sort of sat down an Impelong, taught myself to fish with some help. Now I know how to fish in Wurm finally. But yeah, I just sort of, when they changed it all up, I think I took one look at the complexity and I was like, nope. And I just didn't fish for years. I was like, no, I'll get around to that one day, and I just hadn't until last year when I finally did. Which isn't to say that I've now skilled up fishing. Well, that's an empty one. I haven't, but at least I know how to. And it is no longer quite so intimidating. High quality vodka and mead. A vodka and mead, are they... Do you know what? I actually don't know a whole lot about brewing and beverages, despite my my cooking skill. So some of these will mature and increase in quality in their barrels, and some won't. And I don't know which ones are which. Like, do things like, is vodka one of the ones that increases in quality over time? Does the barrel have to be sealed or unsealed for that to happen? Somebody who knows, tell us. So mead does not, vodka does. Should have known you'd know, Majin, with all of your alcohol experiments. Got a load of horse tack on this one.
Hello, Wolf Chef. Thank you for the bell.
Ah, you're one of the ones with bells. I know you're kind. Oh, so this is clearly one of Nordley's merchants. Some nice casts on these. So these are Skiller ones. Oh, and then there are bulk pens over here, and I think that one of these will be a bulks merchant, presumably this one.
See, if I didn't have pockets full of bells, I could have stuffed like 1,000 mortar into my pockets, but now I can't.
You could. I can tell you from experience, you don't want to try mailing mortar to yourself. That is very poor economy. It ends up being very expensive. Oh, that's a lot for pottery bricks. Oh, they got slate bricks though, and I do need slate. I used up so much of my slate on the Gloaming Sanctum. I need to replenish my slate. But there is sad stone. I like that as a typo, sad stone bricks. But there is only one crate of slate here, and I think I need quite a bit more than that. I need to find somebody to make me some slate bricks at a reasonable price. I need to make myself some pottery bricks because I love pottery builds. But so these are the bulk pens. I think I did come unstuck here once when I tried to buy stuff from these bulk pens, where you can't push and pull. So you can't push them out to your boat. You can only load them into a cart or a wagon. So if you sailed up here to buy bulks from here, you need to make sure that you have got a vehicle in your boat, and some horses or something to hitch to it. I think I went running around looking for wild horses to try and hitch to mine before I was like, you know what, I'm just going to drag the bloody thing. Because again, you can't push and pull your cart over to the deed. You need to be able to hitch something to it or to drag it in order to take it there to load it. Do you have to use a key or is it automatic? So those bulk pens, much like these, all of these animal pens, these work based on key merchants. So you would buy a key off the merchant, which would then give you, just having it in your inventory, gives you then access to the pen that you've got the corresponding key for. And then the deed will be set up with permissions so that you can lead and charm things, for example. So once you've got access to the pen, you can then lead something out of it and off it. And for the bulk pens, they'll be set up so that you can load. But as I said, in this particular deed, you can't push and pull, so you can't push your crates out once you've got access to the gate and push them to your boat. You have to be able to take a vehicle into the pen, load it into your vehicle, and then go and load that back into your boat. But key merchants are a really good way of doing these things. It's a little bit trickier to make all of the perms work right to do it with bulks than it is with animals. But yeah, that's how that works. Are you done? You done?
I am.
Okay. So this was Club Market. There used to be a big colossus here. But because it is just off deed, as you'll see, the deed only extends to the edge of those fences. It decayed. I don't know if somebody was trying to keep it up, and it was. I think it was a Libilla colossus there, and that's how I used to spot it from miles away to orient myself when I was coming here. But at some point, that colossus evidently decayed off deed, which seems like a real shame. Just down here, Rowena was building a market, but I don't know that she ever actually got around to finishing it. I know she had plans for a market because Rowena's got a place down here. I think she's got a couple of key merchants maybe and sells some animals on a deed down here. But actually, we're heading for this channel here, which is a pass, which will take us here. So that's Haven's Landing just there. For anybody trying to orient themselves, Haven's Landing is just up there, which is why I said you can run to Club Market, which is just back there where we've just left. You can run to Club Market from Haven's Landing. There's this highway that just goes all the way down. What looks like a marketplace just over there has no merchants in it, alas. But the marketplaces still stand. But that highway just takes you basically all the way up alongside Haven's Landing, which is now the main start town on Indy. But we are heading to this actually pretty magnificent sort of pass here with these beautiful big slate bridges. And there's some lovely ones, I think, out the other side as well. And we're going to cross through this bit of terrain here, south of Haven's Landing, onto this southeastern bit of sea. Oh, there's a reindeer that's been caught in the water. That looks like a deed falling down, you know. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Spying at it.
Yeah. Because you know what, I love this set of slate arches. Like, I think this is really lovely. But presumably they are part of this deed up here, so they too will start to go. Which is a shame. Clearly that's quite a way along. Oh my goodness, yeah. Because this is already going. Oh no. Oh dear. That means that this pretty epic looking sort of structure that has, I think, for a good long time now, at least for a good few years, sort of bookended this pass, is about to decay. Does that also mean, oh no, that means the other side's going as well? Oh no.
No.
No, I love these bridges. This is part of what makes me love Slate so much. Whoops. Nearly drove myself into a wall. Oh, it's all going. Oh no. And that lovely little, like, that covered over pass there, I just think it's brilliant. But you're not, obviously you're losing a load of its glory now because the walls are decaying, but it was this beautiful big deep dark slate tunnel, but super high. Sorry, Ruffle, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, it's a bit like doing urban exploration, isn't it, when the deeds are dropped?
Yeah, yeah, kind of urbexing out in the wild. Oh, there we go. An hour must have passed because there's our meteor shower. Also, look at those moons. Jackal and Valray are just about crossing. Have I just beached? Yes, I've just beached us. Just about crossing. We got Sol up there. I wonder if Sol's going to interact with those moons at all. Oh no, this kills me. Look at these walls. They're all going. I so love this structure. I'm so sad. I've turned one too early though, because I think it's actually the next one that we have to go out. But yeah, I can't see where they are because we've got it's too high around us. But somewhere on Indy there are meteors falling right now because of that mag holy site, that mag pillar, wherever it is. Oh, look, we can see Haven. There's Haven, being teeny tiny up in the sky. Well, if we'd seen the meteors, we'd have known roughly what direction the pillar was in. But you can just go and have a look at any altar to find out where the holy site is on Indy at the moment. Oh, there's a rainbow. There's a rainbow behind Dragonfang, and we've got a disco Dragonfang at present. It's doing a little jazzy flash, rave Dragonfang in the background there, with a rainbow behind it. I suppose I should probably look at where I'm sailing. We're good. We want to go that way, but we're good. Rave Dragonfang. Oh, how's that for a picture? Oh, shoot. You know what I haven't done, though? Part of the reason for me coming and doing this marketplace hop on stream was I was like, I could take screenshots of a bunch more markets for my cooldown screens. And have I remembered to do any at all? Nope. No, I have not. Damn it. Oh, well. That just means I'm going to have to come back to them all again. Oh, noes.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear. Oh, no. I'm just going to have to shop some more. What's impressive, Bun? My sailing? My complete failure to do the one thing that I came here to do? Or is it Disco Dragonfang with the rainbow behind it? Do the thing I came to do. Yeah, Ruffle's been run into all kinds of things. I've put her through cave walls. I've run her into the sides of bridges and buildings and all sorts. Hard being a passenger. Are we on deed? You leave Dreams Grove. Does that mean I can pick up a shiny? Can I pick up a shiny? Get it. Oh no!
Oh no!
No! We just entered a deed. Outrageous.
It's not as outrageous as abandoned piles of archaeology frags on deed.
Yeah.
If people don't want them, put them off deed so I can pick them up.
Well, I don't mind, like, when it's shards and bricks and things. I mean, I wish they'd put them in a trash pile or sacrifice them in an altar. But I can understand when they're leaving sort of, shard frags and brick frags behind. But sometimes I find piles of abandoned archaeology items, and they're like their tools and their armour, and I'm like, what are you doing? Why would you leave them? In fact, because I am that kind of person, I went round earlier today picking up all the piles of frags that Calvert had left over his deed, because he's not going to be back in Wurm for a while probably, and tucking them into his archaeology storage, because he does a thing that infuriates me, where he will go around his deed like doing archaeology and just leaving piles everywhere to then go and pick them up later, but inevitably he misses some piles. Sometimes they sit there for weeks, and given that he's had to
Plates.
yeah, just plates everywhere in The Sims. I know. They'll just put them on every surface. And some people are like that with frags. And I spotted several piles that... ooh, that's pretty fancy looking over there. I spotted several piles of abandoned frags, which I don't think he meant to abandon on his deed. And as we don't know how long he's going to be away. If he comes back, we hope he comes back. I went scooping them all up and sticking them in the archaeology storage, frag storage space that I set up for him with my with that tip from Bob and Nine about amphorax with pet balls in them. So I tucked all of his frags away because they were driving me nuts. Every time I rode past a stack of them, I've probably still missed some as well because Thal is huge, but. People leave piles with totally unclean fragments. Yeah, well, sometimes they're all down to metal brush, though. And if they're down to metal brush, we know what they are. and we don't want them. But yeah, absolutely. Sometimes people will just leave totally unchipped frags, and you're like, you just have to sit there and watch them decay when they're on someone's deed. Why? I wonder if that happens, especially maybe when there's an event, if people are specifically looking for like festive frags or spooky frags, and they don't really care about the rest. Maybe. I'm like, or just leave them just off the edge of the deed where someone can come and womble them away and give them a loving home at least.
Yes.
Don't just leave them decaying in a pile. So let me orient myself. So now we are right down on the southeast side of Indy. We are just sailing down this little stretch here, and we're making our way towards Nomad's Market, which is a fancy market with proper little shops and things. So it's what I would call a curated market, a bit like Kazumi's Greenwood Market.
It's like a little out-of-town shopping centre, this one.
Yeah.
It's like a little...
and it used to be just a little bit further south on Indy. And then they redeveloped it, and in order to redevelop it, they basically built another one to the north, and just moved everything up. And then I guess, I don't know if they disbanded the old one or if it was just resizing the same deed. But this market moved a little bit from its original spot, but it literally just moved a little way north up the coast to build an even bigger, shinier new one. We're just going to be coming up on it shortly. I've got to find the right place to stop. Is it the inner bit or the outer bit? I think... Am I going to get the right one? We've got to look out for the animal pens, because I think there's the animal pens, so I think it's just there. Good night, Moomin. Yeah, I've got it. There we go. Welcome to Nomad's Market. I bought a bunch of rare furnishings from this place over the years. I don't think they've replenished their rare bulk furniture in a while. I don't know if it's that they haven't got new stuff to put in it and I went and bought a load of their stuff up. But I've definitely bought quite a lot of rare decorative items from Nomads over the years. Oh, they've decorated it for Christmas. We've got snowmen everywhere. Nice. So they've got animal markets over here. I can see we've got some champ dogs and champ deer and things. They'll have draft horses and speed horses here. They sell helis as well. So the animal market is that whole bit. But then just down here we've got the bulk furniture pens. So they've got rare wells. They usually have things like, there we go, rare fireplaces. There's usually a rare coffin or two. There's a rare trash heap there. So on this side, we've got all of the bulk rare furniture stuff. There's a rare catapult there. There you go, rare coffin over there. More rare fireplaces. Is there anything that I want? I love rare furnishings. I love it. But I think I've got so many rare fireplaces now. I think I might be up to my limit. But every so often, I'll see a rare shiny thing that I don't have. And I'm like, oh, I want it. So these are all of the rare furnishing pens. There's also, I've got loads of rare lamps. I think on a merchant here, like as in loads and loads. If you wanted to kit out an entire modestly sized deed with rare lamps, you could possibly do it from here. Like we got 31 rare iron lamps on this merchant, for example. A lot. And I think there's non-iron ones, other types of ones on here as well. Oh, there's more iron ones. There you go. But also we've got some other stuff, like there's a rare village message board here. There's a variety of hanging and street lamp iterations of those in different kinds of metals that are all rare. Got some rare shop signs. Nice. Rare barrel. An unfinished open fireplace. There. Another rare ballista. Ooh, we got some brass ones too. Why are the brass ones more expensive than the other ones? No. all of the lamps at Brambleheim are brass. Whereas my other deeds tend to have Some of them have a mix, but a lot of them have got like a particular type of lamp, which is their lamp theme. So anyway, yeah, so there's a bunch of rare deco stuff over there. And then in here, you've got this little sort of market square with all these little buildings, which are lovely. Little like decorated shops for various things. So we've got an alcohol merchant over here. Ooh. It's going to slow me down so much, but I do kind of want... I was suffering for not having high enough quality fruit juices for all of the ice cream I wanted to make this Christmas. Cherry... Right, I'm having some... Am I having some of that? I kind of want it. I could mail it to myself. I could just lug it slowly back to the cart. It's quite pricey, though. But I kind of want it because I don't have it. I should just work on my own beverages. Work on my bloody beverages skill. What's the fun in that? I'm going to think about it. I could always come back for it. I could always mail it to myself from an alt. I do kind of want it. Don't you enable?
What?
That's the whole point if we can't enable each other. Got transmutation liquids over here. Some dyes. They're sort of grey-black dyes. I don't know if they usually sell more dyes than that or if they just specialise in the kind of like the primary colours and the black. But there's also some transmutation liquids there. What have we got here? We've got... is this going to be an armour merchant and a weapon merchant, or is this just weapons? Look at these displays. They're lovely. This looks like a proper smithy. I thoroughly approve. You can forget to take pictures and come back later. Yeah. Well, having forgotten all of the others, I might as well forget this one as well. Like, if I'm going to have to come back to Indy and do them all anyway, maybe I will just do them all at another time. I also meant to take myself notes so that I could update the marketplaces thread if anything had changed massively at any of the markets. But actually, I don't think it has. I think for the most part, the marketplace thread is probably still pretty accurate. I updated it earlier today with some notes from previous ones, so it is relatively up to date. And I did post it right at the beginning of the stream, but I'm conscious that we have been streaming for a while and quite a lot of people joined us later. So if you're interested in coming and viewing markets across Southern Freedom Isles, I've collected as many of them as I can. Don't post it in local. Come on, Crim. Into a thread there. I tell you what I didn't do. I don't think I posted when we moved on to Freedom that we were streaming. that when we moved on to Indy that we were streaming here. Whoops. That's just... we're about to leave, but for anybody on Indy... We're sorry. I'm sorry. It took me so long to remember to post that I was on Indy, but while we're still here, that's I've already got a rare knife and spoon and fork. I might have bought one or two of them here actually, because you don't often find them. But I like my cooking stuff, and all of my cooking stuff I think is now rare. I think it's now all rare. Ooh, clay amphora. Why are amphora? It's not just here, like everywhere. Why are rare amphora so expensive? I suppose because they make like a nice, interesting deco item because they're quite large. But it's just something about amphora in particular. Always seem to be pricier than I expect them to be relative to other things for the same price. I mean, I also have some rare amphora, so I don't know what I'm whinging about. It's not like I am amphora deprived. Are you finding anything exciting, Ruffle? Put in your pockets is. I do like the decoration in these shops. They're well done. These are nicely decorated, nice roomy shops. Whoa, I've got some unfinished cloth stuff here. More green cloth tunics and black belted vests than you can shake a stick at. If you've got priests, that you like to deck out and rare
my
stuff?
lot wear cloth.
Eshri, my other closest thing I've got to another main character, my folk priest, but I use her almost as much as I use Crim. She's in rare green cloth. My mag priest, I haven't really found kit that works for him. My Vin priest should be in some rare cloth, but I just haven't got around to kitting her out yet. But I don't have my Vin priest active very often because I can't be bothered to grind channeling. I tend to have all of my priests for 1 or 2 spells in particular, and they are not the enchanting tool kinds of spells. So the reason that Eshri is used almost as frequently as Crimson is because she's a faux priest, because I manage a big wildlife park and I couldn't live without her charm animal. I wouldn't have been able to get half the animals that I've got without her charm animal. Certainly getting animals out of an arena is next to impossible. Taming them, charm animal allows you to do it, and to get them out mostly alive in a way that taming just wouldn't. Because so many creatures will ignore faux priests. So she is like 90%. Oh, clearly this one is not yet ready. Is that what the sign said? Not open yet. Hello, Nirav. Nice to see you. So yeah, she's like, I have Eshri like perma-premiumed for like 95% of the time for charm animal, but also for things like humid drizzle. You
might need to rescue an animal at any moment.
Yes. So. And also feeding my animals, because I've got a wildlife park which is full of aggressive animals. And they're in pens together, and the only way I can move an aggressive animal into a pen with other aggressive animals is if it's led by a faux priest. Otherwise they would all start attacking the tamed one.
Yeah, I recently nearly killed one of my animals with my alt's trousers, which was interesting.
Okay. I have lost, I'm sorry to say, 1 or 2 creatures where I have not paid attention to how much favour I've got left, and she's gone and tamed something to move it and dropped below the 30 favour threshold, where suddenly then everything will attack her, and I've lost 1 or 2 that way sometimes when I just wasn't paying close enough attention. I'm gutted every time it happens. My Vin priest mostly, I have a Vin priest who's at 100, up to 100 faith, so she can be a summoner when she's premiumed, but mostly I've got her for mending and for reveal creatures, again, when I'm hunting for GM spawns. So this is Nomad's Market, which is very picturesque, and really nicely organised, and good for things like rare furnishings and rare lamps in particular. Are you still shopping, Ruffle?
I'm just looking at animals that I can't put in a sailboat.
Yeah, you can't load anything in a sailboat. Have you found some good ones?
I'm just looking at this champion deer.
Have you not got champion deer yet?
I have, but my male is actually like the son of my female one, so...
It doesn't matter anymore.
No?
No. Inbreeding is no longer a problem. So it is a problem if they've got negative traits, basically, but if you've got a faux priest, it ain't a problem anyway. But I think it used to be more of a problem, but now, although it will give you the warning about inbreeding them, unless you've got negative traits, all it does is make them, I think, more likely to pass on the negative traits. But if you're breeding ones with good stock, with good traits, it's not a problem. It will give you the little orange warning, but it doesn't effectively mean anything. But if you want, I can breed you another champion deer, so you can have one not of the same stock, assuming that the one you've got isn't already from my stock. Is it from fairies? Or is it from somewhere else? See, we could get you another one of different breeding stock if it bothers you.
No, I just...
Myra, so she's heard it gives you a penalty of how many trait points transfer. I mean, I don't know. I suppose I'd need to go and do some testing with that, but I haven't noticed that as a problem. Like all the time when I was breeding horses, for example, trying to breed out champ horses from just 1 or 2 and things like that. Can't say it had a palpable effect that I noticed on the number of trait points I was getting, but it would be worth testing. Maybe that's a thing. Hello, Dutchinator. Thank you for coming and joining us. So we are just leaving Nomad's Market. on Indie. So we are now just down here, second to last of the Indie markets, and we are going to swing a left and head our way out via Quail Cove, which only has a few merchants. Just like you wait, Warm Holiday Hug. Wait, was that a bear or something?
Yes, it was.
I think that must have been a bear from a previous year. Ooh, there's a Macedon wagon there. I really like those ones. I've actually, in fact, I think I've got 2 or 3 creatures for the wildlife park I got from here because I couldn't get them in the wild, but I managed to pick them up from here instead. Yeah, we're going to go via Stargrace's, or one of Stargrace's deeds, Quail Cove, which only has a handful of merchants, but I think she's another one who does a lot of...
Yes.
Thank you for the follow, Dutch. She's another one who does quite a lot of archaeology, I think, because she's had in the past some really good, like, 4 and 5 rune items on her merchants and things like that, cool things like that. So I thought as we were going to sail that way anyway, we'd go and just have a quick look and see what was on her merchants at the moment. It's not a big market deed like one of these, it's just a few market stalls on the edge of her deed. But I like to pop in periodically and just see what's there. 33% chance of bad traits, someone says in... Passing bad traits on, or of acquiring new bad traits? Because in all my years of inbreeding, I think maybe I've had maybe 1 or 2 bad traits on anything in the past several years since the animal husbandry update came out. But even before then, it's very, very rare for me to get bad traits on anything, and that seems like a much, much higher chance. I thought it was an increased chance of passing the bad traits on if they already had them. So if you've already got ones with, you know, mismatched legs or feeble traits or whatever, I thought they would pass them on more easily. CA help. So I can see that conversation happening in help. It's from someone on guidance. I don't know who that is. Yeah. So I see the conversation happening. That I wouldn't consider that a definitive answer, but I would be interested if anybody has done any, I don't know, code diving, if any of that stuff is reflected in Wurm Unlimited, or if anybody has actually done some sort of testing and data gathering who does a lot of breeding. I would be interested, but in my experience, inbreeding no longer really affects anything unless you are breeding already bad stock. I think it used to. It used to be a problem, certainly, before the animal husbandry update, because I went to quite a lot of trouble making sure that my breeding pairs were from different stock. But I think it stopped being anywhere near as much of a problem. We want to go this way. With the overhaul, because I think they changed the way it worked. So you do a lot of breeding and have no negative traits on your breeders, and are you inbreeding some of your stock? I mean, most certainly my legacy stock of things like horses and hell horses and stuff won't be related to one another. But when Holy Sites first went live, and I came running home with a champion horse really very early on and started breeding that, it was a while before I got another one. So I think my champion horse stock breeding pool is really quite narrow, but I haven't had any negative traits in that at all. The first one I bred, I was very, very lucky, and I bred a 4-speed on my first go from my wild spawned no trait champion horse, paired with a rare coloured 4-speed normal one. Dutch, you saw a beautiful video about this game and its story. What would you recommend to a newbie that has 0 experience? That's a big question. I mean...
I recommend playing Wurm.
I recommend not getting caught up too long in... Well, actually, I was going to say I recommend not getting caught up too long in the tutorial, but actually, since they did guidance, guidance has changed up. It's the new tutorial server, and it's added a bunch of stuff to try and help pave the way a little bit more easily for people who are new to Wurm. Quail Cove is just over here. So actually, there's some good experience to be had on guidance now. Guidance if you go onto the tutorial server on guidance, it will also introduce you to some of the nigglier bits of Wurm where things have to be done just a certain way in order for those starter quests to work. But in fairness, Wurm is also kind of like that. Less so now than it used to be, but Wurm has got some sort of, it's got very, very deep, complex crafting systems and skill systems. And some of those bits of Wurm are very, very granular in the order in which you have to do things, the tools that you have to use to do things, whether some things you can do embarked whilst, you know, riding around in carts, and some things you have to be on foot. But you're going to be in a chat here of people who love that granularity and that depth. But as Yups rightly says, Wurm is often as much fun as the people around you. The community in Wurm is unlike any other community, really, in any other game that I've been in. But the complicated crafting systems, yeah, the kind of, you know, when you get like really, really knees deep into the depth and the granularity of it, it will either get its hooks in you, or it will not be the game for you. But there are so many skills, and skilling those skills and all the things you can make with those skills. Like, there is so much depth there that I think Wurm is quite a different game for quite a lot of different people. I mean, just here in chat, for example, you've got people like Bunlows in chat there, who Bunlows is a grinder. Like, he's a numbers go up person. He's got phenomenal skill gains in less than half the time that I've been playing this game. My skills are okay, but they're pretty terrible for someone who's played it for as long as I have. If you go by the grinders of the game.
Look at mine.
And then we've got Ruffle here, who is in the boat with me, who has been playing this game for 18 years. And I think my skills, for the most part, probably beat Ruffle's. I've been playing it for about 10.
By a long way.
So I've evidently been doing a bit more skilling than Ruffle. But we are two people who have some skills, and, you know, there are certainly bits of the crafting system that we like and engage with a lot. I love building in Wurm. I've built quite a lot of deeds and a lot of buildings and interesting build designs. I love archaeology. I've begrudgingly worked my way up the blacksmithing tree, but I don't really get on with things like the smithing skills and some of those crafting skills, but I love carpentry, I love masonry. So I think a big part of it is about coming in and just trying and seeing which particular bits speak to you, which bits work for you. Ruffle and I, we will both waste loads of time in Wurm just wandering around, enjoying being in this world, in this environment. We'll go wandering, picking flowers from the fields and putting them in our pockets, is not skilling anything at all, just enjoying the environment. And there's a lot of people that enjoy Wurm that way.
It's what I'd say is my biggest piece of advice would be, like, there isn't like a right way to play. There are like optimized ways to grind and things like that, but there isn't like a right way to play Wurm. There's just so many different things you can get into, and everyone's experience is just that bit different, and that's what's amazing about it, really.
There's a lot of ways to enjoy Wurm and a lot of ways to fall in love with Wurm, and no right way. But as Ruffle says, there are, if skilling is your thing, there are optimal ways to skill it. But I spend a lot of my time in Wurm just kind of exploring, stargazing, being in nature, enjoying it. It's like, it's my cozy little home away from home, and has been for a long time now. And I think quite a lot of people do feel that way about it. Some people are here first and foremost for the community, for the friends that they've made in this place. Like, whether they are in villages with other people or whether they are hermits but belong to larger alliances. Some people's favourite bits of the game are the big community events like Impalongs, where people come together from across multiple servers to make and imp and enchant stuff for other people for free, just for love. And the GMs will come and interact with us at events like that, spawn cool things for us. We have arena fights and tournaments and all sorts. There's loads in this game, and the bits that you love most won't be the bits that everybody else loves most, but you can kind of only find out which bits speak to you by trying them all. So okay. I'm glad. I felt like I was doing a bit of a ramble there, but I'm glad that you felt that was well explained, Jack. But yeah, I'm sure there will. Yeah, Bun's going to come streaming with me. He's going to have his own little grind with Bun time. You know what? You could totally do that if you like. We could have a little, like Calvert did his news from the pool. If you want, we can go treasure hunting, and then we can have like a little 5-10 minutes downtime where we're going to have a little grind with Bun. Little segue where I can just put my mic down for a minute, actually remember to drink something and breathe, and you can teach us all how to optimize our grinding for like one skill or one sub skill at a time. We could totally do that.
Like a minute when doing it myself.
I'm totally up for that. I would totally be up for that, Bun. We should do that. Nirav's skill in nostalgia is 100. I'm a very sentimental Wurm player, and a lot of my enjoyment from Wurm, I think, comes from sentiment and just like I said, I think just enjoying being in this world. I think it is a lovely, peaceful and beautiful space to exist, and it is the truest kind of a sandbox game I've ever found. A lot of sandbox games aren't wholly sandboxes, but Wurm is a game where literally like everything about the environment that has changed in any way has been changed by players. Like these servers where thank you for the follow, Barfoot. These servers were spawned a certain way, but then all of the terraforming, every building, every town, every village, everything you see, every guard tower, all of it is made by players. It is. Oh, look at Valray. Look at these skies. You know what? Are we? Which end are we on? We're about to get a really beautiful sunset. There you go. I should have just looked that way, shouldn't I? Like, am I going to sail us off server accidentally? No. Okay, I think we're safe to watch the sunset for a little while. I think Wurm is just a beautiful world in which to exist.
Yes.
Thank you for the follows, Nirav and Summer Breeze. I'm creeping my way up towards 50. We're gonna get there. But yeah, I find it a beautiful place to just chill out and spend time. And whether you do that as a hermit, or whether you find some people that you get along with, build an alliance with them, and kind of get involved with the community, I think a lot of people just enjoy spending their time in this game, with friends they've made in this game, in this environment. And certainly some people get most of their enjoyment. Oh, nearly beached us. Some people get most of their enjoyment out of the progression, like really, really engaging with those deep skill systems, either optimizing their skilling, getting their numbers to go up, or just exploring the depth of the crafting systems. I mean, you've got so many. Oh, I need my UI up, don't I? You've got so many skills in this game, and not all of them are useful. Like swords, a load of these weapon skills, for example, aren't things that you would necessarily. I mean, I guess you do train them up. People do train them up. You train up in your favourite weapons and things. But when you get into stuff like there's tools, like hammers, there's probably not really anybody out there deliberately skilling up hammers. I mean, I bet there is somebody because this is Wurm. But you've got a whole load of crafting skills here, and sort of like creation type skills. We've got a really, really deep cooking system. The nature skills are some of my favourites. It's one of the ways that I enjoy just pottering around in Wurm, engaging with the landscape. Oh, there was a glowy. I'm not.
It was 9 that got 100.
I'm not gonna go. Of course, it was not. Nine's got 100 in an awful lot of skills. He might have the most hundreds of any single player in things. He is crazy, crazy man. Look at that sunset, though. I'm sad I didn't go and get that glowy, but I'm not going back for it. But now we have one of my favourite bits. One of my favourite bits of Wurm is the skies, and to an extent the weather systems. I mean, we haven't got storms, and I would love to have storms. But the clouds and the skyscapes and the sunrises and the sunsets and the stars, this is all just beautiful. This is one of the things that Calvert and I connected over when we started up our friendship at the start of last year, was our shared love of the skies and just nature, being in nature in Wurm. Just just... Oh, nearly missed it. So we've just arrived at our destination, but while I'm here, I'm just going to turn my UI on so I can disembark my own boat. But we are about to get this beautiful shift of colours as the sun starts to dip. It's my favourite bit of the Wurm day because it's going to go to a beautiful kind of ambery gold colour, and then we're going to get the purpling, which is the best bit. But we have just arrived at Quail Cove. There we go. It's shifting to amber now. We've just arrived at Quail Cove on the very, very southeast side of Indy for one little last market stop off before we leave Indy. But look at those colours. This is gorgeous. This is so peaceful. Like, I will absolutely log into Wurm and just spend time enjoying being in it. Sometimes with friends, sometimes by myself. I've had some lovely moments just sky watching with people, watching suns go down like this, talking into the wee hours. And I have spent certainly as much time gaining no skills at all, doing nothing particularly game related in this game. Just talking to people or enjoying looking at and existing in this world as I have, engaging with its crafting systems and skill systems and things. It's all about what you love. Yeah, Mimas, me too. Some days I log in.
My dude's comment about the troll leaping out and eating you.
Sometimes, yeah. But not too often. And there we go. That gorgeous colour shift from like the purples into the blues as night creeps in. Yeah, sometimes I will log into Wurm and I will not move more than a couple of feet off the spot where I log in, and I will stand in that same spot for hours just catching up with people, just talking to people, just hanging out. Sometimes I'll just go wandering through the woodlands behind my deed, just picking some flowers, exploring in the woods, enjoying it, just enjoying being in the environment. So I think it's lovely. But I think that sort of this ambience, like this beautiful skyscape, this is one of my favourite bits of Wurm, and that doesn't involve interacting with any of its systems at all. But there you have it. Right, I need my UI back up, don't I? Right, so we are currently here, just down here. This is Stargrace's deed, possibly one of Stargrace's deeds, and it just has a few little merchants. I will start the other end to Ruffle, otherwise we're going to be competing for merchants. Is there one in this building as well? No, okay, so I think it's just this little row. Let's have a look-see at what she's got. And for those of you that have just joined us quite recently, Ruffle and I have been taking a little kind of slow ambling tour around some of Wurm's many player-built marketplaces. Because we like in-game marketplaces. We like them as a sort of just a nice kind of ambient and charming way to spend time in the game. Spending some of our hard-earned silvers in the game. Got blue common wool hats here for anybody who wants those. Thank you for the follow, Stargrace. We are indeed at your deed. Oh my goodness, look at all of these people in local. Hello. Sorry, I was tabbed onto something else entirely and I didn't even say hello as we pulled up. That was bad of me. Thank you for the follow. Ruffle noticed. I was too busy gazing at the sunset and being like, I love Wurm. I love this place.
It is the best.
It is the best. There's a reason why, like, even those of us that are consummate gamers have played an awful lot of games over the years, own a lot of games. Okay, so it's cut down now. I did own something like 15 different retro consoles. I think I've now cut it down to about 8. I have a lot of games, a lot of systems that I play on, but I have put more hours into Wurm than I have put into every other game I play put together. By some margin, I suspect. And it's not just because I've been playing Wurm for so long, it's just, this is my go-to game. Like, you know how some people are like, that's my person. This is my game. Oh no, we're clashing in the middle. I will skip over. I'll come to that one last. Yeah, this is my game, and this has been my game for a long time, and I can't imagine another game shifting it out of that spot, because I've never come across another game that quite scratches the itch that Wurm does for me. I made you put all the new foals into the pens because it would look sad to have an animal hockey without live animals. Well, good. Well done, Bun. Well done, you. Pleased to hear it. I suppose we'll have to come visit you now. Oh, there's a rare chessboard there. Although I do have a rare chessboard because I won one at an Impalong. I think I won my rare chessboard at the Friend-along. Last year's Friend-along, I think. It was the Friend-along where the fish slapping competitions have, and it was the fish slapping competitions that I managed to lure Ruffle back into the game with, so thanks, Friend-along. Nice. That's actually a... Wow. Ooh. A lot of bunny ears there. Bunch of indie maps. What have we got? I've got two left. Let's just have a quick. Oh, we got picnic baskets. When do I usually stream? So this slot, I mean, I only started streaming, this is my 4th one doing under my own steam. I've been guest streaming with another one of Wurm's very prolific streamers who's just had to step back from Wurm for a while, indefinitely. But this is only my 4th stream under my own steam, but I'm doing Saturday nights so far. And I'm going to try and add in some other ones as well. I will try and add in at least one weeknight, maybe 2. At least for a little while, maybe not as consistently, but I'm going to try and do every Saturday night where possible, and squeeze some extra ones in around it as well. And I don't know if the extra ones, if any of the weeknight ones will become as regular. I'm still kind of feeling my way around it. Like, how much can I do? How sick are people going to get of hearing me ramble about how much I love Wurm for hours? Like, more than once a week. It's bad enough once a week because I can talk about Wurm till the cows come home. Is this... You used to have, Stargrace, didn't you used to have a load of, like, Cappy stuff around here? I seem to remember, like, sailing past here one time and seeing a load of, I think it was the Capybara Sultanate banners or something, and being like, oh, look at that, that's so gemmy, and that's what lured me over, and then I spotted the marketplace. Thank you, Dutch. I'm glad you love this vibe. It's, Wurm is, I mean, the granularity of Wurm is something which is not for streamers, which is probably not very exciting. Like, we can absolutely do streams where we do kind of deep level crafting and grinding, and some people will do that and will do that very successfully. As you will notice, I grasshopper too much to do you a very good version of that. So my streams are likely to be largely more exploration based, or, I mean, Ruffle and I, although we're doing this market visiting stream, we've got some backpacking adventures planned, which are going to be very chill. We're going to set ourselves up with some lovely glamping gear, and we're just going to go exploring, doing exactly the kind of stuff I was talking about, like being out in nature, enjoying the skies, exploring the terrain, finding nice deeds, fallen deeds, cooking over a campfire out in the wilderness. Picking flowers, absolutely, picking flowers. We're going to do all of that stuff on a series of backpacking streams together. Bunlows is in the comments there. Bun's going to come stream with me. We were just talking about that a minute ago. And Bun and I are going to go doing treasure hunts together, which is another whole thing in the game. They introduced treasure maps. It is one, in my opinion, one of the more fun things for me in the game. Treasure hunts. I really like archaeology as well. That's got the same kind of discovery process. So Bun and I are going to go and do treasure hunts, but Bun and I get really quite different things out of Wurm, so I think that's going to be an interesting stream where Ruffle and I are really quite aligned in the ways that we enjoy Wurm. Bun and I enjoy Wurm in really very different ways, so I think it's going to be interesting when Bun and I start streaming together, and I think that's going to come out in conversation, like how differently we view bits of Wurm and enjoy bits of Wurm. So I think that's going to be good. But yeah, I think for the most part, Wurm streams are either ridiculous, like the streams that Calvert and I used to do just always erred on the side of ridiculous. If you ever saw Calvert streaming by himself, which you probably won't have Dutch if you're very new to it, but you can go and look up his stuff on YouTube. Joshua Calvert, with the U and the H the wrong way round in Joshua. You'll find his scout streams are really very chill, where he's streaming by himself. Like, they're really nice, relaxing, just kind of exploring Wurm kind of streams. But then there'll be Calvert and Crim streams, which is him and me streaming together, and they tend to be ridiculous because when you put the two of us together, it just becomes chaos and madness. So I think a lot of Wurm streams go that way. They're either really chill or they're faintly ridiculous, particularly when you've got two people streaming together. But there are also streamers out there who focus on like the crafting and the skilling and the building and the like, that kind of deep dive into the experience of doing the gameplay of Wurm. Whereas I tend to lean more towards doing some of the interactive gameplay, like treasure hunting and archaeology, but also some of the just existing in Wurm.
Crim, you need to come and see this crab.
Have they got a champ crab?
No, it's a crab statue called Mr. Pinchy,
Oh,
and it's the most amazing colour.
I'm coming. Oh my goodness! So it is. You've seen one video about it and tuned into this wholesome ramble of how you should sell your soul to this game. Yeah, do it. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that this is doing it for you. You should absolutely come and log in, give it a try. That is a beautiful colour. Like, do you know what? The archaeology statues are so shiny. I've got an octopus one, which had been sitting in my champion whale pool, but I finally took it out and brought it into the house, and it's so gleamy. I want to find a beautiful colour for it, but what's this? 272122221. That is a beautiful colour, Stargrace. Well done. It does kind of make you want to do them like non-standard colours when you dye them. Anytime I go to Rock Lobster's market just outside of Exodus, he's got a champion crab there, which I'm very jealous of because I love crabbies. and that is one of the few creatures that I don't yet have a champ of. I've camped on quite a few well springs, but clearly not enough. But yeah, so this is Quail Cove, which is Stargrace's place. I love this little like square of crafting spaces as well. But yeah, if you enjoy kind of chill exploration streams like this, there's a lot of Wurm streams out there that have done this, and in particular, like I said, there's a whole back catalogue of really lovely kind of exploration streams like this from one of my very best friends, Joshua Calvert, who's stepped back from streaming at the moment, but he's got a massive back catalogue on YouTube if you're looking for other stuff to just kind of keep on in the background while you're going and starting to explore Wurm. There's only a few from me so far, but there are many, many more from other people. Right. Oh god, it's 20-1.
Yeah.
Do you need me to get you home, Ruffle? Or are you still? Are you still what?
I'm alright for a bit.
You're alright for a bit? Okay, great. We're carrying on. We're still going. Oh. I am, however, going to put my sail back up and figure out where I was going to go to next. So we've just done quite a long sail through Independence. Bun! Turn back now while you can. So you followed a friend from WoW over. So, Bun, so you came here and you decided that Wurm was not for you. And Bun is a Wurm addict. Bun is absolutely a consummate Wurm addict now. Only game more or less in 4 years. Wow. Oh, right. Yes, where was I going? Okay. I was gonna... Okay. I'm gonna pop across to Celebration. Do a little quick hop over there, but I need to make sure, because we're quite close to that south border, I need to make sure we don't cross too close to a corner, because otherwise things will go horribly wrong. Nobody wants to get eaten by the corner border sharks. Dutch, if you do come into it, there are 2 clusters on Wurm, so if you haven't already created a toon and left guidance on it, it's worth knowing that Wurm is split into 2 clusters. You've got the Northern Freedom Isles, which are the newer cluster, and you've got the Southern Freedom Isles, which are the bigger, is the bigger, older cluster. It's got more servers on it, but those servers have been around a lot longer. So you can join either as a new player. A lot of new players go for the Northern Freedom Isles because they're newer, but the 2 clusters have now been up long enough. Northern Freedom Isles has been up long enough that actually there are as many people, probably with very high skills, with very developed bits of land and things on the Northern Freedom Isles as there are on the south. So so you'll find a lot of the people in chat, and probably quite a few of the people streaming who are more experienced Wurm players. Certainly anybody who's been in Wurm for several years will probably be a Southern Freedom Isles player. Some of them did migrate to the north when those ones opened. I'm sad in a way that more new players don't come to the Southern Freedom Isles, because there is so much history here, and I think that the history of the landscape that has been like entirely created by players is one of its most charming features. But we got portals in Wurm last year, so we can now travel between the 2 clusters, but your items don't transfer with you. So people tend to have their main character, to have one main character, and principally on one of the 2 clusters. You can now visit others, but you don't get to transfer any of your stuff with you. So if you're just sort of Rye Games, okay. So if you're just sort of starting to feel your way around it, a lot of people don't realise that when they join one cluster, they can't just play across all of them in the same way, and it's just worth having a look around. Have a look at the forums if you haven't found the forums yet. Have a look around kind of the terrain on the different kinds of servers. Maybe look up another few different streams, see where people are streaming from, and see what speaks to you, so that you get to make a slightly more educated decision when you decide, when you leave the tutorial server guidance and you're deciding which cluster you're going to move to on your main toon. You pick the one that you want to pick, rather than just pick anyone and then are forever gutted if you feel like you picked the wrong one later. We don't eat people in the Southern Freedom Isles. We're lovely.
Not anymore, anyway. You know.
Yeah. I mean, part of that rich history that we're talking about is, we don't really talk about the cannibal years, but you can still see the effects of it on the terrain. But the Wurm community is lovely on both clusters. Whichever one you pick, there are wonderful people there. There's beautiful maps to explore. There is still space, plenty of space to make your own, whichever server or whichever cluster you go on. If you want a really, really populated one that's got a lot of people online all the time, you probably want to go for one of the big ones. I think Cadence and Harmony are probably the most populated ones at the moment on the Northern Freedom Isles. You tend to find the Southern Freedom Isles servers are less populated, but that also means that there is more space, that it tends to be a slightly more chilled out kind of freedom chat, global chat community a bit. And a lot of the servers have a kind of have a particular feel, like the communities on those servers, like, I don't know, lean in a particular direction or have a particular vibe about them. But that kind of stuff is really the only kind of stuff you can discover by just kind of exploring in the game, seeing what works for you. Yeah. Jack says if you go to the Northern Freedom Isles and you want a more peaceful one, you want Melody. That's the smallest of the PvE servers. Or smallest of the servers, but it is a PvE server. Most servers in Wurm are PvE, but on both clusters there are PvP servers. I wouldn't recommend anybody just starting Wurm for the first time to try and go straight to PvP. I would recommend everybody starting on PvE, and then, like, if you want to get into the PvP side, really what you want to do is get established a bit, find your feet in Wurm a little bit, at least on the PvE side, and then I would recommend probably going and hitting up some of the PvP folks on the forum. They've always, I don't know about always, but certainly in recent years, I know some of the PvP folks have been trying to actively recruit and introduce people to PvP in Wurm, because it's quite hard to really get a sense of how it works if you've never gone there and done it. But there are people who will come and recruit you into their factions and handhold you through it and show you a great time over on PvP if that's your jam. But most of us are PvE players. Certainly the vast majority. True, yups, yep. As a noob, very little to lose when you get killed. Particularly since they introduced those new things, like some new buffs when they launched the new tutorial server guidance. So you now get an amount of time as a new player when you don't lose all of your items when you die, for example, which is quite useful. Nira, if you started on Chaos, did you? Everything else has been much easier. First 24 hours was 23 deaths. And 2 eagle spirits caught in your noob tent. Wow. So you really did have a trial by fire. Mima says that the Melodians, that's a nice name, I haven't heard that one before. Melodians are nice people, but on the quiet side. For Southern Freedom Isles, so, I mean, as I say, your mileage may vary and you have to pick up this vibe a little bit yourself, but I would say that Release and Pristine are both very chill servers, very, very pretty terrain. Pristine in particular, Pristine and Indie, I would say, for me, are the prettiest servers. There's a lot of very pretty terrain, kind of dramatic landscape in those. I think there are certainly some beautiful bits on all of the servers. The least populated is probably still Exodus. So Exodus is a very quiet server. And it's got quite a lot of large, long-standing deeds that don't have an active population, but are still there. Deliverance is a very old server. It's got a lot of history and not a lot of water, as you will see, compared to some of the others. Deliverance has got an awful lot of landmass. I actually know Deliverance a lot less well than some of the people in chat here. Bun is Deliverance based. Both Madoon and Ruffle have spent quite a bit of time on Deliverance in the past, so they could tell you better than me what it's like to be on Delhi. Celebration, I think, is a really interesting map, but I don't know. I've just never quite gelled with Celebration. And I couldn't really put my finger on exactly why, but I'm release-based. Both Ruffle and I live on Release. I have lived on Release pretty much since the server opened, and Ruffle moved here from Independence when she came back to Wurm a few years ago. But there are people who can tell you about all of these servers, so if you're once you've had a look around and if you're interested, just try asking around, asking global or ask on the forums. If there's a server you're interested in, say, pop a post up somewhere and ask people what they love about this server, ask some questions, see if it sounds like the right kind of a one for you. Delhi's virtually unrecognisable since you played on it, Madoon. Is it just that it's been so terraformed in that time and so changed? See, I think Release is one. Robbie, you think you're the only non-hermit?
Hermit?
Robbie lives on the top of a mountain, so difficult to traverse, that he hopes nobody will ever find their way up there, except that he did build a very nice path up from the north side. See, I think Release, for example, where we live, Release still looks very much like the Release that I spawned onto right at the beginning in places. Like, I mean, certainly the coast and the sort of like the waterside spaces tend to change the fastest on servers as players develop them. Spawn Lake still feels very much like Spawn Lake always did, albeit with more sharp corners. But there are some bits of Release that certainly feel massively different, like the steppe just to the south of where Ruffle lives. I remember an entirely different steppe when I used to have to go legging it across there, dodging trolls, trying to get to the lake to the south of it. And it has been so terraformed beyond recognition. It is entirely different now than it was when the server launched. But massive parts of Release, I think, are really not very far from how they were in the beginning. They've been terraformed a bit, but they've not been so transformed that I don't recognise them. I've got nothing against terraforming, Bun. I mean, terraforming is half the fun of it. Some people terraform. I mean, I'm somebody who terraforms to try and terraform with the landscape. I like my landscape around me looking quite natural still, and so I tend to try and, when I'm building deeds and things, create things that are sympathetic to the terrain around them, or that kind of slot into the terrain without changing it too much. But there are some places like Brambleheim where, you know, we've got massive flat plains of space because I was just building lots and lots of animal pens. I needed more terrain. Did we both make it? Oh no, we did both make it. I thought I just left you on the wrong server, Ruffle.
No, I'm here.
Good,
You're
good.
still stuck with me.
Good, good. Yeah, like I like sort of terraforming in a sympathetic way. Some people like the opposite, like actively transforming and sort of forcing the land into sort of newer shapes. A lot of the kind of the what I would consider the less aesthetically pleasing. Good night, Nirav. What I would consider the less aesthetically pleasing, from my point of view, terraforming is when people kind of terraform into very kind of flat, blocky spaces, and they do it, I think, largely for efficiency's sake, like to make the most of the deed space that they've put down, to make because you can only build on flat terrain, although that's about to change with our exciting new jetties and verandas and platforms that are coming in this year. God, this year already. But because you can only build on flat land, a lot of people will just kind of flatten the whole thing and make a big flat space that they can continually build on. I prefer to have little bits of flat space and have a more kind of terraced looking deed, but horses for courses, different people like different things. Flat blocky spaces is how you describe the site of your old Delhi deed now. There are big swathes of Exodus which are like that, which are big kind of flat terraform spaces. But then I think Exodus has also got probably more wild looking space than most of the other servers, and it's a really weird. It's quite a weird mishmash of super terraformed space and super wild space, which is actually one of the things that I kind of enjoy about Exodus, the wild space more than the super terraformed space. But this is kind of what I mean, like, it's different on every server. That's quite characteristic of Exodus, I think. There are other servers that have got that to different degrees, but Exodus is I think, the sort of, has got some of the best wild spaces, or wild feeling spaces. Release has got some really nice natural terrain. There's quite a few long-standing players on Release who have very big deeds or a lot of deeds, who also value what I value about that kind of very natural looking terrain, and have gone to great pains to try and retain that kind of natural rolling hillsides feel, which is probably one of the reasons that I like Release as much as I do. Dreaming of building Care Paravel in Wurm at some point, but for that, right, we need diagonal walls. We need to be able to at least build octagonal towers, because you can only put guard towers like every, what is it, like 50 tiles, 51 tiles. You can't do Care Paravel with Mulrahan towers because you can't put them close enough together. So Myra's dreaming of building Care Paravel. For anybody who doesn't get the reference, that's from Chronicles of Narnia. While Bun is dreaming of building Kaer Morhen, which is from The Witcher. I approve heartily of both of these plans. I would love to see somebody build good homages to those two.
Every time I see it written down, though, I want to call it Kaer Morhen.
Kaer Morhen, yes. I'm confidently heading towards what I think is a gap between these two islands. I hope I've got it right. I'm fairly sure. Yeah, there's a bridge there. There's a way through. We're good. So Kaer Morhen and Kaer Paravel, there you go. Bun and Myra have got that sorted. They're going to build those for us. I know that that several people have expressed interest in if we had slightly more flexible builds in terms of being able to create more rounded shapes, wanting to build things like Minas Tirith.
Thank you, Chater.
What's that?
Oh, thank you, Chater.
Good night, Dutchinator. or good morning, whatever time of day it is down there. It was great to see you. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us. Yeah, there's absolutely people who want to do some builds from things like Lord of the Rings. There's some pretty epic builds there, and some people who already have done some. I did 50% of a deed design for to build the academy from the new Wednesday TV series, because I was like, I want to build that. I want to build Nevermore. But I ran out of steam halfway through, and I was like, am I that invested after all? I could have been. I was working on I think a really pretty epic Hogwarts build before J.K. Rowling pissed me off entirely. But I think there's been some really lovely kind of homage builds to well-loved places in fiction and film, and I'm hoping that with the new builds, some of the new build updates, they promised us some new wall types, but we don't yet know what, and we're going to get what used to be the kind of the piers and jetties update, but is now going to be the kind of building on uneven terrain update, which hopefully will mean we get verandas and balconies and things as well, which will give us a few more options. I just need some way to do some slightly more curvy bits. I want diagonal walls and fences. I want them so bad.
Words.
Words.
See, that was my words I was getting in.
This is why we're friends. I'll just talk for hours, so poor Ruffle doesn't have to. Then every so often I'll get a little interjection. Ruffle is not half so much of a talker as me, as you've probably noticed. Go on, Ruffle! Talk! I don't know.
Hello.
What? I mean, what? So what? You've been dropping deeds everywhere recently. What kind? What is it? Yeah, everywhere. I know.
Everywhere.
Like, what is it when you drop a new deed, or when you get excited by a new building project? What is it? What is it about the terrain? Is it about like a particular idea for a space? Kind of, what's your inspiration when you're going and kind of like getting your deed on with a new project?
Oh, it's hard to say, because sometimes it's literally just like, when people are buying the house and they're like, oh, I just knew when I walked in. It's a bit like that. I mean, and some of them are quite different from each other, although I am really just like a sucker for some what's the word? My brain's gone.
That bridge is
Steps in the landscape. What's the word? Terracing.
What, terraced, yeah.
Some terracing. Yeah, I don't know. I just like see somewhere and I get a bit inspired. Like, and it's more the vibe of it than anything else, because I'm not a great sort of planner when it comes to building or designer. I just sort of go, yeah, that's a nice place.
I get that. I sometimes just I find a little bit of terrain. I'm like, this has got a nice feel to it. This is a nice view. I can like, this feels cozy. I get that.
Although my one on Delhi, where I moved to, was just purely about convenience. Although I did have several locations in mind, and then chose that one in the end.
I've absolutely got some utility deeds as well. How did you pick your place, Bun and Myra? How did you end up where you are? Or Mimas, what about you? Like, I'm always kind of curious about this, and sometimes I talk to people about this, but sometimes like it's not a conversation that comes up very often. I always wonder sort of how people find their spot, their place that they settle. Like, for some people it's been accidental, it's just like where they happened to plonk something down and they made it their own, and for some people, like Ruffle and me, they kind of found a place and just it felt right. Some people moved outwards from other communities they joined and just kind of sprawled outwards.
I mean, my current deed on release, I literally just sailed to the only place on release that I knew. And then thought, oh, Wadoon won't mind if I just deed right next door.
You've plunked a deed down next to your friend.
Yeah.
You're working on extra long rope bridges, Mimas. So Myra, you moved close to friends. Yeah. Kept being chased by trolls and dying. Yeah, like my first couple of deeds were sort of as far as I could run without dying to a bit of terrain that looked interesting and spacious and that I kind of liked the landscape in. My first deeds were there, and then when I finally moved out to the east coast, out to the peninsula, I could run a lot further by then before dying. So I took a bit more time to actually explore the map and went kind of willfully looking for some more natural, untouched terrain. And I think when I got to this particular kind of area of the map that I now live in on release, I really liked the kind of the shape of the land, like the kind of the woodlands on the hillside behind, and the sandy little kind of shores and bays and things. It was just lovely and peaceful. It had some really nice sea views with terrain behind, because if you live on the exterior border of a map, you're looking out to sea, which can be lovely. But I wanted to be looking out onto land, but across a lot of water. So I found a bit of release where I had like kind of ocean stretching before me, but still had like mountains in the distance and woodlands and things. And I think that was part of the charm of the particular bit that I stopped on for me. You just kept growing, Bun. Mimas, yes, you went for easier ocean access. So we're just coming up on another little marketplace. This is Archdale. This place is owned by Zarame. So we are just actually pull in to this big ship. We are about here. So about T12 on Celebration. And there's just a little market here. That has changed since I was last here. So it's actually been like the format has changed a little bit. It was like just a few market stalls across the edge of the shore, but now we've got this slightly more opened out building. But there's always some interesting stuff on here, so I try and pop by here every so often and have a look. Particularly if you're into rares. There's often some interesting rares on some of these merchants. The rare ring. I'm quite tempted by rare rings. I keep being like, my jewelry isn't blinging. Everything else is blinging. My jewelry should be blinging.
Match.
But in fairness, my rings at the moment, at least one of them is a special GM created one. There you go. So that's a ring in the new year. Very high quality, well, relatively high quality Serral one. That's my Heartbreaker one, my glacial ring. That one's just a normal one. That's a treasure chest necklace. So I've got space for one more good ring, one more rare ring. Well, a rare ring. My other one isn't rare, but I do keep being tempted whenever I see a rare ring for sale, being like, could it be that one? Got some rare weapons here. For those of you that crave shiny rare weapons and do not yet have one, I have an obscene amount of rare tools and weapons. I'm currently carrying a rare longsword with a skin and a rare shield with a skin, and also in my inventory have my rare axe with a skin, for in case I come across something which is beating the crap out of me. Mimas or Melody, you followed a friend and picked a spot off the coast. Some of my secondary deeds are ones that I literally chose by picking a server I did not already have a deed on, sailing out of the nearest canal to me off my side of the server onto that side of another server, and then just kind of scanning around trying to see if I could find a nice bit of terrain that felt sufficiently inspiring that I wouldn't be miserable building a deed there. And then I plunked an animal deed down and built something there. So my my indie deed was a particularly nice little corner of terrain that I found. My Delhi deed was a bit less inspiring, but it'll do. I've actually had 2 deeds on that coast of Delhi. My Pristine deed was a particularly nice find. That was one where I was looking for something in that region, and I found a sort of a bit of terrain, like a little gully between 2 mountains that someone had done some cool terraforming in, that I found particularly cool, and I was like, you could create a lovely little secret deed just tucked in there. And that one sufficiently inspired me to make me want to put my deed there in particular. But the general area in which I was looking to put a deed was absolutely dictated by how accessible it was from other places I was going to be. Got a rare tackle box, 2 rare tackle boxes over here.
I feel like I kind of lucked out with my release deed though, because whilst it was like, yeah, this bit looks all right, I really sort of love it, and it's I'm sort of growing back into the space as well.
You like the space that you've settled in?
It has a lot going for it.
It does have a lot going for it. It's nice and easy access to the start town since they introduced the portals, and you've got, there's really good canals and highways on release, so you've got good access. You're very central, and you've got good access to sort of all the different bits of release from where you are, both by road and by boat. And there are some nice views to be had around there. Got some potions on this one. Got some rare horseshoes on this one and some enchanted horse tack.
Yeah, the first ever place I lived was literally just, I followed the person who got me into Wurm, and then there was a little group of us there, and I just sort of stayed there until Wurm happened.
That's one of the nice things, though, I think about. I mean, like some people, like their first deed just expands and that's the only deed they ever have, but some people have sort of slowly migrated over time and changed. And I think, in a way, sort of when you reach a point where you are willing to let go of all of that considerable amount of work that it took you, particularly early in the game, to build those first things, like, it is a pretty steep curve in terms of how difficult it is to build things when you're at low skill with low mats and all of that kind of stuff. But when you sort of reach a point in terms of skill where actually it doesn't feel like such a huge loss to leave all of that behind and build something new and afresh. Like, I think it's interesting then when people have gone through a chain of like different deeds, how their deeds that they build evolve, like how the build types evolve, how they start looking for different kinds of things based on those earlier experiences. Have I now done them all? So there's a few merchants just clustered around this little. You can pull right up here basically. So this is Archdale, and there's a little bit shy of a dozen. What have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Quite a few rare items for sale on here. 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10. 10 merchants here at the moment. I don't need an electrum ring, but I kind of want it, but I don't need it. I kind of want it, but I don't need it. I'm going to remember that it's there, though, because then I'm going to be like, oh, but I could have had one. Oh, you're in. Okay. And we can do quite a short hop here to... Let's go to release.
I love the flexibility you get in deeds now. There isn't just like a set size like it used to be as well.
Yeah, it used to be you had to go just outwards from that settlement token, and actually now that flexibility is really helpful in a lot of ways, not only in terms of sort of making the deed, I guess, work with the terrain, like particularly where you've got people who've built on a bit of steep coast, you tend to get longer, thinner deeds where they're making more use of the low-lying land. But also that flexibility also allows you to just have a little bit more management control of the land around you because you can resize your deed in a direction a few tiles in order to, I don't know, take down some slightly off deed walls or something that are decaying more easily, and then just size it back. And I like that kind of flexibility in the system as well. That just makes the managing of some of the surroundings a bit easier. You're never letting your deed on Golden Valley go. You're one of the few hanging on. What sort of a population does Golden Valley even have now, Robbie? Like, there can't be that many of you still desperately hanging on there. For anybody who's newer to game and doesn't know, Golden Valley used to be the tutorial server back in the day, but people could, unlike Guidance, people could drop deeds on it. And when it stopped being the tutorial server and became basically inaccessible to everybody, they didn't boot the people off who already had deeds there, but they did make it impossible to cross out and away from it. So there are people like Robbie who have got toons stranded on a tutorial server which is strictly no longer part of any of the clusters. Like, it is not accessible by anybody new, but there are still characters on them still hanging on to their deeds. There's a few deeds and others come and go just to play for a while. How big is Golden Valley? What's the map size? I don't even remember. I mean, I did my tutorial originally in Wurm on Golden Valley, but I don't think I ever really explored much beyond the tutorial spaces. What is it? Is it like a... So the smallest maps at the moment are like 8x8. So what is it? Like a 4x4? Smaller, maybe? 2x2? I'm kicking myself in a way for not actually exploring Golden Valley more. In the same way that I was kicking myself for not going to Jackal, because I thought there would always be another chance to go to Jackal, and then of course there wasn't. But have we both survived the hop? Yes, we have. See, getting booted out of the boat every time, but... did you just get in the commander? Get out! Outrageous! You just started sailing off without me. No! Oh, no. Goodness me. So we are back on release. I'm just trying to get my bearings. I think I need to go this way a little bit. I think. So we are back on release. Just popping to a little deed in the northwest side of release. This one, Silverport Trading, which is Snarkin's market deed, which again has a lot of merchants owned by various players, not just Snarkin. Boldest Boulder. Is this the regular version of the game? Yes. So there, Wurm Unlimited is the sort of I mean, it was an official version of the game, but has no longer been officially supported for a while. But Wurm Online is the enduring, long-running original game, which continues to get new content added all the time and has devs actively working on it. So yeah, this is the regular version of the game for people who kind of like the setup of Wurm, but don't want to play this particular kind of MMO style, or are more interested in some of the stuff that people have modded into the game. Then Wurm Unlimited is a game that you can buy as a one-time purchase, and then go and join other people's servers or create your own. Whereas Wurm Online is a subscription service and is the kind of the long-standing original game with servers and toons who go back decades in some cases, 2 decades at most. But yeah, so this is Wurm Online. We're on the Southern Freedom Isles. There are 2 clusters, Southern and Northern. And we are currently on release, but we have been on this stream sailing around several of the Southern Freedom Isles servers, which are of varying sizes. And we've just touched down onto the northwest corner of release to go and visit a market here. 2 Lib Colossuses.
I need to build a Colossus.
Have you not got that journal goal yet?
No.
Yeah, there you go. So,
I'm thinking of building it on the mountain next to him, just looking down onto his deed.
Maybe you should.
But don't tell him. Shh.
Yeah. So, do you know what? I don't even know how that's really pronounced. Is it Sklotopolis? How do you pronounce it as somebody who actually plays it? That is one of the biggest and more enduring Wurm Unlimited servers for people who do play Wurm Unlimited, and has sort of got quite a long-standing player base. If you don't want to build, oh yeah. You could build and finish a Rift one. If you just want it for the journal goal, but you don't actually want a Colossus lying around your deed. You think it's not pronounced, just written. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, in my head I say Sklotopolis, but like, then people shorten it to.
Then they shorten it to like,
Sklo.
yeah, to like Sklo,
Oh.
Sklot, and Sklot. Sklot doesn't sound quite right. Because I'd say Sklotopolis as well, but I don't play Wurm Unlimited. I own Wurm Unlimited, but I've played it very, very little. Because Wurm Online has always had my heart, really, and Wurm Unlimited just couldn't compare. Sorely missing all of the new QOL updates. Yeah, I mean, it swings and roundabouts, isn't it? You get some cool mods that Wurm Unlimited has had for ages, and people have been begging to have in Wurm Online, like being able to like wax your food, to preserve food, to have more kind of decoration and stuff like that. But whoops. Whoops, what's that doing there? Now. Rude. There's another one just over there with a random tree. But the QOL updates, Wurm, because Wurm is such an old game, because it was built in Java, because it was built by so few people, by just a few devs, who when it began were sort of at or near the beginning of their coding career and still kind of figuring out how to, the way Wurm grew meant that it is very difficult code to work with in a number of ways, because there is, as I understand it, so much kind of legacy coding and ways in which they have to do a lot of working around the system to make changes in it. So yeah, the official one definitely does benefit from some quality of life updates that Wurm Unlimited has not. Okay, so some of the merchants have left here, but there's still quite a few around. So let's go and have a look. We are at N. No, not N. D10. We are at D10 at Silverport Trading Market on release.
What's the reindeer selling?
Wait, was that just now? No, that was a while ago.
Oh,
What's the reindeer selling? There's a PMK merchant here, although it looks like it's had a lot of its stuff depleted.
Send it to the sky. Bye, reindeer.
You just raptured another reindeer.
Yep.
This one's got a lot of archaeology finds, by the look of it, with various amounts of runes. You waving goodbye to reindeers that you're just sending up to the big Santa in the sky.
Flight.
Demon helms on this one, for anybody that missed out on those and likes them.
I'm supposed to be shopping, aren't I? Not.
Lots of Halloween helms. You do whatever you like. You can rapture all the reindeers if you want. There's they've got a load of PMK tool banners along the back there. Oh, look at those fancy bridges as well, with the pillars under them. That's nice. I like that. Oh, I'm getting quite a lot of juddering here, and I'm not sure why. A load of dragon bloods on this one, and meditation rugs. What's the price of those faceless masks? Which one had the masks on? Is it this one? Not that one.
A silver on this one.
A silver. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
That was probably the one I was looking at a minute ago. This deed is D10 on release. So the very kind of top northwest corner, it's just tucked into this little corner of land here. So probably when you want to sail to, rather than try and get here from for your faceless army of alts. They're my least favourite mask as well. They are so creepy. So creepy. Yeah. Yeah, this is I mean you could get here on the highway from Start Town, but it would be a bit of a pain. You're better sailing to this one if you can. And if you like the kind of stuff that's sold here, maybe dropping an alt here. Ooh, we got some treasure maps for various places on this one. Mostly Xanadu and Indy, but there are some release ones here as well.
There's a tower guard there eyeing up your boat, by the way.
Yeah, he can eye up all he likes. Do you know what? I kind of want that rare gold sheet. I wish it was higher quality though. The reason I want it is because these are an interesting model, and they look like they make quite nice sort of. They almost look like little fire guards, and I think they're. I'm fairly sure they are one of the kind of the build items, a bit like keystones, which actually last a really long time when you drop them on the ground. I kind of want it, but I don't know that I want to. I don't know that I want to pay a silver for it, but well. all the things I can decorate with. I will at some point. I will get around to buying a rare something sheet. I don't know that I want a gold one, and I would prefer it to be slightly higher quality if possible, because I don't yet know how slowly they decay. Oh dear. Sorry, folks. It is like it's like it's 1:30 in the morning here, so my yawns are catching up with me a little bit. That's a very, very dark panther we've got there. 666.
Good, isn't it?
It's pretty good. It's darker than my one. I think my one's a 15, 15, 15 one. What have we got here? Oh, Fergie's got a stand here with some nice rare tools.
I've lost track of where I've been now.
Well, I was being super methodical, except I kept bumping into merchants you were already at, so then I kind of like wended and wove my way around, and now I've sort of also lost track.
It's been really chaotic, because I went to the reindeer and then lost my system, and now I don't know what I've done.
Load of rare champagne on this one. But still no rare striped sleeves anywhere that I've seen. Damn. Oh, I missed when that comment was, Mornix. Stargrace would agree with you, which makes me want them more as I live at her deed. Want what more? What was that?
Oh, the faceless masks.
Oh. Yeah, no. So creepy. Oh, I think I've hit them all up. So, did I? Yeah, I think I did those ones. One of the things that's quite nice about this is all of these are archaeology wood market stalls. So this is a very colourful market. It does look like about half of the merchants have left, but there's still probably not quite a dozen here. Maybe 8 or 10. I reckon.
Got a nice look to it as well.
Yeah, it's quite picturesque. Got a rare nymph over there. Nobody. I was going to say nobody tell Calvert, but you know, that's going to take some getting used to. Where did I put the boat? There I put the boat. Oh, I see you, Tower Guard. Those red lights are making it look like the Tower Guard's carrying a lightsaber over there. I just got this kind of slight crossover from like medieval fantasy into sci-fi. There. I don't know if I said thank you for the follows, Summer Breeze and Star Grace, but if I didn't, thank you very much. Are you all done? You all done?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mornix, as well. Oh my goodness, what are we up to? We're getting there. $42.
Ooh,
42.
The life, the universe, and everything.
We're getting so close to shiny channel points for things. Now, see, I did have like one more that I was going to go to, but I'm also conscious that it is quite late. How are you doing over there, Ruffle?
It is getting quite late. Where's the other one?
It was whether we sailed over to Bun and Myra's deed, which is we would be sailing off this side and across to the top of Delhi.
What's the wind like?
Let's have a look.
Because you can always abandon me on Delhi.
Could. Strong breeze coming from the southeast. So the wind will be behind us, but equally we could do it another time. I know Bun's just gone and filled his thing full. Filled his animal marketplace full of foals. But there are plenty of other ones that we also haven't done. There's a foul wind coming from behind. Myra says they've got a guest house though. She does also have a Delhi deed that she could just ping herself back to.
Yeah.
But equally I could sail you back down to your deed relatively easily from here. It is getting on a little bit.
It is.
Okay. Sorry, Bun and Myra, but in fairness, for Bun and Myra, it's now like 2:30 in the morning, so it's even later for you guys. I solemnly swear we shall come and visit your market another time, but you'll be pleased when we finally get to the cooldown screen, because I put the GD tiny market on the cooldown screen for that. Just in case. Well, I knew we weren't going to get to that one, but in case we didn't make it as far as Delhi, I half wondered if we would make it through even half the markets I had planned. 3:30?
How's it 3:30?
How's it? You're only an hour ahead of us, aren't you, Bun? Surely it's only 2:30. Thank you, Myra. Is that where all these people are coming from? Thank you, Droopy McCool. Thank you, Narella, for the follows. Myra's doing good work over there. What a sweetheart. Myra just wants the foghorns back.
Hello.
Wave at sheep.
Thanks, Myra, you're a sweetheart. I just need to keep streaming. Oh, don't worry, we'll be streaming for at least another 5 minutes. I'm going to go and drop Ruffle off back at her deed. But so what we're... You can see a gigantic sheep. So actually what we're going to do now is we're going to cross across to... There's a canal just here, the Great Northern Canal. So we're just wending our way around this bit here. We're going to cross down through the Great Northern Canal, past Sloping Sands, which is Release's start town, the least inspiring of all start towns on all servers ever. Even including Xanadu's least inspiring start towns. And Xanadu's got a couple of uninspiring ones, but Sloping Sands is just so deserving of a renovation, like of a reimagining.
Cannot mean 2:30.
3:30 can even mean... What? No!
I won't allow it.
No! That's so confusing.
How would you know what time it was?
Sloping Sands looks like something you'd design, Madoon. It's just there's nothing there. And I think part of the problem is that some of the other servers that had less inspiring start towns then had players working with GMs to successfully redesign them. Like a lot of the nicer start towns have been community builds. I did. I don't know if he's still in chat. Some years ago, back when Retro was still the community manager, and he was community manager here for years. I pitched to him one time that I was like, please let us redesign Sloping Sands. Like, I've got ideas. I want to do great stuff with it. And he was like, yeah, we should totally do that. Let's open it up, make it a competition. But then it just never happened. And then I was like waiting for another community manager, and I was like, do I want to badger this one and see if we can do it? And I just kind of ran out of steam. I went on to other build projects, but if anybody does has not run out of steam, any Releasians who've got the bug and feel like they want to do a community project, when we get a community manager, or in the interim, perhaps you could just harass Pomona. I'm sure Pom wouldn't mind. If you get some ideas, Sloping Sands, it's in sore need of some love and imagination, because you'll see as we sail past it, it's got this lovely little pond next to it. But Sloping Sands itself is there's just nothing there. There's just nothing there.
Not even a bed. That's what gets me. Like, other places have like
Even a bed.
beds, even if it's just a couple, so that, you know, if you're new or if you're just passing through, you could use them.
Yep.
Or they have buildings where, you know, if you're brand new, you could maybe hide your donkey in a corner of it overnight.
When they brought in, when they brought in the when they made the changes to religion, for example, and they brought in the sort of, you know, like being able to get converted at start towns instead of having to sail over to Chaos or find a player to convert you. You know, all of the other start towns, I guess, already had churches in them, or maybe they had nice churches built especially. What Release got was like a weird little like open-sided hut.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Gaffer. Thanks. And thanks, Myra, for going and hustling on my behalf. We are sneaking our way up to 50 followers so that we can have fun with channel points. It's not the only thing I need to do. I will also need to squeeze in some extra streams outside of the Saturdays, I think, in order to get enough days in the month, but I'll look into it. I'll figure it out. When it looks like we're almost there, I'll go and make sure that I mop up the rest of the criteria so that I can apply, so that we can get channel points to play with. Oh, there's a marketplace there. Oh no, it's okay. So this is the Sparta deed. So this is a PMK merchant deed. We could have gone and had a look, but it's probably mostly just Sparta stuff. Sometimes the PMK merchant deeds do also have some other cool stuff, like rares or nice enchants and things.
I got one of my snowman statues from there.
Did you?
Yeah.
She says as I'm sailing into the canal.
I don't think they've got any more. They didn't the other day. But I did get mine from there. Okay. One of them.
So we've just sailed right by a market and not looked at it. But that's there's a guard tower swimming there. So that's just literally just there. So that's Sparta at, wow, what are we at? 13. So that's going to be C13 on Release. And there are a few, they're not accounted for on my marketplace thread, but they almost all have their own forum threads if you're interested in buying some PMK stuff direct from the PMK folks for active current PMKs. I mean, a lot of them do have a marketplace deed somewhere on the Southern Freedom Isles where you can go and buy their stuff and some other stuff. Often they do often have other things there. As Ruffle says, this one clearly had some Christmas gifts, but I've seen ones that have got like particularly good enchants or rares or stuff like that. Wurm streamers are not that big a group. Yeah. Small community, but a very dedicated one. I think you'd have to be to spend the amount of time that we all spend in it. And even the people who love to rant about Wurm must also love Wurm because they're still here, thousands of hours in. Do you know what? I'm annoyed that they messed up playtime. I'm annoyed that I lost my original time, although I'd already got it written down. I know what it is because I entered the portal on the day of sleep, week 4 of the Starfall of Silence, 10:28. And the reason that I know that is because I love Wurm enough that the old original Wurm background from the forums is my Wurm background, and I put my playtime date on it so that I would always have easy access to it long before they actually messed up the playtime thing. But there we go. So what was I looking for? I have played 390 days and 53 minutes of my life. So that's the amount of playtime, not the number of days that I have logged into and played Wurm.
Yes.
Thanks, Stoic Jester. And I don't know. Let me do some quick maths. What does that work out at? What's your days or hours or years played, Ruffle?
It's less than yours. It's less than yours. But it doesn't count my original stuff where I was on more, perhaps. A bit.
Where does it start from then? So it doesn't include gold. Does it go all the way back to gold? Gold 1?
Everything
Gold.
post Wormageddon.
Everything post
It's only
Wormageddon.
226 days.
Okay, so mine is just over 9,400 hours on this toon. On this toon, not including like Esri. Not with my skills, Monix. No, been in the game for more than 10 years, and yeah, of course I'm way behind you, Bun. You're a super grinder. Of course I am. I spend my time wandering around picking flowers. I have no doubt at all that you have got me beat in terms of hours in game. Also, in fairness, although I have been in Wurm on this toon for over 10 years, I did take quite a big break in the middle. So I played sort of 2013, 2014, nowhere near as obsessively and comprehensively as I play now. But I played on and off through 2013, 2014, and then I took quite a big break, and I came back to Wurm, I think 2019. So I took about 5 years. Yeah, about 5 years off in the middle there. I might have I think I logged in actually and played for a few months in 2015, so maybe it was only 4 years break. But there was a big gap in the middle, and then when I came back in 2019, that's when my really entrenched, never leaving again kind of worming habits set in. I'm sorry, I keep beaching us, not paying attention. And I don't even know that I could really say what the difference was this time when I came back, how it got its hooks into me. I think it was partly that I was older and further into a career where I had more money to spare, and therefore was more willing to do things like drop extra money on a deed and get some silver and go and get some enchanted tools. Like those first like 5 years of me being in Wurm, even though I was only in Wurm for 2 or 3 of them, I didn't really have any enchanted tools. I didn't have any rare anything. I didn't like spend money at all in the in-game economy. And when you're playing that way, if the grind isn't fun for you, it is a lot slower making and building stuff. And when I started putting just a little bit of money into Wurm, suddenly crafting and building up the skills to a point where I could then unlock other things that I wanted to make just became much faster, much easier. There had been a variety of patches and mods since then, which also made those processes slicker than they used to be. Thank you, Fairy Shine. So I think when I came back this time, not only was I less throttled by trying to get by on a shoestring on Wurm, but also Fairy Shine, who has literally just followed, found me quite early on when I came back to Wurm in 2019 and adopted me into her alliance, which kind of just landed me in a community, and I'd never really interacted very deeply with the community before that point. Like I knew people like in my neighbours and things, and I knew the people who brought me into Wurm, like Ruffle, although Ruffle wasn't playing at that point. Here you go, here's Sloping Sands, and that's over there, that little building there, that's the closest thing we have to a church, and there are 2 very long, very flat buildings up top with no beds, no nothing. So uninspiring.
What's that thing it says about Sloping Sands? Something like, we're on a slope, but at least we're alive, or something.
Yeah, whatever it is. When you go and try and portal here, we've got a very, very uninspiring sort of a little bit of a blurb about Sloping Sands as well. But yeah, so when I came back in 2019, I got very quickly adopted into an alliance. When the people that I knew in real life who were playing Wurm, a lot of them were either playing on other servers or were taking a break from Wurm or whatever. So I got brought into a community, which also gave me more reasons to stick around. I'm not actually going to run up to Sloping Sands to look. I was just, this is it. A 2-story town smithy, and this one here, this building, is just arches on the inside with a couple of traders in it. And that's all we've got. We so need a remodel.
Is Heartland Overture one of the ones where there's just like a thing up a really steep hill and almost nothing else?
I have been to Heartland. I don't know if I've been to Overture. I've been to Heartland because when they opened the Northern Freedom Isles, I was one of the day one D droppers. Like, I did play on Harmony for a couple of weeks through those very difficult first few days where they had to suddenly pull another server out of nowhere. Overture's nothing. Well, there you go. Then Overture also needs an overhaul. It's not just Sloping Sands. But in fairness, Sloping Sands has been around an awful lot longer to have still not been touched. Because this server has now been open for, what did we say? It opened at the end of 2012. Which means that I've been saying that I've been playing it for 10 years, but actually I've been playing it for 11. Have I been coming? If I started January 2013, gosh, 12 years. But, you know, this server's been open for 12 years and Sloping Sands never got any better than that. Sorry, I'll put the sail up. I didn't realise I was going slower. So if anywhere is going to get one first, should be us, I'm just saying. Probably passed your deed and you didn't pay attention.
No,
Where's your deed, Memers? We're just passing by Whisperfell.
It's further up.
Further up? Further down?
Oh, in the direction we're going.
Down! We're going down! We're travelling north to south, we are going down!
Yeah.
So which one is your deed, Memers? What's it called? Some of these ones have now fallen and I should update my map. Are we not allowed to know? Garden City. Oh, Garden City, isn't Garden City over here somewhere? Or have I got my coordinates wrong? I don't know that it's actually on my map. Or is it further down? Have you done something like, is it this bit here? Which was a fallen deed that I used to do archaeology on for years. It's got crap, no buildings, and a guard tower and a mass of land. Well, give it time. That's potential.
There it is.
Right there.
On the if you look to the right now.
Over here. On the
just
sort of
after
like
after the wormhole bridge.
Okay. This is it, just over here. We won't look too closely, Memers. I'm sure you've got grand plans. Grand plans. We'll just... I was going to say we'll wave from afar, but actually I can't even mouse over a boat to wave at it because we're just a bit too far out. If anybody wants to go stalk Memers, that's where Memers lives. Right here. And Ruffle lives just down at the bottom of this lake, so we're just heading back towards Ruffle's place now. As does Madoon, who may or may not still be in chat. I don't know if we've still got you there. Yes, we have. Or we had very recently. So we're heading down towards...
I didn't notice when I was saying I was going to build a faux colossus right above his deed.
We're just heading down towards New Ruffleholme, which is Ruffle's deed, and Pools Closed, which is the deed that I started my worm adventure at 12 years ago. Still standing. Which seems like quite a nice way to wrap up the end of the stream, actually. And then I've just got to sail back on my Todd all the way back across to my deed, which is back over here on the Eastern Peninsula. But we've got some wonderful canal builders here, so I've got a beautiful long straight canal from Ruffle's place across to the Eastern Sea. Oh, it's so much easier to reach one another these days.
Crash on my deed. Apparently Robbie already is, so everybody at mine.
Still awake, barely, Madoon. Everybody's just crashing at yours, are they? Why is Robbie crashing at your deed?
I don't know. He's not on his mountain, which is more disturbing.
So I've got books named for various players. I know I've talked about this before. Like, my library is a growing library of like just things that happen in Worm, conversations that have happened at events, and one's based on players. And Robbie's is Robbie descends from the mountain, and it's because it happens so rarely. It's such an event when Robbie descends from the mountain because Robbie's a hermit. It takes a lot to get him to come down off his mountain. Sometimes he sneaks down. Thinks nobody will notice.
Oh, yeah, Mima's plans are amazing.
You found a link of what you want to do with your land. Let's have a look. Let's have a look-see. You're just going to follow in the footsteps of people like Calvert and write your name across the land. He's put his initials on everything. Is that a maze in the middle? Pretty nifty. As long as you don't have to cross through your own maze in order to reach the other end of your deed. Pretty fancy looking. Too bad the pool's closed. So we're having a sleepover, are we? Is that the way this is going?
Yeah.
For anybody who comes to public slayings here, the public slaying site, Bruce's Flying Circus, is on the site of my first deed after I left Pools Closed. The first one I founded was just south of there. Like kind of that area and running up to the water was where Princess Folly, my first deed, was. And for any of you that do come down to slayings on release, this is one of the, if you're sailing, this is sort of one of the easiest routes down, coming down that big canal that we just came down, the Northern Canal from the north side, cutting under that bridge just over there by this castle. There we go, Castle Von Cleric. And then through another canal there, through the heavy, is that the heavy metal canal? I think it is.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, through the heavy metal canal, and that just pops you out right next to the slaying site. And if you are portaling over here from somewhere else, you've got a little bit of a run to get there, but it is doable. It is doable. But this is Spawn Lake, and this is the terrain that Ruffle and I ran on foot and swam our way down in those first few weeks of release.
Hugging
all the way,
edge of the mountain.
Hugging the edge of the mountain, yeah, like sliding off the edges of this mountain all the way round. Somewhere, I remember it so well. Somewhere up around this landmass, we picked up like enough mobs that it was a problem, and we had to dip into the water. So we swam across quite a stretch of this water here before we were able to get back out on land before we hit the mountain. So from sloping sand up there, where those lights are coming from, we ran and swam all the way back down here to Pools Closed, which we are just coming up on now. And that was my first day in Wurm. My first evening in Wurm. It was mid-evening when I logged in. Sometime in January. I'm coming up to another Wurmversary, aren't I? 14th of January. So not that far off. And I crawled out of the water just around about where that Pools Closed bypass wooden bridge is. We crawled out of the water just there and up that little path behind it onto Pools Closed, which is this deed we're just going past. And that there is the hidey hole. In fact, I think I built the hidey hole too. And the Troll Slayer's Rest behind it were my very, very first builds when I was a very new Wormian. And just here we've got the Pools Closed. Huh? What was that?
We need to go fix these fences.
Yeah. And this is the little Pools Closed market that Madoon and Ruffle have merchants at. So if you're on your way to and a few other people too. There you go. So if you're on your way to a slaying at any point, it is really very not far from the canal. There's a nice champion pheasant. There you go. And as Ruffle said, she when she moved to release from Indy, she just went and plonked a deed down on Madoon's doorstep. Picked a neighbour that she knew. So this is Ruffle's place, Ruffle home. Just here. So I think we probably want to end it there. Oh, there we go. We have indeed got Robbie in local. I see you. We're all gonna have a sleepover at Ruffles. It's gonna be brilliant.
Oh, and this is the famous, not that it's much to look at, but the famous sailboat.
Oh, which one? The one, wait, where? Oh, over here. This is the sailboat that is older than every server on the Freedom Isles except Chaos.
Yes.
There you go. One of the oldest bits of Worm still standing, not on
I'm
PvP.
sure there are others that made it over that still exist.
Yeah.
But,
I kind of want to tink it up.
I will as I get better. I could get it probably 10 higher than that.
Little bit of Worm history right there.
Made by someone called Dave.
Made by Dave?
Dave. Mm.
Oh yeah, signature of its maker, Dave.
Yep.
You know it's old because somebody got a normal name as their toon name in the
Yeah.
game. That's how old it is. Myra says she'll get it to 90
I'm
plus
pretty
for
sure
you if you want
Dave.
to sail it over. Myra will tink it up for you. There's a little bit of worm history. Myra does have very good shipbuilding. Could be Dove.
I'm pretty sure it's Dave. I've seen the letters at different QL levels, so
Dave it is. So yeah, so that's Ruffle Home. That's pools closed over there. And we're going to wrap up here.
yeah,
And we made it to
do it
almost all of
over.
the markets. I'm very sorry we didn't make it to yours, Bun and Myra. I will endeavour to make it over to yours and to some of the others which weren't even on the plan for this time. Another time. Dave has left the building. Oh, Myra, you remember your first hours in game 2? All right, I'm just going to switch the cooldown screen, but...
Hello.
Is that you waving goodbye, Ruffle? So... There we go. And as promised, my cooldown screen this time is for the GD Tiny Market and Inn just outside of Delhi's Start Town Green Dog, so you can portal right over and have a look. That's one of Bun and Myra's markets and their alliance. There's a nice little inn that you can stay in there and racks and racks of merchants. So thank you everybody for the follows and for the support and for the encouraging other people to come and follow so that we can creep our way towards fun channel points. Thanks Ruffle for coming and hanging out with me, making me actually do a stream when I was not feeling very streamy a couple of days ago. It's been lovely hanging out with you all. I will be streaming next Saturday again, starting somewhere between 8 and 9. And as I said, I will try and get some weeknight streams squeezed in. I don't yet know exactly when they're going to be, but I should be doing a stream with Bun soon, doing some treasure hunts, and I've got some other things sort of vaguely in my mind that I would like to do. So those of you that have followed, Twitch will notify you, I guess. And thanks for the company, everybody. Sleep well for those of you that are on this side of the world. And we'll catch you guys later.